that now has pervaded science.
Yeah, and it is interesting because, you have people like the Chabad Lubavitcher Rebbe, who I don't remember when he died. I think it was around the year 2000.
Yeah, they thought he
Still,
was the Messiah.
yeah, they thought he was a Messiah. They're still accepted into mainstream Judaism, even though they teach that the earth is flat. And they taught that uh, Rebbe Schneerson, was a Messiah.
Yep.
So it is interesting that to keep the identity, traditions, life such a way that they do have to uh, have a little bit of a broad uh, acceptance of nearly everything. So that is interesting. I had not considered that would play a role into Einstein and maybe even more modern cosmologists.
Yeah, ultimately, you are Messiah too. Is is also the thing. You are responsible for your own death and resurrection. You're simultaneously alone and also part of a grand unity of beings at the same time. You are one and you are all, and all is one. It's kind of sounds Pythagorean. So yeah, I mean, who was Schneerson but a messenger, right? That can teach people to be their own Messiah.
And there's still people who write letters to Schneerson, and they put if you send a letter to them, or to him, I should say, they'll take it to his gravesite, and there's people who believe that they've got healing and all sorts of stuff from that. So it's it's certainly interesting. I'm not offering any commentary other than just observation.
Yeah,
That, but it is interesting that somewhere along the lines, this has to play an effect because he's not the only supposed Messiah. Like you say, there have been multiple ones, and then you have that, as you say, you are your own Messiah. Blah blah blah. Uh, so it must play an interesting view in modern science, or not view, but it must have a interesting influence on modern science.
yeah, yeah. They certainly has, and the character of their faith changed significantly from seeking a Messiah that was a great warrior that will be a demigod to instead this inner Messiah, inner salvation, inner repair work that people engage in. Man, the name of this guy's just I just forgot his name, but it was like in the 1600s or something. This Messiah that had come. I think he was he eventually converted to Islam or something, and that's what shocked the entire world. Oh, what was his name? It'll come back to me if I dwell on it, but
And yeah, and it is interesting because there was some cult group, and I can't remember the name of the cult group, to where the leader had this, or I should say, the cult group had this extreme cult of personality around built up around the leader. And then at some point, when you got to a certain level, you were taught the secret that really he was nothing, and that uh, you were your own cult leader, more or less.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's the royal secret, folks.
Yeah.
You are God. Or you can skip all the way up to the 32nd, 33rd degree.
And that attitude really does seem to match what they call modern science. Like you become, twisting their words a lot bit. You become a god when you study and explore things and answer every question.
Yeah, your God figuring out who he is and remembering where he came from and all that. Yep. That's exactly what's fueling a lot of this. And you have Michio Kaku, like reading the Zohar, reading Kabbalistic texts and getting involved in astrology. Studying the tree of life diagram, which is really just a table of emanations in a Gnostic sense, calling that the Big Bang. It's giving a lot of these ancient Greek ideas a modern veneer of technical scientific sophistication. You can extrapolate that further to ask, well, what might aliens be from other worlds? But the same demons of the ancient past.
Well, I think you've heard my diatribe of what they call outer space is just a codification of a spiritual underworld, and it's kind of misinterpreted to be the heavens, and that's what explains for the floating through walls and things like this, and et cetera, of ancient yore, where now you just have supposed cosmonauts who float between various quote unquote planets. And my wife adds in to serve man. And of course, that is where how you get the silliness of the demonic critters like the Canaanites and everything else is that it's literally just a codification of the demonology of yore.
Here's a quote from Einstein's aphorisms, and it relates to the prior discussion on the eclipse. I believe in intuition and inspiration, he says. At times I feel certain I am right while not knowing the reason. When the eclipse of 1919 confirmed my intuition, I was not in the least surprised. In fact, I would have been astonished had it turned out otherwise. Imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces the entire world, stimulating progress, giving birth to evolution. It is strictly speaking a real factor in scientific research. And then he says, by furthering logical thought and a logical attitude, science can diminish the amount of superstition in the world. There is no doubt that all but the crudest scientific work is based on a firm belief akin to a religious feeling and the rationality and comprehensibility of the world. This guy's all over the place. And I kind of wonder if this is where science took on more of this anthropomorphic quality to it. Science does things. Science is this. Science is that. Science is a verb. He uses it in a very similar way that modern people do. A law, so like a natural law, I guess he says. Yep, a law cannot be definite. Really, a law cannot be definite for the one reason that the conceptions with which we formulate it develop and may prove insufficient in the future. There remains at the bottom of every thesis and of every proof some remainder of the dogma and infallibility. There is no universe beyond the universe for us. It is not part of our concept. Of course, you must not take the comparison with the globe literally. I'm only speaking in symbols. Most mistakes in philosophy and logic occur because the human mind is apt to take the symbol for the reality. Wow, that's a good one. I am going to screenshot that and I'm going to drop it into the text chat. Check this out. This is great.
Hey, Quantum. Hello.
Hello.
So I would like to discuss your assertion that the Schwarzschild tensor does predict the time dilation of satellites accurately for a GPS to work on Earth, but it can be explained differently, specifically for a case where Earth is flat, using different metric. No, within
Right.
the Schwarzschild metric, but with different vectors, right?
Yeah, GPS doesn't
Yeah.
inherently prove a globe at all. You can use the
Well, it
same
does. Well, it
pseudo
does.
ranging. Well, okay.
I wanted to tell you that what is a Schwarzschild metric to begin with. It's the exact solution to Einstein field equations that describe the space-time geometry around. Basically, the object has to follow three conditions in order for us to apply the Schwarzschild metric. It has to be static, it has to be non-rotating, and it has to be spherically symmetric mass distribution.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah, right. So,
yeah, the
how do
art
you know? How do you know that that's true if how do you know that the radius is straight and not curving?
uh, radius and not curving, because for a vector we take the shortest distance and not the longest distance
Yeah,
for
so what
vectors.
about the Schwarzschild radius? I mean, how can you know for sure that that's actually straight when it could be curving in a higher dimension?
Well, we want to use its application in 3D world. That's why we mainly focus on the what we can observe in 3D, which is the Schwarzschild radius that we observe is
No one
613.
observes the Schwarzschild radius. That only comes out in math and descriptions using mathematics. You can't go out and observe and measure a Schwarzschild radius.
Yeah, so let me continue to what I was
Okay.
talking earlier. So so the object has to be static, non-rotating, and it has to be spherical, symmetrical. And we do have a lot of other metric as a solution of Einstein field equation. For example, the Kerr metric KERR for black holes, and for the universe we use the FLRW for measuring cosmic micro background radiation.
How do you know
And we do
black
have
holes are
other
real in the first
metrics for
place?
like
How do you know
black
black
holes or
holes are
what?
real?
Yeah, black holes are real. So what?
How do you know? How do you know that's true?
Well, in 2019 we did find they published it a lot. Didn't you see that the first image of black hole?
Yeah, I did. What's the evidence for it? What did they actually do? What instrumentation was used?
Well,
And
it was a complex evidence, and I would let's stay at the topic, okay? So we do have different metric, but why do we specifically use this Schwarzschild metric? That is the key. In case Earth was flat, we use something called the Israel Darmois formalism or Israel thin sheet formalism
yeah,
for a
I
flat.
know. I told you about this earlier. That's the coordinate reference invariance.
Yeah, but uh, we do get we when we apply the Schwarzschild metric to measure the time dilations, then we get the accurate time dilations in order for the GPS to work. If we used any other metric than Schwarzschild, then uh, there's something called error analysis in physics, and the minimum error would be 10 kilometers per day, which would make the GPS and navigation system it would make it futile. It wouldn't work really. That's why
Well,
we use.
I've got a firsthand reference actually. Ron Hatch, who owns dozens of patents for the GPS system, said that you don't need these timing corrections because there are other corrections that cancel out those timing corrections. Special relativity is canceled out by general relativity within the own GPS system. And I can explain
Well,
further.
but we do
Because
use
first, and
Schwarzschild radius.
what's also destructive to this is GPS systems require an absolute frame of reference in accordance with special relativity, which debunks general relativity. That's number one.
Okay, so
Number two, Earth being treated as a sphere with an equatorial bulge in general relativity produces a time dilation effect that cancels out the accelerated time in special relativity for the satellites in motion.
well, you
So
have
you
to
don't
be.
need them in the first instance, as if they're not even needed as a consequence.
Well, you can calculate that yourself. You can avoid using this Schwarzschild metric.
Well,
Then you will
this
get
is
some
what Ron
error.
Hatch published in his papers.
Well, can you fill the papers in the chat?
Yeah, yeah. Give me a second.
Um,
I've got
um,
zip files.
and I will read them tomorrow because I really, I think you connect all these things to your web of beliefs. Basically, I think you also believe that the Bible says the Earth is flat,
No,
so it
I'm
must be
not
flat.
discussing the Bible here at all, dude.
Yeah,
I'm
that's a
showing you that what is described within your own worldview is inconsistent internally and does not withstand its own capability to provide consistent evaluation of observations that are made.
here. I'm going
Furthermore,
to add something real quick. Oh,
go
after you're
ahead.
done. Okay. The Bible part, everyone in this channel, there won't be a single person here, Flat Earth, who's going to follow your Bible talk. Okay. No one here cares about your Sky Daddy. I don't care if
Okay.
your interpretation of the Bible tells you the earth is a globe and that someone else's interpretation that you think is wrong says it's flat. That all that stuff is a complete non sequitur, irrelevant to the conversation. Just like if
Um,
one person says their read of the Bible says pineapple belongs on pizza, it doesn't matter. Your personal interpretation of your holy book is completely irrelevant to anyone else's interpretation. And even more to the point, your globe side Bible thumps all the time. And that's one of the major reasons why people have rejected the globe model. The deeply intrinsic, like Catholic Church indoctrination, astronauts going to the moon for the glory of God and country, is one of the reasons why they've rejected heliocentric.
well, Quantum, I would like to get back to your stuff. You said that the time dilations get cancelled out by the general relativity, and we don't need the Schwarzschild metric to
Right. Right,
make
because special
the
relativity negates
calculation.
general relativity. The time dilation effects
Well,
exactly precisely cancel each other out. And
I think you're moving from general observations to obvious conclusions. Um, I'm better at yeah. So let me analyze the papers you wanted to send. Um,
yep, give me a second. I've got it pulled up here. I just need to make a
okay.
copy. Yep, and I need to transfer it to yeah. Fortunately, my phone is not interacting well. Let's see, share.
Quantum, you can whenever you find them, you can ping me in the chat and share those, and I will read them and discuss them tomorrow. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Goodbye.
Yep. So furthermore, GPS uses pseudo ranging. So they're just beacons that are beaming. Um, they're beaming a timestamp, and they also carry some additional data with them, like Keplerian orbital elements and nautical almanac. But the beeping of the beacon pseudo ranging and its message traffic does not inherently prove that Earth is a globe, because you can take the GPS signals and you can assemble a moon out of it, which NASA has done. They created what they said is a lunar receiver. So they basically created a 3D model called a datum of the moon with a coordinate reference grid, and they utilize Earth's GPS signals to provide the pseudo ranging needed to place the receiver somewhere on that lunar datum. GPS receivers can also work on a flat Earth. The same process where you take the same pseudo ranging and you apply it to a flat datum instead of a round datum like a globe. Surveyors today use GPS very much exclusively with their total stations, and their total stations allow them to choose a coordinate reference system to apply the GPS signals to. And they can choose old datums of the globe where you have one set of coordinates, or new versions of the globe with new coordinates, or even a state plane coordinate reference grid, which is flat. GPS itself does not inherently prove Earth's shape at all whatsoever. And what does that mean these satellites are doing? Well, we need proof that they're in an orbit. But here's the problem. The very concept of an orbit itself relies on first assuming that Earth is curved and we measure the Earth flat. The orbital coordinate reference system that is used a lot in satellites is called IGP-4, which is taking the WGS-84 datum and adding an altitude to it. WGS-84 is a model of Earth that was developed off of how the sky appears to be behaving and is interpreted. It's not based off of ground-based measurements at all. So, to bring this back down to Earth, so to speak, what this means is that this coordinate reference system is a choice. The coordinate reference system for satellites or the coordinate reference system that your satellite beacons can give you on the ground are both choices. They're arbitrary. Just as arbitrary is the coordinate reference system that you think is true within Einstein's relativity framework, which is also just a choice, a preference, and you can use that same framework and develop other coordinate reference systems. You can, general relativity, draw those geodesic lines as curving, as looping, or as flat as you want. And it preserves the underlying physical dynamics because you just add higher dimensionality and it becomes unfalsifiable because you're not supposed to be able to measure the difference in frames because all the frames are relative to one another and you have no way to choose whether or not that you're in a proper frame or an absolute frame. There's only chosen frames of reference, and these are all mathematically derived from imagination. So to come here and absolutely say, as a relativist, that the Earth is absolutely a globe is actually betraying what Einstein tried to do, and that is deliver you an open-ended field of infinite possibilities for what the Earth should be, for what the universe should be. It can take on any shape. The Schwarzschild radius doesn't have to be straight, it can be curved. It adds extra math, of course. You can assume that it's straight in one reference frame but curving in another, and you have no way to choose which of them is the true one because the point is there is no absolute true one. So, arguing for the globe as a relativist is self-defeating. And to say that GPS relies on relativity to prove a globe is self-defeating. And physically is not true, as Ron Hatch points out in his own research, that the relativistic corrections that are applied are actually canceled out by other relativistic corrections elsewhere within the same system. You can greatly simplify GPS by honoring that. So I'm running into some frustration here because I've got the zip file, and the only way for me to share this right now at this point is to give you a link to my Google Drive, and I'm not going to dox myself. So what I'll do instead is I'll type in the name of this guy, Ron Hatch. And his assistant is Ruyong Wang. Ron Hatch, after learning this, devoted his professional career to refuting Einstein and to try to simplify and correct GPS systems he himself had originally built and patented. Isn't that funny? So as Einstein said in The Cosmic Religion before you showed up, there's no universe beyond the universe for us. It is not part of our concept. Of course, you must not take the comparison with the globe literally. I'm only speaking in symbols. Most mistakes in philosophy and logic occur because the human mind is apt to take the symbol for the reality. The human mind is apt to take the globe, which is a coordinate reference system for a map, for the reality, which is that in reality, we use physical instrumentation to measure the Earth flat. In reality, the US Navy is using flat Earth to improve the precision of their targeting for aerial drones. Check this out, Naval Postgraduate School, thesis. Incorporation of a differential global positioning system, that's what I referenced earlier, and the control of an unmanned aerial vehicle for the precise navigation and the local tangent plane. That's right. Did you know, by the way, that GPS receivers initially provide your coordinate reference grid locally as a flat Cartesian plane? Um, you can use the same beacon, though, like I said, for any coordinate reference system. All right, here's the abstract from the paper. The purpose of this thesis is to incorporate GPS and inertial navigation systems for the guidance of an unmanned aerial vehicle seeking precise navigation in a local tangent plane. By applying the differential positioning technique, GPS position data becomes more accurate. This position can then be referenced to a known location on the ground in order to give the aircraft's position in the local tangent plane. How many local tangent planes are there? There's one for every receiver. Every receiver on Earth initially produces a local tangent plane, taking the receiver data and providing what's called east-north up and east-north down coordinates from the Earth-centered Earth-fixed coordinate reference system. How many local tangent planes can exist on a curving surface of a ball? What the math does is it chains together all the flat local tangent planes of every receiver and uses higher dimensional geometry called a hypersphere to loop them all together, such that there is no curvature taking place in reality, but only in the math. The radius is curved in higher dimensional math for the ECEF system to work with every receiver given initially a local tangent plane. And you're going to argue that that curvature exists in reality when your own systems that you think you use for a globe actually put the geometry in a higher dimension that you can't access? I mean, what did Einstein say earlier? There's no universe beyond the universe for us. It is not part of our concept. Of course, you must not take the comparison with the globe literally. I'm only speaking in symbols. Most mistakes in philosophy and logic occur because the human mind is apt to take the symbol for the reality. The human mind reifies concepts into reality all the time, and that's what you're doing. People are imagining that Earth is a globe, and then they use math to try and take every physical measurement of a flat Earth and conform it to a globe. The whole point of relativity is to ensure that you can't definitively say one way or another whether the Earth is flat, in my opinion. So why would you say it inherently proves that Earth is a globe? Well, yeah, you've got a way to mete it out when you choose a coordinate reference frame to begin with to operate under, like a heliocentric globe framework, which does offer you Schwarzschild radii that are straight. But the framework of relativity says that this is not absolute and cannot be said to be inherently true, because all reference frames are equal, including the one where your radius is actually curved in the math. So how about we get back to the fundamentals, right, and get out of this reified mathematical concept land and start looking at detectable reality itself. Start measuring the Earth. Look at our laser tests, folks. Look at our long distance observations, both in the visual spectrum and in infrared from high altitude. Go get a camera and zoom in on the horizon. Ask yourself if the inferior mirage above the marine layer of the water is curvature of the Earth or not. Be honest with yourself. You've never seen the globe except as depictions on TV and on the internet and in books and magazines. Nothing you can do will allow you to experience a globe that is moving through space. In fact, that very notion is an absolute frame of reference. Relativistically, any frame of reference is true. That globe could be flat and could be stationary. And the universe, if it appears to be in motion, moves around it. But then again, maybe the universe is also stationary. And there's yet another frame of reference that we're operating with. It just gets insane. There's no reason to defend any point of view if you're going to adopt the position of Einstein.
Uh, Batman. What's up? I love you, baby. Questions. Okay. Just try.
All right, my Ron Hatch zip file is like 200 megs. So you can find his work out there. It's not behind paywalls or anything. Wouldn't it be funny to suggest that gas molecules violate relativity?
Elaborate.
Right, like if relativity is what's responsible for molecular behavior producing atmospheres around balls, then how come when we measure what gas does in reality, doesn't appear to conform to such behavior?
So, because they don't conform to the behavior that's been prescribed, it's not true.
Yeah, unless I guess they could say that, yeah, well, gas molecules only appear to be conforming to this ball inside a gravity well of space-time. But in reality, their free expansion is observed. So maybe space-time is compressing in the presence of molecular expansion. There you go. You can have your cake and eat it too.
Is there anything anywhere in the description of bending and warping of space time that would suggest that um, space time is having an effect and causing the gradients? Like, I remember AI saying at one point, I'm not exactly sure pinpoint it, but uh, what if it's, I might be messing up what he said, but here's what I remember. What if it's the case that the bending and warping of space time is the reverse of um, density, right? Like, if the surface of the sphere has the most dense fluids, which would be the oceans, and they get denser the further down from sea level you get, and it's less dense the higher up you go, and it's this fabric of space time that's causing this gradient of density because higher up that fabric is more dense and closer to the object it's uh, less dense. Is that suggested anywhere, or is that just like, you know, theory on theory?
Oh, Aurelian says I'm misinterpreting a paper. Oh.
Well, maybe Orwell might be inclined to tell us the right way to interpret the paper.
Yeah, how we can use relativity to definitively prove that Earth is a ball in outer space. It's always the interpretation, man. You see, you just got interpreted correctly. You may have misinterpreted something. I'm going to teach you what the religious dogma actually says. That way you know for sure that you can't know things for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, he says I misinterpreted the paper where they say that they can improve global positioning by using a local tangent plane with differential GPS. Huh.
But
So,
they've
yeah,
actually
how many local tangent planes can you have on a ball?
infinite.
Normal GPS doesn't use local conversion because they don't need military grade pinpoint accuracy. Oh, citation required. I'm old enough to remember when GPS was purposefully degraded for civilian use because it was principally developed for the military for pinpoint accuracy. Hmm. Normal GPS doesn't use local conversion because they don't need military grade pinpoint accuracy. You know what? Do you think GPS receivers or satellites are responsible for providing coordinates? Yeah, and Brew1 thinks he got a sharp gotcha. LTP is tangent to what? Yeah, it's tangent to a spherical coordinate reference system, goober. Stop trying to reify the globe like Einstein said. I feel like I'm going to have to repeat myself because I pre-bunked all of these objections. And these inaccuracies occur because of many other reasons that are not related to Schwarzschild radius. Yeah, way to muddy the waters further. Yeah, can you be any more imprecise? Yeah, I'd like to find out. I'd like to find out if these coordinate reference systems are arbitrary in relativity or not. They occur because of Earth not being a perfect Schwarzschild mass, tides and etc. Oh, really? So you're going to tell me that the gravity is reversing the free expansion of gas? We're back to that again. How do you know what the mass of Earth even is? Please tell me Cavendish. Please tell me Cavendish. I'm already ready to go. These people are helplessly lost. It's like they don't even understand that their own framework for their cosmology is relative.
Fun talkative Tim.
They're arguing with such absolute certainty that everything is indeed relative, subject to interpretation, different frames of reference, none of which are absolute or inertial. I gotta wonder. I keep thinking about this. Like, imagine a very sharp, bright first year physics student struggling against this incomprehensible pile of crap and wondering if he's actually smart enough, doubting his own intelligence and confidence, and then drops out because everybody else seems to get it. But in reality, what's happening is everybody else is faking it and regurgitating information and aren't really processing what they're being told. They're just trying to get past the next exam and memorize how to solve equations. and apply formulas. That's it. That's what's really going on. If you try to apply any logic and reason against this stuff, you're going to have a bad time. The RTK GPS is even more accurate. All use the same base signals received from the satellite that performs all the Schwarzschild calculations. Oh, this is such full of crap, dude. What do you think, I'm typing this in chat, is transmitted from GPS satellites? My next question after this is going to be, what do you think is transmitted to GPS satellites? Yeah, we all have heard that they're passive beacons, and that's the case for the end user, but not for the maintenance operators. More of a check on learning. I already described some of the data that is transmitted. He says the receiver is not arbitrary. They transform Schwarzschild metric data from the satellite to local ECF. This is like partially true. Yeah, and it's a 3 by 3 matrix. Here, let me show you something.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but what are you guys talking about?
GPS systems.
Oh, and what about GPS systems? I mean, some
Yeah, I'm replying
specific
to
or
your
some.
guy in chat. Yeah, if you want to listen.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry for interrupting again. Go
Yeah, it's
on.
all right. Right, here we go. I told you before, Aurelian, that it is arbitrary for this very reason. Based on reports from NASA and the Italian Space Agency, a significant achievement in lunar exploration was made on March 3rd of this year. The lunar GNSS successfully acquired and tracked Earth-based navigation signals on the moon for the first time in history. You know how they did that? They did that using Earth-based GPS systems. How did they do that? Remember what I said before about how your own internal worldviews are inconsistent? This is one of those things. You think GPS systems prove a globe because they can only work on a globe and they're orbiting the Earth, and why would they work any way else? Well, your own your own technology doesn't work the way you think it does because what's providing the coordinates is the receiver. He's just now replying to himself and avoiding the discussion. It's like he's just now finding out about all these things that I told him about earlier, and is pretending to be an expert. Like earlier when he piped in to describe how general relativity is based on Einstein's equivalence principle, which I already discussed with him in a prior chat. He's trying to bring this information to me as if it's new and I never heard it before, some form of rebuttal. And I'm like, what is going on here? So we got another quick study, guys, another expert in a second.
I believe it's true. I have no information as to how to support what I believe is true, but whenever I search it up, it's yeah, that's true.
What data comes from GPS satellites? Any clue? It's like, are you aware that GPS satellites don't inherently know where they are? That they're told where they are by the ground station? The satellite's atomic clock runs faster at 45 microseconds. Dude, it doesn't cancel out entirely. Not according to Ron Hatch, who built these systems. You're only looking at one aspect of the whole system. Are you aware what data gets uploaded to the GPS network? And by whom? And from where? You're professing to be an expert on this, and so far you've avoided answering what data is transmitted by the GPS system to the receiver in the first place. I keep asking this. I don't think you're ready for that, let alone ready to describe what data actually gets uploaded to the GPS system. Truth be told, nobody really knows. The black box. Nobody really knows unless they have a need to know. Yeah, no kidding. On the moon, we use these coordinates. On the moon, we use lunar coordinates with respect to the lunar gravity model. No shit, Sherlock. That's what I'm telling you. Thanks for continuously repeating back what I tell you. This is the pattern. Satellite signal, time plus ephemeris, goes to ECEI, goes to ECF. Not true. Hold on, satellite. Yeah, so okay, so all that stuff goes back to the ground. The time plus ephemeris is computed on the ground. the coordinate reference system is created. You can create other coordinate reference systems from the same data. The map is not the territory. You know what gets uploaded to the satellites? They are told where they are with respect to a chosen framework of coordinates. You don't have access to the uplink. Nobody here does, or likely ever will. So basically, there's like a loop that's created. The loop goes something like this. An observer sees the satellite rising and descending in their arc of position. The observer sends his globe coordinates with his observation to a central processing station, and multiple observers are feeding this data in the same time. So they've already baked in the globe, okay? Using this base coordinate reference system and using these observations of angles over time, the processing station then computes where the satellites think they should be with respect to the globe that the observers assumed that they were on in the first instance. So now those are sent up to the satellite. Now the satellite has its coordinates up in space, and the satellite then bleeps and bloops where it thinks it is, along with a timing packet back down to Earth. Receivers on Earth, they get a difference in timing from the different beacons. They also get some of the data from where the satellites were told where they think they are in outer space. And then from there, a map is created, a coordinate reference system is applied. You can have a flat one, you can have a round one, you can have a teeny tiny moon ball, or you can have a big fat old Earth ball. It doesn't matter. The same data can be used to construct any coordinate reference system that suits your purpose. Surveyors will use flat ones if they're doing a state plane coordinate survey. They'll use GPS on a flat coordinate grid. Yeah, that's right. And the very fact that the backhaul of GPS is already baking in the globe, baking in WGS84 is arbitrary in and of itself. And you're going to need a curvature measurement to make that true. And if you don't have a curvature measurement, and if you're just using a reference ellipsoid in order for all of your mathematical models to work, to make accurate predictions of where satellites appear to be in the sky from an observer's location, also presuming where they are in a ball. Then you've just created one gigantic self-licking ice cream cone of confirmation bias, and you haven't externally validated anything. Now we have done the external validation. We went out there with lasers to measure the surface of the Earth itself, found it to be flat. The consequences of this mean that without corrections, those spherical coordinates alone, in their pure form, are not going to produce the same distances and orientation as you'd find with actual ground measurements using lasers. Period. You are not aware of the paper then? Yeah, I am. I told you about it. And it's not just one paper. No, these GPS satellites were used from Earth orbit for LUGRA, which is the Lunar Based Coordinate Reference System. Jeez Louise. All right. I have to go take care of things, but I'm going to start reading this article out loud. He seems to think that there's moon base orbital GPS satellites. So I'm posting the article. They refute this claim from NASA, as well as an image, and I'm going to start reading this, okay? And you're going to sound dumb. Okay, so what does this say? For the audience that's listening, NASA successfully acquires GPS signals on the moon, March 4th, 2025. Okay. NASA and the Italian Space Agency made history on March 3rd when the lunar GNSS receiver experiment became the first technology demonstration to acquire and track Earth based navigation signals on the moon's surface. They didn't say moon based navigation signals, Earth based. LUGRA, Lugre. The payload success in lunar orbit and on the surface indicates that signals from the GNSS, that's Earth based, can be received and tracked at the moon. These results mean NASA's Artemis missions or other exploration missions could benefit from these signals to accurately and autonomously determine their position, velocity, and time. This represents a stepping stone to advanced navigation systems and services for the moon and Mars. On Earth, we can use GNSS signals to navigate everything from smartphones to airplanes. For NASA Scan, says a guy from NASA Scan program, Kevin Coggins. Now, Luger shows us that we can successfully acquire and track GNSS signals on the moon. This is a very exciting discovery for lunar navigation. With the receiver data flowing in, anticipation mounted, could a moon based mission acquire and track signals from two GNSS constellations, GPS and Galileo, and use those signals for navigation on the lunar surface? Listen, this whole article, dude, is about using Earth orbiting satellites, not moon orbiting satellites. Well, he's just avoiding direct discussion left and right. Moon clock gravitational correction is 6 microseconds. I mean, listen, dude, all of that is all of this is happening in one part of the system. So now he's saying he never claimed that GPS did provide evidence for the shape of the Earth. No, I'm not letting that fly. Yep, you're moving the goalposts, Aurelian, and you're copying and pasting shit that you don't even understand yourself. I don't expect you to understand this. Any other metric than the Schwarzschild would create big errors for Earth, dude. What about the moon? They're crying out loud. All right, so he said that he never claimed that GPS signals inherently tell you the shape of the Earth. But then he goes on to say that you have to use GPS signals that are computed from the Schwarzschild radius of Earth in WGS 84 for it to work. Like, talk about inherent contradiction. You contradicted yourself.
Hello. Hello, people. Anyone?
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Yeah, I'm good.
How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. Yeah, you've been here before, haven't you?
Huh?
And you've been here before, haven't you?
Yeah, a month ago, maybe, or 2 weeks ago. I didn't
Oh,
open my
okay.
Discord for 2 weeks. I was
Nice,
just
nice.
going into multiple VCs, checking out. I guess we have spoken earlier. Are you T-Dub? Are you T-Dub or some other
No, I'm
person?
not T-Dub. I'm not as
Okay.
handsome as T-Dub, no.
I guess I guess we have spoken some time earlier.
Yeah, I might have talked to you before, though. But yeah, what's up, man? You a flat earther now or what?
Mm, hmm?
Are you a flat earther
Sorry?
yet?
No, I'm not flat earther.
Oh, okay. So what's keeping you on the ball?
I guess I just don't want to. I just don't want to verify things that are obvious and certain. I guess that's waste of time. Uh,
Oh, you said what's obvious?
it is obvious that Earth is a globe. It is very obvious. Okay,
Yeah,
so
but what's
I don't think.
obvious, though?
Yeah, what's obvious is that the Earth, the current Earth, the routes that we have on Earth makes it possible to uh, go from one point and travel around the globe and come to the same point again, okay, in all directions. So that makes that's the biggest evidence for it being a globe. Secondly, our solar system, all the things, all moon, planets, all are globes. So I don't see any point of uh, God's discrimination against Earth for making it flat. I don't.
Well,
Yeah.
we can go through these points just one at a time, right? You said that traveling around would be exclusive for a globe. We could do that over a flat surface as well. And I could even
No.
grant you that everything in the sky would be a globe, right? Or spherical. But the thing is, that wouldn't prove the shape of the thing that you're standing on, right? Like if you've ever played pool or billiards, let's just say that you're
Uh,
standing on top of the billiard table. So
I know what you're
everything,
going to say. I know I have had discussions earlier with people in this chat, and they also had the same thing that it is possible on a flat earth to uh, move around and come back to the same point. But then I had another question which they did not have any answer for, was that it is possible for to go from uh, it is possible from to go to go from uh, okay, so on a flat earth we can't put Antarctica and Antarctica and Scandinavian countries, uh, like they don't make any sense. How can you justify uh, people going from Africa to Antarctica to again uh, South America, and also from South America to Antarctica, and from South Africa to Antarctica, and from Australia to Antarctica? The distance is quite same, but although these places are far away from each other. So I guess there are so many reasons you should explore. There are much better. We live in 21st century. I guess there are much better things to discuss rather than flat Earth. I'll leave. That's this channel is yours, and you have the topic. So thanks a lot, man. You can
all right
discuss
then.
anything.
Okay. All right, bro.
By the way, do you have any? I'll leave. Do you have any answer for that? South Africa and Antarctica, distance from South Africa to Antarctica, distance from Argentina to Antarctica, distance from Australia to Antarctica is same, even though these places are thousands of kilometers apart. So how could that be the case
Yeah.
on a flat Earth?
Well, even if I was to travel from here to China, and that took me 10 seconds, and then I traveled from China to Australia, and that took me 10 days, that would all still be happening over a flat plane because there's no measured curvature. So travel times don't change the shape of the ground. Right? Like it doesn't matter if I'm holding like a little toy airplane above my flat dinner table and I'm moving that airplane with my hand. And it takes me 1 hour to get from one end of my dinner table to the other. And then the next time I move that airplane over my dinner table and move it in 5 seconds, that doesn't make the dinner table a globe all of a sudden, right?
Uh, but that, like, I guess I could not uh, articulate my question that well. I was not asking this. Yeah, anyways, thanks a lot for answering, man.
Yeah, for sure, man. If you have any other questions again or if you want to talk about whatever, we're always in here 24/7.
Do they not realize that flight times have a lot of variables in it, not just distance?
Yeah, I don't think he does, but oh well.
Because if you look at the record for a flight from New York to London by a non-super subsonic jet, it was done by a 747 that caught a perfectly good tailwind and landed in London in less than 5 hours, which is extremely rare.
He said 5 hours?
Under 5 hours, yep.
Oh, damn. Yeah, that's nuts.
So if the conditions are correct, you can fly faster than the aircraft is capable of.
Yeah, all I do now is just try my best to see if I can squeeze some Earth curve measurements out of the people coming in here now. I'm trying to get something.
Yeah, the British Airways 747 essentially reached 825 miles per hour, which is essentially faster than the speed of sound. 200-mile per hour tailwind.
Yeah, it's actually nuts. I used to imagine that going in the opposite direction and get that headwind, your speed would be drastically reduced too. So
Yeah, they would probably have to turn back because it would run out of fuel. They're flying so slow. Or have to land in Iceland or something first to refuel. But yeah, but what they never bring up is the fact that if you flew in an airplane from London to Singapore, it would be impossible because Singapore would be moving away from you faster than you could fly to it in an aircraft. Singapore is close to the equator, so it's moving very, very fast with the spin, whereas London is not moving very fast.
And I was kind of hoping there's going to be a bunch of Globers in here today. I actually have time to talk today for a few hours. Anyway, hopefully everybody's doing good this morning.
Looks like they're either busy or sleeping in.
Maybe they're actually working this morning.
Yeah, I should be working right now too, but thankfully I set my own schedule.
Oh, nice. What do you do?
I do building maintenance at a building for it's got pharmacy, walk-in clinic, and doctor's office.
Oh, sick.
So I have the keys to the building. I have the code for the alarms. So I show up when I want to show up to do repairs. We've got some vacant doctor's offices. Some retired, some moved to new buildings. So I've got to patch all the damage made in those offices, bring them up to electrical code as well, because they've got electric plugs near sinks with no GFCIs on them, which was the code back in the late 1990s when it was built. So things have changed since then. So just bring it up to code.
I can't even imagine there being too much damage going on in a doctor's office.
Well, they drill holes in the walls for shelving and all that stuff. So there are
Oh,
so there's
okay.
the holes in there. We also had a leak on the back wall there, so from the roof. So I had to cut a big hole in the drywall to check and make sure there was no black mold growing in the wall.
I don't know
So I
why I was
cut,
imagining like flailing patients just going crazy and like throwing a bunch of equipment around.
well, in the one doctor's office that I patched in like 2021, they had put it like equipment had been attached to the wall, but it wasn't attached with, because if you have heavy enough equipment, you don't try to attach it just to a single stud in the wall. They should have put a piece of wood that covered like 2 or 3 studs and then attached to the piece of wood. So they actually caused some pretty significant damage to that area for the drywall, which they had covered with pieces of wood to make it look better afterwards. But yeah, I was patching holes that were like 4 by 6 inches there. And that could have been all avoided if they had just done it right the first time. And
You know, that's better.
even their little plastic holders for medical charts and that, they used like the largest you know plastic anchors they could find for stuff that doesn't hold more than 2 pounds. Like you could just use the smallest ones. You don't need to use these large ones.
Honestly, at least that's better than me because I remember when I was a kid, I made a dent in my room in my mom's house, and I tried to patch it up using toothpaste.
It might actually work if it's done correctly, depending on
I
the
mean,
size of the hole.
it wasn't even too bad. It was like the size of my knuckle because I punched it, and I just filled it in with toothpaste. I mean, it looked okay, but you could tell just because it was like a little off colored. Of course, it got chewed out.
Yeah, the worst damage I had to replace here was they used the cheap drywall near all the entrances. Well, over the 30 years or so, with people walking in and out, carrying wet snow and all that stuff on their feet, and people bumping into the drywall near the doors with you know boxes and dollies and all that stuff. Well, it just disintegrated, right?
Oof.
So I I had to cut that drywall up about a foot off the ground, and I replaced it with a den shield, which is used in bathrooms because it's waterproof. You can put tile over den shield and stuff like that, and it's all waterproof. And it cuts just like drywall, which is the beauty, because I didn't want to have to cut concrete board because that stuff is dusty and just wears out blades like crazy. And you need special fasteners to fasten it to anything. Den shields, just standard drywall screws. I put grout over it a bit instead of using drywall mud, because drywall mud would never last. So I just covered all the imperfections with basically mortar, which is water resistant, and then painted over that. Doesn't look as clean as drywall is, but in the five years I did in 2019, still looks brand new.
Oh, nice. Then you're gonna do a good job then.
No one is talking? Alright.
Hmm.
Yo, I'm sorry, dude. All right, just kidding, man. Yo, Sporadic, what do you want us to call you now since you changed your name?
Quantum degreaser.
As I call you QD.
Yeah, so they really are taking screenshots of our chats and clips from the live stream and obsessing over them like a bunch of bevtards.
I mean, it's all they
Like,
can do now.
dude, it's like a bunch of busybodies in the nursing home of ideas waiting to die.
It's because you hurt them too bad. Was it you, Jedi? What was the other one?
DJ the most, like
Oh,
they're picking on
DJ. That's
DJ.
right.
Yeah. But they got 2 streams dedicated to Jedi, so I guess they really don't like him either.
Like maybe I'm not good enough to be hated on yet.
If you say the word refraction casually in the form of your conversation, that'll do it.
I'm gonna hold off then.
Gravity's
I'm
the
gonna go
other
over get
no-no
some.
word.
Yo, are you texting right now?
Am I
Oh my
texting?
goodness. Damn, that typing speed is insane.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh
well,
my
you know,
God.
it's a funny thing. I don't use Discord on a computer.
Yeah, same. I normally use that swipe to chat now. It's pretty good. Yeah, you got like 120 words a freaking minute. That's iPhone. That's pretty funny. Yo, Cider, do you ever talk on VC? I see you in here so often.
It happens.
Oh, there you are. I think the first time I ever heard you talk.
Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you too, bro. You're
I'm
a
in the
flat
middle
earther,
of
yeah?
Yes, sir. I'm in the middle of a
Okay.
dinner, so
Oh no, yeah,
later.
you're good. I was just curious. Yeah, no, you're good, dude. Enjoy your food, man. Have a great night.
Later.
No, I was just curious because we have a few other people that would just come in here muted. I'll try talking to them and they would just stay muted the entire time. No text, no voice, nothing. They would just sit in here for hours on end.
Yeah, there are a few like that for sure. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's all right though. I'd rather
Hey,
have them just sit quietly instead of interrupting anyway. So
Yeah.
That could be they logged in on their computer and then walked away.
yeah, that too. Whatever helps us stay number one, so it's all good.
We had a real interesting fellow before who was trying to rope us into this discussion on Einstein's relativity. I obliged only because I enjoy that kind of thing every now and then. But man, I mean, he was all over the map.
Oh, was that the satellite guy from earlier?
Yeah, saying,
GPS
well,
dude.
he he's like, well, GPS satellites only work on a globe, and they're proof that Einstein's relativity is correct.
Mhm.
So, pointing out that he's affirming the consequent, and
Yeah.
pointing out that he's uh he's going not with but against Einstein's equivalence principle, abandoning Einstein to support the globe. How dare you?
Yeah, that like they are both equivalent, similar dynamics in both models if they are if the Earth is stationary.
Yeah. Yeah, like in avoiding some of the points that I keep bringing up too in order to copy and paste what look like chat GPT responses eventually. It gets frustrating. Like he would interrupt 5 minutes later with a more technically refined version of something that I told him was the case earlier, as if he thought of it as a rebuttal to something I just said previously, but wasn't, if that makes sense. Did this like 3 or 4 times. And which
They
tells me he
never
doesn't really
understood what
understand this shit. Not that I do. Go ahead.
they never understood what Einstein's meant when he talks about relativity. So if they understood that shit, they will never talk about things falling down. Because with Einstein, it's not. It's relative. That thing that you're dropping and you're seeing that it's falling down, for him, it's not. It's staying stationary, and it's the surface of the Earth. It's the Earth itself that's going toward the object.
That's exactly
So
right.
they won't engage with those things. They want to talk about orbiting Earth. They want the Earth is orbiting the sun because you can't tell. They won't talk about anything that engage motion and that you are assuming which one is moving.
Right. So you still can't escape the need for a dynamic measurement, physic- a physical measurement. So yeah, like what's to say that that satellite is going in a curved geodesic when another frame of reference, the satellite could be going in a straight path, and both are valid. What it always comes back to is there any proof that this is even happening in the way they describe in the first place in whatever frame.
Nope.
No.
It's only happening in their minds.
No, and what's to say with Einstein, right? Like, you could conceivably measure the Earth and find out that it's flat, but you can say it's actually curving in higher dimensional space. And you're just incapable of actually measuring it directly because it's a space-time bendy, warpy thing. Or the opposite, right? You could measure curvature. But then you, as a glober who measures curvature and who loves Einstein, should also humbly say, well, we're measuring curvature, but that's just an interpretive frame of reference. It could actually be flat in another reference frame. The shoe's on the other foot.
Because it's the space itself that is distorted. So straight lines are not really straight, because if you make that space as it was before that distortion because of the mass, that straight line won't be straight anymore.
Right. That's the whole point of general relativity. Is that you can draw squiggly lines or straight lines, and they're all invariant with one another. It's all relative, and neither of them's absolute.
They never understood Einstein. They never understood Newton. They never understood those things. So
Yeah, we'd actually have a more fruitful discussion if they kept it at the Newton level.
But does anybody really understand the rantings of that man?
I don't know what's happening in reality in their mind. Sometimes they show like they understand a little bit relativity when they start with those examples that went on car moving in linear motion, you can tell if it is moving or not. Someone that is outside the car, he can't tell if the car is moving or he is. Yeah, they show that they understand that this example. I guess that just because they were given those examples when they were introduced to relativity, but when it comes to using it when they are talking something like orbits, motion of the Earth going around itself, the gyroscope precession or the pendulum precession. Why don't they use relativity? They apply it.
Slow day today, huh? All right, let's see if we can fix that. I don't know if we have any viewers on YouTube, but I'm going to give you people some love. If you have any questions, you can ask them in the chat there and I'll read it here. How many viewers do we have? 3. Okay, well, if any of you 3 guys want to ask something, go right ahead. Aman, like me, says, you must have curvature in order for gravity to exist. No curvature, no gravity. Gravity pulls in and must pull the Earth into curvature. Yeah, in the heliocentric model, I think that's the way it is. I remember when I became a flat earther, maybe a couple of days, well, I remember after I accepted it, and I couldn't take one more single lie. I was very careful. I mean, people had to back it up with evidence or I wouldn't believe it. And I questioned everything. I was like, what else did I lie about? And of course, you find out a bunch of other stuff. Some of the things we can't talk about since we're live on YouTube. But anyway, gravity was a shock to me when someone said, gravity, we can't prove gravity. And I was like, really? Is this another thing that they have lied about? I mean, I almost couldn't accept it, but of course it didn't take long before I actually realized, yeah, we don't actually need gravity if we're on a flat plane. So everything can be explained with density and buoyancy. Maybe there is some kind of bias for the direction, but I'm not even sure about that. I think if you lift something up, you'd want to go back where it was. So um, that's as far as I'm going to go. Maybe we can call that bias gravity. I don't really care. But it is interesting that we don't actually need it if it's not a ball. So you're absolutely right, Amon, like me. We have 4 viewers now. To the new person who joined, we are looking at the YouTube chat. So this is your chance. If you want to ask any questions, go right ahead and type it in the YouTube chat and I will read it here. Who else do we have here? We have a new guy.
I just hop in occasionally to listen because I think it's interesting.
Real Nix. Yeah, you're welcome. Nobody's talking except for me right now. I'm just reading YouTube chat. Let's see if we can.
Well, you're streaming?
Yeah, we're always streaming on YouTube. You see the bot up there in the corner? The YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah. So
That's cool.
sometimes when there's dead air, I just read the questions from the YouTube.
All right.
Unless you have some.
No, I don't have any questions really.
Yeah. All right. Are you a flat earther or do you think you live on a ball in space?
I don't really care, honestly.
All right.
It doesn't matter to me. I just find it interesting to hear both sides of the argument.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, just hang around. Hang around then. Why? How are you? Welcome. All right, let's swing over to YouTube again. Let's see if do we have anything there. Nope. This is the English channel too, so sometimes people just come in to learn more English. We have my Swedish colleague here today, Cedar Fylla. How are you? DJ's here, I think. Let's see. He changes username so often. Broken Eraser. Yeah, it's DJ. All right. Who else do we have here today? Effie Batman. We have Obvious It Be. Okay. Nice. Lats. Good to see you, man. And who else is there? Necros. Okay. Awesome. And who is this? That's it. Yeah, I really don't have much to talk about unless there's some people who want to say something. So I don't know. I don't want to sit here and ramble too much either. I'm just going to monitor YouTube for a while and hang with you guys. Hopefully someone will come in who wants to explain why they think they live on a ball in space. It's always interesting to hear the reasoning. And the honest people just say, well, my teacher in 3rd grade told me, so I guess I just believed it from that point on. And when you're 9 years old, you don't really question the adults around you, so it makes sense. It happened to all of us. All right, we have someone on YouTube, Onyx Storm. Okay, I can't read what he just wrote there. But Onyx Storm, if you have any questions about Flat Earth, feel free to type it in the YouTube chat because I am looking at that right now.
Did you have a look at what Rayleigh Criterion posted that he found on Facebook?
Oh, in our chat. Okay, let me see.
Yeah, in our chat.
I'm switching between the two of them. Yeah, that's right. I forgot I can read our chat as well. For the YouTube listeners, it's actually beneficial because usually you just have headphones on and walk around and do other stuff, and you can't really monitor the chat, even though you can see it in the broadcast. So this is actually... What did he post? Which one are you talking about? I get the impression that meme has
The bottom one, not the plain image.
the bottom one.
How one flat Earth lie creates many more lies.
Yeah, Eric Dubé's quote.
No. Above it.
How one flat Earth lie creates many more lies. Okay. Original lie: the Earth is flat. Lie 1: all photos of Earth are fake. Lie 3: what happened to lie 2? Anyway, every space agency in the world is lying. Pilots, scientists, GPS companies, and your universities are all in on the deception. Lie 5: gravity doesn't exist because gravity proves a spherical Earth. Lie 6: the sun is small, close, and circles over the Earth. Needed to explain sunsets without the globe. Lie 7: everyone who disagrees is brainwashed or part of the cover-up because mountains of evidence contradict flat Earth. Oh, okay. I don't even know if I understood. Is this pro flat Earth or against it?
No, it's obviously anti-flat Earth. You know, but this is the level of stuff you're gonna find on Facebook. That's what Rayleigh was pointing out by posting them, you know. Just thought it was something, you know, you want to speak about something, you can speak about that.
Is
And
this like
dissect
arguments
it
that
so people understand.
are these arguments that Globers give you? that they say?
Not in this specific way, but this is the type of stuff that's fed out into, you know, the information world, and people gobble it up, and this is their perception of what flat earthers are, you know? That's why I followed up by posting that quote from Eric Debay, because
Right.
that whole thing is like, it seems like they think we just woke up and, okay, I'm going to start lying about the earth being flat and go from there and start building it out.
I mean, some of these are just looks like straw men too, right?
Yeah, they're full. It's idiotic.
Yeah,
It's
because
like, if anything, what leads up to questioning, you know, the nature of the earth is you look at some of the stuff that NASA and whatever are putting out, and you notice all the inconsistencies and errors, right?
Right.
And it doesn't necessarily mean any of that stuff is fake, right? But
Yeah.
it causes you to investigate further. And then you'll
Yeah.
eventually get around to finding, okay, where's the measurements of the surface? Oh, there's no measurements of curvature whatsoever. All we measure ever is a flat earth. So we can't be on a ball, so we can go back to anything NASA's ever put out regarding a ball, and it's proven itself fake, you know?
Right. Yeah.
But this is the type of stuff the average glober, you know, in spaces like Facebook and whatever are gonna they come in here thinking, you know?
Well, hello, Flat Earth Society.
We're not the Flat Earth Society.
Are you?
Okay,
That's
Flat Earth, the community. Then,
yes. Hello, Sajad. How are you?
well, hello, how are you? I believe the circulation of that Earth is not flat. So I'm here as a racist.
Okay.
Sorry.
Why do you think?
So, do you believe the Earth is like Minecraft?
No, we don't have a belief. We don't deal with belief systems here. We believe it
Are you
only.
played Minecraft yet?
Yeah,
Have
I
you
played
played?
Yeah, I played Minecraft.
No. Then you believe in this idea.
Really? Look, are you able to see the chat?
Oh yes, it's part I can for AI Copilot.
Yeah. Are you able to read the chat?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that ChatGPT or something else.
No, I'm
Yes,
talking about the chat here
I
in
can see.
Discord. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Do you see the picture I posted?
Yes, I see.
Yeah. Is that where you think you live, on that ball?
Yeah, it's typically in Middle East. We have some hours and between day and night.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Let's try to focus.
makes sense for me.
Yeah. Have you seen the
Oh,
pictures?
it's too much numbers.
No. Have you seen the pictures from NASA that they send out? Do they look like this ball?
Actually, no, I'm not interested. But I'm sorry. I'm here to listen to you. Just
Okay, you can listen. I was just asking you, have you seen that NASA sent out pictures of a ball like this?
oh, sorry, I haven't seen.
Okay, but you know the Earth that they depict, it looks like a round ball, right?
Oh, yes, yes. It's just like Google Maps.
Right. Yes, like Google Earth, exactly. So, do you know the blue stuff on that ball? Do you know what that is?
Water, sea, oceans.
Yes, it's water. Excellent. So, let me grant you that you live on that ball just for a second. Huh? Let's just say that's the case. You live on this ball.
Some research. Some research believe that Earth was connected in many previous decades. That we said about Antarctica, and that Another
Right.
one.
We're
Yeah,
just gonna
let's.
stick. We're gonna stick
We
to the
was.
water for now. Are you with me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you agree that the blue stuff on the ball we
Yeah.
see is water, correct? Do you agree that the blue stuff on the ball in
Yes,
this
correct.
is water? Yes. So do you also see that the water on that ball curves?
Yes.
Yes. So I already granted you that, okay,
Mm.
fine, we live on that ball and it has curving water. Do you know the size of the ball?
But I have. It's we can applicate in real life that some a tower. It's like Khalifa Tower. You can see it from a distance.
Yes, of course.
As you go far away, you can
Mhm.
it begins smaller and smaller. That's
Yeah.
it's my theory about it. It's simple.
Okay, good.
It's that's a proof.
We can talk about Burj Khalifa a little bit later, but I want to stick to water right now. We agree, both of us, that water curves if you live on a ball.
So yes, how
Yeah,
can you relate to that?
yeah. I want to stick to this topic,
Okay.
and we can move on. So water curves on the ball. That is what we agree on. Now we just need to confirm it down here. The size of the ball, as they say, is 3,959 miles. You can Google this if you don't know the number, but that is the number. This means that
Okay.
we can use math to figure out how much it should curve over, let's say, 10 miles. Or I'm
Yes.
assuming you use the kilometers maybe. So let's say 16 kilometers. Yeah. Now
So
so we're going to confirm it now.
what's your
So we do
vision
that.
about
Sorry. Yeah. So
your vision about space, about the flat Earth? How could be?
we don't have to worry about space right now. We're just going to confirm if water curves
Ah,
at the specific rate, right? So we have a 10-mile wide lake. If you take a laser and you shoot it from one beach to the other side, if that laser is 66 foot up in the air, then you live on a ball. The problem is when we take a laser and shoot it from one side of the lake 10 miles over to the other side, it's still 1 foot above the ground on both sides. That means there is no curvature. There should be 66 foot. There is not. That's a 6 storage building. If you take your friend with you to one of those lakes, I mean, I'm sure you have some water where you live, right? You can find a place like that. Have your friend stand on the other side with the laser, shoot it. You can do this during night, and you have one laser. You will both see the laser, and you should not be able to do that unless your friend is over 66 foot tall. Do you understand?
oh yes, sir. I'm with you. I I totally am seeing that nobody wake up and decide to start claiming or there it is flat to endure endless. So what do you mean about this picture? It's up. What do you mean about the Earth is flat and endures endless?
We can't find the curvature because
Mm,
when we measure it with our laser, right? The laser is not 66 foot up in the air. Water
mm,
doesn't curve. Here's a 21-mile test with the laser. I suggest you watch that, and if you still have questions when you have done that, then we can talk more, and we can even go into other
So
stuff.
may I, sorry. May I ask you about this sources? It's a well trust or
Yes,
it's a personal effort?
no, it's well trusted. You can the nice thing is you don't have to trust it because you can go out and you can see if you can see further than uh, if you can see something 10 miles out, then you're not on a ball because the horizon has to
Yes,
be.
sir. I will check it later.
Oh, very good.
Thank you. I will
Absolutely.
unmute it.
You're welcome,
Okay.
my friend.
Thank you.
All right. What else do we have here today? Do we have any new people who joined? Feel free to ask questions. Meanwhile, I'm going to read chat from here, and I'm also going to look at. Actually, I'm going to continue on the lie things there. Something we see often, and I hear it all the time, is that people strawman us. They say every space agency in the world is lying, for example, or pilots, scientists, GPS companies, they're all lying. That is a strawman. I think they really believe that they are on a ball and they are just doing what everyone does. Someone told you when you were a kid you live on a ball, they became a teacher, and then they teach other children and they say the same thing. But if you actually ask them, do you have any evidence for this? They will say, no, I am telling you what my teacher told me. So not everyone is lying. If there are still people alive who actually know the truth and who started the lie in NASA, I mean, they have some 80-year-old people there. Maybe they still are telling this lie, and they know that they're lying. But the vast majority of people who say that that we live on a ball, they are not lying. They just believe it. I'm going to read Eric's quote as well. Nobody wakes up and decides to start claiming the earth is flat and endures endless ridicule for the hell of it. It is rather an unavoidable conclusion after thoroughly examining the evidence. I agree with him 100%. You just don't wake up and decide, I'm going to become a flat earther and become the ridicule of everyone around me, hated by my family and friends. No, you look into it until you cannot deny it yourself. I've done these tests myself with me and my brother, looked at each other over a 6-mile wide lake. So I know that you don't even have to trust the videos of the laser test. You can do it yourself. You can do it on a smaller lake. You can find 5 miles would be enough to see curvature. Right. Do we have any new people who joined? Nope. All right, YouTube. I'm showing some love to you guys. If we have any new viewers, you can type in your questions on YouTube and I will read them here. Or you can come join us on Discord and grab a mic. Let's see. We can read some older chat here just to entertain our listeners on YouTube a little bit. This is recorded too, so we don't want to have any dead air when people scroll through the YouTube stream as well. See if I can find something interesting in the chat. Oh yeah, I didn't watch the full interview yet from the NASA Apollo astronaut who finally faces off against Bart Sibrel, but I'm about halfway through. It's very interesting and funny, so I'm going to finish that one a little bit later. I thought it was
I wonder if
interesting.
Grumman will watch that interview.
Yeah, that
or
would be
debate,
fun.
because he's
Yeah.
hardcore for the moon landings.
Right. I
And
give
that's
him
the
a
thing,
vote.
it's great because that debate's in the context of globe Earth versus globe Earth, you know?
I think I heard them say something about they needed to refill the rocket a few times. Otherwise, they couldn't even leave Earth orbit. And the astronaut sounded like it was the first time he heard it. And he's the guy who claimed that they went there on one tank, right?
Yeah, it's something along them lines.
Yeah.
He never knew about that before.
Right. Somehow they got all the way to the moon with one. No refill, no refueling at all. Just one little rocket. So I think that was my favorite part of the interview so far. Now India talked about that as well. Haven't seen Hellcat there for a while, or Grumman as he calls himself now. You know, I'm a little bit impressed by that guy. He's only 17. We got to give him a little slack. He's young, right? So, but he has the ability to retain information at least. So it's a little bit weird that he hasn't accepted that he doesn't live on a ball.
Yeah, I mean, retaining information is one thing. Actually being able to correctly understand it is a whole different ballgame.
Yeah. But as far as anti-flat earthers go, to be 17 and have that level of knowledge it's rare. I mean, he would make other 40, 50-year-old anti-flat earthers look dumb compared to him. So I'm a little bit impressed. 17. So, but he still has a chance to ask teachers and so forth. I wish I could go back to school and ask my teachers the questions that I ask people here now. I would have so much fun with that.
It would be fun, but you really wouldn't get anything, if you're just asking like general education level teachers, you wouldn't get much more than what you get in here.
Yeah, I know. But that's what's fun about it, because the rest of the class would realize fairly quickly that their teacher doesn't know anything. They're just teaching whatever they were taught.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, that comes from the premise that people are building their worldviews and identities on evidence, which they're not. It's not how the world functions. Build it on groupthink and consensus, safety, comfort, ease of life.
Safety in the herd. Herd mentality.
It doesn't matter how many academics you out. You can make them all look foolish, Yeah. People will still persist in this global belief until they're ready to stop, basically.
Right.
And that's completely individual,
Yeah, absolutely.
And certainly we don't want it that the whole world flips over to knowing the Earth's flat just because all the authorities said so, Then we're in the same fucking boat, Same problem.
Yeah, that would suck. But we have people here who said even if NASA comes out and says that the Earth is flat, they still wouldn't believe it. Like Matthew Learns said that. He said that multiple times, which is, I find that really weird, because he really trusts them on other things. So I don't.
Yeah, it's not about evidence. It's not really about the authorities. It's about what feels good.
And a lot of people say, why does it matter? Nothing would change for me. But that's the thing. You can't really explain it until you understand it, that your whole life changes. I mean, because you start thinking differently about everything. And you start to require empirical evidence for everything. You don't no longer believe when someone starts a sentence with the words 5 million years ago, this and so happened here. You're like, no, shut up about that. You don't know that. So there is a lot of stuff that changes, and I'm not even speaking about your relationship with family and friends. That changes as well. I mean, I frequently have family when I go back to Sweden in the summers and talk to my older brothers and their wives and so on. And they know I'm a flat earther now, but they're like, how? They know in which area I work and so forth, and they always thought that I was a smart guy. It's like, how can you be so smart in all the other areas, but so dumb and stupid when it comes to flat Earth? How can you? I mean, they can't square it. It's like, maybe I am smart in this area too. Have you ever thought about that? So, yeah. All right.
Probably in time, they'll slowly start coming to you with a question
I hope
here,
so.
a question there,
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for.
Hey guys,
All
I just started an event, just to let you know. Well, just
Great.
about to start it.
Cool.
Just a second, I'll just read out what the event is about. Okay, start event. Okay, all right, so the name of the event is Are They Really Lying About the Globe?
Nice.
And we have a picture of Einstein with one of his quotes as the thumbnail. Yeah, hopefully that brings some people in. It seems to be a question, that they all seem to ask, oh, why would they all be lying? And like you said, it's a straw man for the most part. So it could be a good conversation starter event title.
Yeah. Perfect. While we wait for those new people to arrive, I'm going to read what Sajad. How do you pronounce your name? Sajad? Sajid? Sajad Abbas.
Oh,
As of
Sajjad.
Sajad.
It's a
Okay,
historical equation.
very good. Sajad. He says, and I'm reading this for our YouTube viewers right now. As a Muslim, I believe that the circulation of earth, our Holy Quran mentions it with fully logical interpretation of everything, not only about the subject you are talking about. Okay. All right.
I think he means as in circulation. I think he's actually meaning
yeah, the curvature. Or
yeah.
actually movement, maybe?
Yeah, you're not talking about it spinning, are you? Sajad, you're talking about like it's like egg shaped or something like that, according to some people. Is that right?
I don't think Sajad's English level is there for this topic, to be honest. And we've got other people popping in and leaving.
Good point.
Right. Yeah. Sajad, I mean, I respect everyone's religion and their beliefs. That's fine. But you really shouldn't base your, your knowledge about the shape of the earth on a book. Maybe go out and do one of those tests, and then your logical interpretation of your scripture might actually change. Because we do have a lot of Muslims who are flat earthers, and they don't interpret those verses in the Quran exactly the same way as you do. So maybe you're talking about the curvature, maybe you're talking about motion, but we're guessing it's the curvature. And Latz also replied. He says, we don't just have to take the earth on belief. We can actually go and check to see if it's curving or not. Exactly. That was my point. Sorry, my fault, says Sajid. He says, yes, I mean the earth curve, as you said. Yes. Yeah, we figured. Yeah, we've seen the argument many, many times, so we can kind of decode. You're doing all right. We appreciate your comment. Thank you. Let's see. Do we have any new people who just joined? Edilio, how are you? Jedi here. He's not new. He's the OG of the room. Okay, Edilio, do you want to talk to us? You don't have to. You can sit and listen if you want to, but we're here if you want to ask questions.
Okay, nothing. Thank you.
All right.
I are only for speak English. Sorry,
English.
I
Very
don't
good.
speak English very well.
All right. Well, this is your chance. You can sit and listen in, and if you can type something in the chat, feel free. I will read it there as well. But you don't have to.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Absolutely. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Nice to meet you. Okay, let's see. What do we have on YouTube right now? I think we have two bots. One of the bots is just pre-recorded things right now, and the other one should be live. And if I open it, I should hear myself. Two, testing. Nope. No, one of them is also playing music. Is someone leaking audio right now? Maybe that was me. I don't know. Okay, let's go back to Discord.
Hey, Plain. What's your YouTube channel's name again?
My YouTube. What do you mean? I don't have a
Yeah.
YouTube. I was just reading from the bots
No.
broadcast.
The one that you post. Sometimes you post clips from. Someone's made an account and they've been posting clips of us lately. They're suitable for replaying over the music bot. I've seen you post them a couple of times.
Oh, let me check. I know which channel you're talking about. It's not my channel, but it's some guy. I think his name is
Majin. Is it Majin's?
Majin. Yes. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. What's that? What's his channel name again? I keep forgetting.
Yeah. Let me link it because it's a really good one. He takes like the best of the
Thank
best
you.
and posts them on the level, and the channel.
On the level.
The channel link is posted in the chat by me right now. Yeah, that's excellent, and he has it organized really nicely. So if your favorite flat earther is Indio, for example, you can click on his playlists and select Indio, and you will hear all of his stuff, debates he has been in, and so forth. And AV has a section there, and I believe DJ, and I mean a lot of people have sections there. So he does an excellent job.
Isn't that Bev's channel?
What's his name again? Majin.
Majin's.
Oh,
It's
Magians. Yes. Okay. Yes.
yeah. Because I went the other day. I went to search my history, like to find the channel that way, because I know I've watched some of it. I've listened to some of it, and it's been removed from my history list, or it never got added in the first place. Tut YouTube.
Yeah, he's shadow banned. Seriously shadow banned. You can't, if you don't know the name of it, you can't find it. So it's terrible that they do that to people. I mean, why can't they even leave our history alone? It's insane, really. Hey, Maria, how are you? Welcome to the chat.
Hello everyone. Sorry, but I'm here only from listening because I don't speak very well English and I can learn. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. It's all right. We're talking to Maria right now. Wonder if she has been here before. I think I recognize the face of that avatar.
No, it's my first time at
Oh, first
Discord.
time. All
Yes,
right, nice. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. What
Nice
are
to meet
you
you.
talking about? Nice to meet you too.
We're talking about the place where we live, the
Oh,
Earth,
oh,
and
okay.
a lot of people say, why would they lie about the Earth being a globe? Do you think you live on a ball in space, or do you think it's a flat plane?
I think I live in a rounded
Yeah.
Earth, not a flat
Okay.
one. No.
All right. Do you have do you know why you think that, or why do you believe that?
I don't know if I can express well in English. I'm sorry, but
Where are
um,
you from? What language is
re-
your
I speak
original?
Portuguese.
Portuguese. Okay.
Portuguese, yes.
I wish I could speak Portuguese. I cannot. No. But you have pretty good English.
Oh, thank you.
So you're here to practice it a little bit? Would you like to practice it with me? Or do you just want to run away? All right. Okay, that's fine. It happens. People get a little scared when they hear what the topic of the room is. That's understandable. It's a tall order to take in. I think I'm going to fire up a second phone so I don't have to switch back and forth between the app and YouTube. And I am going to speak clearly, if that's possible for a Swedish guy. Swedish guy. Oh, YouTube is up. Okay. I am live on YouTube. All right. Nice. We have 6 viewers now. Hello, YouTube viewers. How are you guys? If you can hear me and you have any questions, I will read the chat on YouTube. So we're going to give you a little love over there. We're doing this when we have dead air. If anybody else want to talk, just interrupt me. I'm not here to run my show or anything like that. I just feel for the YouTube people because I work as a coder and I have 24/7 on YouTube on basically every waking hour. Flat Lloyd Wright in YouTube chat says, "Woo, run the show." All right, I will do that until someone stops me. If that's okay. I actually don't like listening to myself, but what I liked less when I was a YouTube listener is when it's quiet and nobody says anything at all, because this is entertainment for me. I love to hear Indio, AV, DJ, everyone talk to the Globers, and when it's silence on YouTube, I'm like, crap, what's going on? I wanted to hear some Globers talk now. So we're going to see if we can make that happen on the show. I'm running it. Thank you for putting up the YouTube bot, Flat Lloyd. We have 2 bots, and the other one is just broadcasting old debates and old discussions right now. It is interesting though. So you can always go there if you have nothing better to do and it's quiet on the Discord one. The other one will broadcast old content. 6 viewers right now. 7. Here we go. We have a new guy. Welcome, new guy on YouTube. Whoever you are, feel free to type your questions in the chat over there and I will read it. If you're looking at the stream on YouTube right now, the last link I sent was the YouTube channel On The Level. I suggest you go and subscribe. It's very nice, and they have Majin, who runs that YouTube channel, is organizing the best of the best. So if you don't have time to sit around and wait for content and you have nothing better to do, you can go and pick up one of the videos from his channel as well. But we don't want you to do that right now because we want you to interact with us in the chat. So out of the 7, Flat Lloyd is 1. So we're not going to count him unless he wants to say something cool, and I'll read it here. But then we have 6 other people, and I hope you guys want to interact a little bit. You can type in whatever you want. Maybe you want to insult the flat earther. This is your chance. I will read it through the other people, and we'll see if we can have some fun with that. Maybe you have a question, and I will read that too. And we have our own chat, T-Dub. Let's see, you're so excited. This is the main event. Yeah, absolutely. It's a fun meme. Who is that? And if you want to, you can post your memes in the Discord chat and we'll go over them. Maybe they have something cool we can talk about. Meanwhile, I'm going to scroll up and see if there has been anything fun happening this morning. We already talked about the NASA interview. Bart Sibrel, he did good. Although Bart is an interesting character, isn't he? Is he a flat earther or is he just a moon guy?
He's not a flat earther.
All right. Well, he's helping us on that with that argument. He's done a lot of good for the, to show people that moon landing was fake. Obviously, it was, but he's helping. So I
Yeah,
appreciate
yeah.
everyone.
I remember watching his stuff before I even got into flat Earth.
Yeah. I mean, I knew the moon landing was fake long before I even started to look into flat Earth. And as soon as you know that the moon landing was fake, you also automatically have to disregard the blue marble from 1972. That helps as well.
Yeah, well, we saw in his doco a funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah, he was privy to that footage, that leaked footage where they're faking Earth shots through the window of a high altitude aircraft when they're supposed to be halfway to the moon. That was good. That was classic.
Yeah, that's a good
Instantly shed, doubt for me. When I saw that, this is years ago. I saw that. I think when he first released it, I probably saw it.
Yeah, some Globers I've heard have said that footage was from some kind of movie or something. It wasn't really from there or whatever. That's that was one of the things that they object, and they say that's not from NASA.
You remember when he showed it to Buzz Aldrin, and Buzz Aldrin was like, "Where did you get this? How did you get it?"
I love it. Buzz Aldrin is a character. I mean, sometimes he says things that kind of points to that he didn't go to the moon, and sometimes he says things that he's absolutely certain about it. He's a weird guy.
His reaction that Tito described to that footage, I think is more telling than anything that he's ever said or done or reacted to, because it just implies that he knows that nobody should have seen this.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm like 10 minutes into this interview. I can't wait. After hearing this, I can't wait to watch the rest. I'm going to watch it.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the interview with the astronaut and what's his name?
Bart Sibrel.
Yeah, Sibrel. Is that what you're talking about now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, me and my wife are just starting it now. So awesome.
Edgar Mitchell had a similar reaction.
Yeah, there's some funny reactions from the astronaut in that video, so you're gonna enjoy every second of it. It's very good. I think India was the one who turned me on to it for a couple of days ago, and now I've been looking for the full link. And who posted it? I don't know. Anyway, it's down there in the chat. Very good interview. I am just scrolling chat up. I'm at 4 a.m. in the morning. I want to see what happened when I was asleep.
Despite, I've heard some flat earthers state that Bart Sibrel challenged all the Apollo astronauts to swear on the Bible, and that none of them, complied. 3 of them did. 3 of them did actually lay their hand on that Bible that Bart Sibrel gave them, and swore that they went to the moon. Only 3. The
Yeah.
rest refused. Yeah.
At least one of them, I know after he'd done it, said, I don't care, I'm an atheist. He actually said that.
Oh, wow. I
Yeah,
missed that
so
bit. All right.
yeah,
Don't
I
remember.
don't know if I can find the video, but that was the most fun part of it. Because he actually went through the whole thing, I swear on this Bible, blah, 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 blah. And afterward, he was like, well, I'm an atheist, so. And then he kicked him in the ass and threw him out of a house. Wasn't that it wasn't Bart Zibrell, it was some other journalist or flat earther. Don't know his
Really?
name.
I thought that was Sabril. The
Was
one
it?
that Edgar Mitchell kicked. Yeah, yeah.
Well, if it was, he was much younger because he had hair.
Yeah, it was him.
Right, yeah,
Funny
yeah.
thing Astronauts Gone Wild, you mean?
Is that it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. That's Butts. The one where he gets punched by Buzz.
Okay. I didn't know because I didn't recognize him. He looks
Yeah.
older now.
He's been assaulted twice by astronauts.
That's almost a badge of honor, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
If you've been assaulted by an astronaut, you know you're doing something right. You're asking the right questions. All right, I scrolled all the way to the top where I said something the last time. I don't. Usually my morning routine is get up, scroll back to the 6 or 7 hours of sleep, and then put it to 2 times the speed and try to catch up what happened during the night. I didn't do that today because Monday is date night for me in the morning, not at the night time. So I've been busy. If you know what I'm talking about. Very happy man right now. Anyway, we are going to see if there's any more viewers somewhere. C.E. Heckner, YouTube. Broken Racer, thanks. I had no idea about this. Okay, yeah, nice. Yeah, you should see your own name there. I think he has. You probably have your own section. I should check that, right? DJ. If you don't, you should, because your content is excellent. Am I right or am I right? On the level, does DJ have his own section there? I'm gonna check. Just for fun. We have, yeah, there's one. DJ sees way further than you. Yes, you have your own section. You have 14 videos in your section. One of the big ones. AV's reality check. That's AV. He has 15. And there's some other mixed videos. AI Overlord has his own section. That's 15 videos from him. Master Yoder has 22 episodes. It's fantastic. The Indio Files. Indio has 37. Yeah, that's an honor to end up in that playlist for sure. Yes, there is a Master Yoder playlist. But you have your own as well. I hope you saw that. Says
Well, now we know
dude.
the order that we all disappear, guys.
Oh yeah, this is how they take you out if you end up on that list. Find some blackmail on you. Do what they did to. I don't even know. That's speculation. I don't know what happened to Jaron, but he was a flat earther for 10 years, or maybe he wasn't. He's a weird guy. I don't know. That's just super weird. I've seen so many videos where he explains laser tests and all kinds of stuff, and then one day he's just like, "No, I live on a ball." That smells like blackmail to me, but who knows? Anyway, it's not speculation Sunday. I don't know anything about it, so I'm just thinking out loud. I also find it funny that guy has been in 2 documentaries now, and they both came up with some Globe results or whatever they claim it to be. It's weird. At least Whitsitt said he wasn't going to be part of the new one. You can think whatever you want about Whitsitt, but he has made some good points, and he has made a lot of people open their eyes to flat Earth. So But he also speculates about things that he doesn't have any empirical evidence for. So if you take the other parts and it doesn't actually matter who presents the information. It's the information you should critique, not the person who presents it. So I've seen some good videos from him. I got to give it to him. Even Flat Earth Dave, I think he speculates way too much, but even he has a few videos that are very, very good. So I'm just looking at the information. I don't care who it comes from. People always try to poison the well. Oh, you're a flat earther. Now we can't take anything you say serious. It's like what's that fallacy called? Genetic fallacy. It's dumb. Oh, there's the Sobral video. Yeah. I see it. Thank you, Ciderfilla. Ciderfilla. Have to pronounce it the English way. But if you were from Sweden, you would say Ciderfilla. Good guy. I like that you're here.
I've got a feeling that Ciderfilla's profile picture is of an ancient megastructure where they're pointing out the intricate joining of two different stone works and the carving in them, where there's like a protrusion that's like a half cylinder, like that's been carved into the rock. I find that stuff really fascinating. I love following all that, but I know it's off topic. But I was just wondering if that's what it actually is. That's some master engineering there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's from boxes on Elephant Island. I can send you pictures and stuff.
Yeah, do so. Thank you. Yeah. Link
please.
me stuff like that. Yeah. DM it to me if you want.
All right, nice. We have 9 viewers over on the live show on YouTube right now. He said Ammon like me says he said he can do it. Apparently not. I don't know what you're talking about. A man like me. A man like me. Okay. A man like me. All right. I read it as Aman, kind of Muslim name maybe, but it's just a man like me. I think he is a flat earther. But a man like me, I don't know exactly what you meant by he said he can do it. Apparently not. Maybe we'll find out. 8 viewers now. Come on. We dropped one. Why is that? We're having such a good time right now. Necros is typing. What is he going to say to us? Whatever you say, know that I will read it for the YouTube listeners. He posts a link and it's BAM Investigations, J on Films. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's about ancient builders, maybe?
Yeah, BAM.
Yes.
It's abbreviation for Builders of Ancient Mysteries.
Mm-hmm.
And it's nice. There is some nice documentaries there. Very, very nice one. I just tagged T-Dub with it if he likes those things about
Thank you. Yes.
structures. That one is nice.
Yeah, I wasn't subbed to that one, so thanks. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, I categorize all of those things as in what I call recreational beliefs. It's fun to look at it and speculate about it, and very interesting. And sometimes you can actually find some kind of evidence for it as well. So I'm going to bookmark that and have a look myself. It's very interesting. Thank you for posting it.
You're welcome, brother.
All right. A man like me on YouTube says he said he can prove downward bias. Interesting. Okay. I don't know who says he can do that, but maybe we'll get some more information. But yeah, if anybody wants to prove downward bias, feel free. Glober or flat earther. I don't know much about that topic actually. For me, I would have to speculate, and I can't do
Does
that.
he mean
Right?
does he mean inward bias or downward bias?
He says downward bias. Oh yeah, but he's a flat earther, so I'm guessing. Wait, oh maybe he should have said inward bias. At least for the Globers, that's what they would have to believe, right?
Right.
Yeah. So if you're listening to the show, you can prove inward bias. Right ahead. Join us. Talk about it a little bit if you like. And we'll destroy gravity nevertheless for you. But the bias is interesting. I got to give you that.
There does appear to be a distributional bias, right, where you have like matter layer in layers, right, according to the density, I guess you would say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Elaborate.
Well, we can have a density tower.
Yes.
Yeah. You have a dense. You can have like in a large jar or whatever. You can have some solid, which is the most dense, and then you can have some liquid that is less dense. And you can have some other liquid which is even less dense again, like oil versus water. And you have all these different materials. And you can even leave a section at the top empty of matter or liquid, and then put a lid on it, and then shake it up, and it'll all mix up together, right? And then slowly it'll settle, and you'll see that it, based on the different density of different material, it'll layer itself out accordingly, where you've got that densest solid at the bottom, and then your less dense liquids on top of that, sorting themselves out accordingly, and then at the very top you've got your gap where there's air, there's gas, right? So that there is that type of bias, I'll agree.
Yeah,
And it
the air
starts
that
at the
we are,
bottom and goes up.
the
So
air
go on.
that we are breathing now, it's constantly doing what you just said. It's constantly trying to just separate those different density materials composing the air that we breathe. So those different gases, the lighter one, the less dense one will try to go up, and the denser one will just settle in the bottom. And it changes, it mixes because of the change of temperature, like you said, when you shake that container. So it happens. Sometimes they shake, they mix with each other because of the difference of temperature, and then they try again to separate because of that density bias.
Yeah,
It's
for sure.
happening.
Yep, absolutely. It reminds me of when we're talking about, the Bremen drop tower, where they drop different materials and they actually fall down at different rates. Globers don't know that, but they act shocked when we tell them about it. But there is actual evidence for this as well. So it's not exactly 9.8 meters per second squared. It differs a little bit, which points to a density and a buoyancy thing. Well, density at least. Should say buoyancy. They actually drop it from up there. I think it's 30 meters tall or something.
Yes. So, because a few hours ago, Yoda was talking about documents talking about location of satellites with respect to magnetic field lines and things, right? So, and then we were talking about we're speculating a little about whether there's a relationship with what's been identified as gravity and magnetism. And I didn't get to raise this point then, but I'll raise it now. So a few years ago, I saw this documentary where they interviewed, I can't remember his name, but he worked at Lockheed Martin, and he was tasked with, you know, investigating whether there's ways to exploit certain, you know, physics to, you know, help reduce costs, make flight more efficient, etc., etc., right? And he said in this interview, and he wondered to himself whether magnetism has a relationship with his good old friend gravity, right? And so what he did was he got these two huge, strong magnets, right, and forced them, the opposite poles, together, right? Forced the equal poles together, so that it was, they were trying to push apart, but he forced them together, right? And then tied them up so that they couldn't separate, and then dropped it from, you know, like, I don't know how high, 3 stories or something, right? He was doing these drop tests, and he found that these two magnets, whose, you know, equal poles were forced together, fell at a slower rate than just another object, you know, that it wasn't magnetic. Yeah, I found that really interesting, and you know, what's going on there, right? Like, and then he was showing how you can drop I think it's an iron ball or something, through a copper tube, and it falls slowly. Like, he was showing all these different things that he was investigating, because that was his job, like, to see if there was anything like that they could actually exploit to achieve, you know, efficiency and you know, reduce costs in aircraft. Yeah, yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Very interesting. Matrix posted a little video there as well.
Yeah,
Aaron,
Chief,
see the
if
Aaron doesn't phone. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I wanted to ask T-Dub. So if the claim about gravity, they claim that gravity, and that, like, those who follow Newtonian gravity, they claim that it's dependent to the mass. So meaning that more mass, more attraction. So why there is no difference between an object that have more mass, like bowling ball, compared to the feather, if the gravity between the Earth and that bowling ball will be stronger than the gravity between the feather and the Earth? So why they claim that, it fall the same rate, but it shouldn't? Normally, it shouldn't. The bowling ball
Right.
has mass, or more gravity power, more attraction. It's not the same. Shouldn't be the same. With Einstein, I can say it's yes, because gravity is dependent to that void. So when you fall into that void, so that curvature of space-time, so you fall in nothingness. So the object is falling into nothingness, following the curvature of that space-time. So there is no speed variation needed, because it's not caused by something. In reality, it's just the curvature of space-time. So the object is following that path. So in reality, nothing changed. So if there is a cause and effect, it will be just on that space-time curvature, what caused the curvature of space-time, and the effect is the curvature of space-time. The object in Einstein's gravity is not doing anything, it's just following that distorted path. But in Newtonian gravity, you should see different speed, different power of attraction between massive object and less massive object, like the feather and the bowling ball.
When they actually do that test, though, they do it in that drop tower in Bremen. I bet the bowling ball is going to fall a little bit faster. But I don't know. It's interesting. All right, guess what? We are now live in both YouTube channels. So I'm going to monitor the second one as well as a little bit here. And there is one person who wanted us to paste the link to the YouTube video with the Bart Sibrel and the astronaut video. And I'm going to comply with that request right now. I think. Do I even have my account here? I don't know. Can I do that? I'm not logged into YouTube. Why is that? Okay. Yeah, I think I can do that. All right. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
All right, excellent. We are live on both YouTube streams, so I'm going to read some chat from the second one. And the last person who said something was Big Lap of Oz. Please send link to astronaut vid. And I'm now logged in, and I'm pasting it right now for you. Enjoy. Before that, Gom777 said he only insulted people. He doesn't care about arguing against an argument. He just wants to insult people. So we're not going to read his comment. Let's see. Gom777 on YouTube. He is a troll for sure. But it's fun to go over there. So if you have nothing better to do, you can go over and argue with him in the chat on YouTube. We have 25 listeners over on the other YouTube channel right now. And if any of you 25 or 24 want to have your comment read, I will read it live right now. Big Lap of Us says yes. He got the link. Be good. I don't know why they don't make it clickable, so you probably have to kind of type it in. Sorry about that. Oh, he says yes to Gum being a troll. Yeah, that's for sure. I've talked to that guy before. Ground measurements. That's not what it is. All right, so 26 people watching on YouTube right now. If any of you wants to interact, now's your chance. You can type something into the chat on YouTube, and I will read it live on Discord.
Alternatively, there is links provided in the descriptions of both channels where they can click and join us.
Oh, they didn't get the link, he says. Why is that? Am I banned from chat on YouTube? Why would I be banned? Test. I'm going to write test. Big lap of Oz. Did you see my text that says test?
Are you a mod? Are you a mod on that channel? If you're a mod, you can post links.
Oh, no, I'm not. So maybe I can just maybe type in the 8-digit.
Which
Yeah.
channel was it on? Because I'm not a mod on
It's not on
Flatlords, but I'm on.
Flatlords. It's the other one.
Okay, I can post it. I can post it. Which one was it?
Oh. The
Was
one
it
that's
the one that Cider fella posted?
it's the Bart Sibrel interview that I think DJ posted. Let me check. At least post it in Discord and you can copy it. It's up there. So it was this one. There. That's the one he wanted.
Okay, I'll grab that. I'll
Thank
copy
you.
the link, and we'll see. I'll go to Helios.
All right,
Different
Mr.
host.
Big Lap of Oz. We are going to. Oh, there you go. No, that was Nightbot. Okay. Anybody else is wondering what's going on? We are monitoring the YouTube chat right now. You can ask questions, and here we go. There is the link to the
There we go.
Bart Sibrel interview. Thank you very much. I see it on my other phone here. Excellent.
No problem.
Big Lap of Oz. Did you get it? Type a little Jess in the chat there, and we know you got it. Big Lap of Oz says, I get lost on Discord. Yeah, it's a little different. A lot of different places we hang out in as well. 4 different servers, I believe, and we switch around a little bit. I like the English hub. This seems to be the place where we get most Globers, even though sometimes they can't speak English very well. But with some patience and some pictures, we can help them a little bit. I'm going to speak extra slow and clear if I can keep that up. It's 15 minutes past 3 p.m. locally for me. Maybe people will get off work soon and they will come in here and they want to discuss the Earth. We're here for them if that happens. I'm one of those people who have been blessed to have a job which is pretty much I decide my own hours. And I can also work from home most of the time. And today I decided to hang out a little bit extra here, so that's why you hear me rambling now. Big Lap of Oz, you see the Nightbot, pasted the links to Discord. Yes, he got it. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Absolutely. We're here to serve. Very good video. Very entertaining. Fun. So, last video I watched yesterday was they were talking on some channel, I can't remember now, about the Dr. Shiva experiment or whatever, his summit. And the guy who was representing Flat Earthers, what's his name? Kevin, was there and he was doing an interview. And he talked about the whole thing, the problems with Dr. Shiva, that he didn't let any other Flat Earthers in. And even he said himself that he probably let Kevin in because he had not so good English. So he couldn't defend himself in real time, really, the way you can if you're a native speaker. That was kind of a chicken shit move to make from the Shiva guy. I don't even want to call him a doctor. I know he is, but he's so irritating and overbearing and smug all the time. Plus, he kept muting the flat earther Kevin for both of those meetings that they had. And Kevin said Let me see if I can retell the story a little bit. That there was another guy, Stone. He is from Ether Cosmology. Had devised the test. Kevin wanted to do his fishing line test, which is he twisted 3.2 kilometers worth of fishing line, and then they had some kind of device on each side, and they stretched the line really hard, so it was level, a few centimeters over the water. And then he paddled all the way to the middle of that, about 1.5 kilometers, and he measured it from the water level there. And he measured it in a few places, and the line was perfectly straight over those 3.2 kilometers, no curvature at all. And he should be able to detect at least a little bit. Some of that line should have been in the water, actually. But of course, we know it wasn't. So he wanted to do that test, but then Stone convinced him that the airplane thing was cheaper to do. Apparently, I don't know how much it cost for fishing line, but he said it took him months to twist those two lines together just to make it strong enough to be able to stretch that far of a distance. So maybe it was time consuming and not everyone can do it. He constructed some kind of wheel that could twist it, but still it took a long time. So Stone convinced him to go with his test, and of course, Dr. Shiva immediately criticized him for not bringing his own test, and from that point on, it was a shit show. You shouldn't even go watch it because it's just so aggravating and annoying. And of course, in the beginning, the whole thing was they were going to have 10 PhDs there and 10 flat earthers, and in the end, it ended up with like one flat earther who even talked, and some other guy who also said he was a flat earther, but he didn't say anything for the whole thing, basically. And who was the third one? It was Globe Crusher from X, and he didn't even want to join when they were, because he knew it was going to be bad, so he kind of backed out of it. Good for him. I wouldn't have want to been there either. We had a couple of people here from 24/7 who wanted to join, and they were not allowed, and he even banned them on Twitter or X. I think Yoder wanted to join, and he was like, nope. India wanted to do it, and he said he was going to have to dox them, tell them their full name and addresses and whatever. So I understand that. So that sucked. I mean, can you even imagine how much fun we could have had if India would have been in on that thing? Of course, he probably would have muted him the whole time, and so I don't know. It's too bad. Too bad. That could have been epic. India against 10 PhDs. It's like the flat smack of the century. There is one guy who can do it. It is India for sure. Saw him last night. He's not here today. Sometimes he listens in on YouTube. India also has his own section in the On the Level channel. Very interesting content. If you have nothing to do and you want to listen to some fun debates, you should go check out his playlist on the Level. We have 20 people over on YouTube. Nobody says anything in the chat. This is your chance, guys. Type a question. We'll answer it live. And I'm going to check the other channel now as well. Switch between the two of them. Nope, nothing on the other one. "22 people on the channel that's named 24/7 FE Discord. 21 people watching right now. That's awesome, guys. Welcome. Hope you're enjoying it. And this is your chance to interact a little bit. I remember when I was listening on YouTube, I wanted people to read my comments because sometimes I thought I had something reasonable to say. Hopefully that was the case. But of course, I was just talking to the trolls on YouTube. But you guys who are listening on YouTube right now, you are talking to us right now in the Discord server. So go right ahead. Say whatever you want. And if we can answer it, we will. Maybe I have something I can post. See.
Hello, guys.
Hello. How are you?
I'm great, and you?
Doing great. Are you new
Right?
to this channel?
Yeah.
You're very welcome. Do you know
Thank
what
you.
we are talking about here?
No, what are you talking about?
We're talking about the place where we live. It's called Earth. Have you heard of it?
Yeah, I have heard from
Very good.
Are you
What do you?
are you discussing if the Earth is flat or not?
Yeah, basically, we're asking people if they think they live on a ball in space or if they think that they are living on a flat plane. What do you think?
Oh, I think we are living on a ball in space.
Yeah, very good, very good. Can
And
I? Can you? Have you seen this ball in a picture? Maybe.
only like on my cell phone.
Yeah. Are you able to look at the chat?
Yes.
Do you
Wait.
see the Earth there?
Um, what chat are you talking
The
about?
chat here on Discord. If you click on your chat bubble underneath all the pictures here, you come to chat and you can see something that I posted. It's a picture of the Earth from
I
NASA.
think. Yeah.
You've seen that pictures like that maybe before?
Yeah, I'm seeing the
Yeah.
picture.
Yeah. Do you notice the blue stuff? Do you know what that is?
The blue stuff, it's the water.
Yeah, it's water. You notice something else about that water on the ball? It curves around it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you agree. So let me just, for fun and for now, I will grant you this is a real picture of the Earth. What do you think about that? Yes?
I guess,
Yeah,
but
right. And water curves on it.
yeah,
Do we agree? Yeah. All
yeah,
right. So here's something fun. Now, I grant you this is a real picture of Earth. Okay. Now we're going to take it down here to the ground. We're going to find some water. For
yeah.
example, a 10-mile wide lake. Okay. Over
Okay,
those 10 miles, if we take a laser and we shoot it from 1 foot above the sea level on one beach to the other side, do you know where it's going to end up? If it's a ball, it's going to end up
no,
66 foot up in the air. But guess what? When we do this test, it ends up 1 foot off the ground on the other side as well. That means there is no curvature. Water is flat, it doesn't curve. That's why we are flat earthers, because we have done these tests. And funnily enough, you don't have to believe me. You yourself can find a lake 10 miles wide, bring a friend, go there at night, shoot the laser to each other from each side of that thing. You're going to see that laser. Isn't that fantastic?
yeah, but like for me, respect your opinion,
Hmm.
but I I believe that like to be sure, like a text a test should be did like in a bigger scale.
Right. But 66 foot, that's a 6 story high building. Do you need anything more than that? I mean, your friend has to be over 66 foot tall for you to see him, yet you can see
Yeah,
him. So that's a little weird, right? But look, we did just because we wanted to do some other tests. Here is one that's 21 miles. There should be 266 foot up in the air, the laser, right? But guess what? It's still 1 foot off the ground. Same as the source beach. The destination side also 1 foot. Isn't it amazing? Where is all that curvature?
It's very different, bro. It's very crazy.
It is crazy. So if we can't prove that water curves at the specific rate, because they have given us the size of the Earth, they tell us that the radius is 3,959 miles. We can use math to figure out how much it has to curve. You know what else they say? They say that if you're 6 foot tall, that's about 180 centimeters, 182. How tall are you, my friend? Maybe 180 centimeters?
No, I'm like 175.
Yeah, it's almost. So at 175 centimeters, if you stand on the beach of a lake, you should only see about 3 miles out. We can see what that is in kilometers. Is that about 4.5 kilometer maybe? And
Yeah,
I
I think
promise you, if you find a lake that's, let's say, 10 miles wide, you will see further than 4.5 kilometers. You will do that. You don't even need a device. You can probably see the beach on the other side just using your own eyes. And you should not be able to do that because the horizon has to start about 4.5 kilometers out.
it's
So
crazy, bro.
next time you go out, see if you can see further than you should be able to. If you see further than 4.5 kilometers, you know you're not on a ball. And that is insane. And it's difficult to process it, but I promise you that's the way it is. And you don't have to take my word for it. You can try it yourself. Next time you go to a lake, that's big, right?
Okay.
Yeah, you should do it. It's very interesting.
Okay, bro. Thank you.
Absolutely,
I
you're
will,
welcome.
I will do the test.
Yes, do it.
Okay, thank
Very
you.
nice talking to you. You hang
Thank you.
around, listen to the discussion.
Okay, I'm studying English for a test. So
Yeah.
like I was training speaking, but
Yeah,
like
you can speak. You can speak.
okay, no, but in my chronogram I have to study like a little bit of writing right now. So I will study writing and maybe I come back later. Okay, bro.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
If you want to write something in chat to practice, go right ahead too. But yeah, we appreciate you being here. Thank you. We have some new
Okay.
people as well. Thank you for coming by.
Thank you.
Nicholas.
Thank you, bro. Bye.
Hi, bro. We have archetypes. Create your faith. Are you a flat earther, my friend, or are you a glober? You play Minecraft, so you must be a flat earther.
Globe.
Globe.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you? Did you hear the discussion I just had with Nicholas?
Yeah, but I
What do you
don't think
think
he
about that?
understood anything you said. As far as the curvature from where you're standing, depending on your height.
Mm-hmm.
So the curvature actually curves away from you.
Yes, it should.
So at 6 feet, the horizon is 3 miles away. At 30, it'd be 6.7.
Yes.
At 100, it'd be 12.2, so on and so forth. That only
So
happens on a curved surface. On a flat plane, your height wouldn't matter. You'd see infinitely far unless something blocked your view.
Why
So the
would you
fact the
think
horizon
that?
distance increases exactly with the square root of your height, direct evidence. That's the direct evidence of curvature.
I mean,
So why
I'll
don't we
grant.
measure this and see if it actually happens?
Say that again?
Why don't we measure this and see if it actually happens? If you're claiming if these calculations are true and correct, then therefore we could measure this and just go, hey, it is true and correct.
Outstanding idea, Matrix.
I'm not if you're asking me personally, I'm not too interested in whether the Earth is flat or curved. To go out and do research, it doesn't affect my life in any way. So
That's fine,
there's
man.
far more
Look,
pressing issues.
it's good that that you've stated that, right? Because sometimes people don't get what you just stated, right? The horizon would be a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth if you're on a globe. And yeah, it would have to be at a certain distance away. So that's the easiest thing to go out and test. Okay, so a good example. So we've tested this hundreds and hundreds of times, if not thousands of times. The example that Plain Truth put in the side chat there, that's over the Great Salt Lake in Utah. It's over a 21-mile section of water. And he's doing the observation from 5-foot observer height. Now, he can zoom in across the entire 21-mile surface of the water and actually see the shoreline on the other side. There's zero obstruction. And the 2.7-mile horizon that should be there from the 5-foot observation height, it's not there at all over the entire 21-mile distance. And what we're finding is that this is the case over and over and over again. We're seeing in orders of magnitude further than you would possibly be able to see on a globe. And in 8 years of looking into this, I've never seen a single observation that comes anywhere close to matching up with a spherical Earth.
Right, but then how do you explain the horizon changing depending on whether you're standing or let's say you're on a beach, right? Since we're talking about bodies of water, let's say you're on a beach. If you're standing next to the shore, the horizon is going to be different from where if you're sitting on that shore or if you go to a pier, the horizon is completely different. From what I know,
right.
Again, I'm definitely not as educated on the topic as you are. As you're saying, you've studied this for 8 years. But from what I know, horizon is, or the rangefinder is, is the distance. Yeah, so distance for the horizon is, what is it, 1.20, and then your height in feet, right?
Pretty much, yep.
So for
But
me,
that's what it should be. That's what it should be, and that's based off the 59 radius value. That doesn't ever happen when we go out and test for it in reality. Right, like just to put it short, right? If you look up the definition of what a horizon is, it doesn't mention anything about a spherical Earth. Okay, the horizon is the apparent. Apparent's a very key word. Remember that. The apparent line in which the sky and the ground meet. Okay, one day you might go there, you're standing 6 foot tall, you might see the horizon at 15 miles out. The next day you might go there, you could see it at 7 miles out. For example, it varies depending on the atmospheric conditions on the particular day. And logically, if you go higher, you will increase your angle of view out to the vanishing point. Now, that's what a horizon is defined as in like advanced architecture, art. Yeah, it absolutely is. It's a straight line between vanishing points. You can look this up right now, and you absolutely would have a horizon on a flat surface because we have perspective, right? And perspective is going to cause convergence. Okay, so it looks like, for example, the ground appears to ramp up and meet at eye level, and the sky appears to ramp down. It would be impossible if on a flat plane not to have a horizon. Okay, it's just the straight line between vanishing points, not a byproduct of the Earth curvature, because we can test for that horizon that would have to be there if it were a byproduct of Earth curvature, and we're seeing orders of magnitude further every single time.
Okay. Can I ask a different question? I'm kind of confused about this because I've heard very different answers. From a flat earther's perspective, why would whoever you believe did or lied to us, what's their purpose in this? How are they benefiting from telling us the Earth is a globe rather than flat? Do you believe there's something beyond the ice caps, or
No, look, you
Or are we
probably
just
have like a bit of a misconception of what we're actually claiming that flat Earth is. But just to answer your question quickly, I would say that most people, right, your scientists, your professors, people in the government, etc., even most people that would work for NASA are absolutely not lying. They genuinely would believe that the Earth's a
believe that?
globe.
Okay,
And
okay.
yeah, they're pushing what they will taught in the textbooks and that kind of thing. And if you look into the history of the globe, it was more imagined into reality rather than actually empirically validated. But that's a whole nother rabbit hole if you look into Pythagoras and Plato and the people that came after him. And yeah, it's an interesting thing to look into, because most people think that, one day people went out and they started doing tests and they were able to measure curvature and they validated the Earth's a globe, and they're like, hey, everyone, check out these test results. Here they are. That's not how the globe became a thing in the first place.
Okay. Can you confuse us to the relevance of the globe, or of the shape of the Earth? I mean, sorry. Like, how is this relevant to us
Well,
right
yeah,
now?
well, look, we're really not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're testing the claimed shape, which would be the globe. We're just talking about a flat surface area not having any curvature. We don't claim to know the extent of that. Okay, and also, it's more the the incorrect information that's important, and the nature of reality, and how where do we live? I think that's an important question. But no, it's not going to change your life on a daily basis, in terms of going to work and that kind of thing. And it's not going to change the way you experience the world, because everyone already experiences it as flat and stationary in the first place anyway. So it's going to change the way you research, the way you think about things. Your critical thinking skills might, or the way that you think critically might change about all sorts of different things. Each
I'm not
person's
sure to
different.
that extent, but perhaps if I'm thinking about the planet, then maybe. It's just it's outrageous to me to like think that, because I don't claim to know the actual shape. I'm not educated enough on the topic. Now I could appeal to authority, of course, and just say, oh, because they said it's a flat or globe, then it is a globe. But that's just an axiom we've come to believe as humans, kind of like you're saying. Like, we don't necessarily have proof for it, but we just accepted it to be the truth, the masses at least. But I don't know.
Yeah, for most people, it's just a belief system, and they were taught it from a young age, and they've never been presented with an alternative option that made any sense to them. Most people don't know the basics, right? If I ask a general person on the street, which way is the Earth spinning, east to west or west to east, or how big is it, or anything like that, most people don't know. They just assume some scientists worked everything out, and there's empirical evidence, and they never really think about it. So yeah, we're going out and checking it in reality. We're documenting all of the observations and sharing it with people and asking people to critically analyze it and come to their own conclusion based off both sides. That's it.
All right. Yeah, I think the main reason for the lack of attention from not scientists but normal people towards flat Earth is due to a very small cult-like part of flat earthers that believe, or not believe, they claim to know that there's something beyond the ice, the Antarctic, for example. They believe that there's something behind. I'm sure you've heard of the theories already.
Yeah. Look, these types of flat earthers annoy us probably even more than they annoy the globe earthers, right?
Could assume,
a bunch of flat earthers out there pushing really bad arguments, and for some reason, these seem to be the ones that are promoted.
The most.
These are the ones that people trying to debunk flat Earth will cherry pick like the worst possible or the dumbest flat earther they can find, and then they'll say this is what flat earthers claim, and then they'll present like an AE, that round AE map, right? Which is what people claim. Oh, this is the flat Earth map. Actually, no, that's not a flat Earth map. That's a globe projection. It's a coordinate system projection, a polar projection called the azimuth or equidistant projection. But some flat earthers will say, oh, this is the ice ring around the edges. And at certain times of the year, there's these portals that open up, and you can go to the outer lands and blah blah blah. Yeah, that's crazy. That needs to be stopped. I agree. That's dumb.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not claiming a model. We're not claiming to have a perfect map. We're going with what we can empirically validate, and constantly trying to improve our arguments, trying to get more and more evidence, and just get it out there to people, and just ask people to check it out.
Right, so you don't necessarily think that the government or the scientists are lying. You just think that they're also misinformed on the topic.
Yeah, for the vast majority of people, absolutely. And
Okay.
if there was a list of people that are absolutely lying, then it would be a very, very difficult list to construct and then to prove that they're actually lying and that kind of thing. But yeah,
Yeah.
I would imagine surely some people are actually lying about it. But yeah, I'm not sure. I think definitely like your college professor and that kind of thing, like none of them are lying about it. You know,
Yeah,
even though they
'cause they
might
don't. Yeah,
be
I see.
giving
I see.
you,
Okay.
yeah, they're just teaching what they're taught to teach.
I think this is the first rational conversation I've had with it's flat earther. So thank you for that.
You're
I haven't
welcome,
heard
man. I
any
appreciate the
crazy
good.
conspiracies for you. Is everything based on like scientific evidence that you're testing?
Yeah,
Usually,
absolutely. I
it's
mean, we've done all sorts of tests, like really technical tests as well. For example, we've had a team of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser beam, and they're shooting the laser beam over different distances over the surface of water, up to 40 kilometers distance. They've got weather stations. They're checking the the temperature conditions, the humidity conditions, the pressure, all of that kind of thing between point A and point B. And then they're logging all of their results, right? So there's like a 180-page PDF document that goes over all of the technical information, and there's an hour video that goes along showing the whole setup. So yeah, there's things like this are being done. So yeah, we just ask people check it out if you're interested. If not, that's fine.
interesting, man. Well, thank you for the lesson.
Yeah, no worries, man. I gotta go on mute anyway. I appreciate the good faith
Yeah.
conversation. Some
Mhm.
people are super triggered about this topic. It hurts.
Yeah, it's. I
Hurts
mean,
them.
it just goes what they believe. So I mean, they're gonna follow their biases, of course.
Yeah, it's like a deeply ingrained belief system, and they've
Yeah.
also the propaganda surrounding flat Earth. Like this is what happened in 2015 or 2014. Nikon brought out a camera called the P900. It's basically like carrying like a telescope level zoom around in your pocket, and it can record video. So people started doing long distance observations and saying, hey, look, I can see this island that's 40 miles away, and shouldn't that be behind the curvature of the Earth? It started a huge, big movement, really, of flat Earth, or like a resurgence of it. And flat
Yeah.
Earth actually in 2015 and 2016, if you look up the metrics, it became the most popular search term on all of YouTube. And it actually overtook in 2016 Donald Trump during the elections. And I think it was late in 2016, Congress actually got together with like the heads of YouTube and Facebook and Google and that kind of thing. And this is all on video. And they decided that they're actually going to actively censor flat Earth information and shadow ban it. And not only did they do that, they replaced the search results with literally a hit piece playlist of propaganda, the worst flat Earth arguments that you could possibly find. That's why people think, oh, flat Earthers
Yeah.
claim Australia doesn't exist. That kind of thing. And it's only now that censorship's starting to go down a little bit. But after 2016, the numbers dropped because they hid the search results on all of the major social media platforms.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, have a good day.
All right, you too, bro. See ya.
That was a nice tag team, DJ. I was running out of steam, and I was like, then you just tagged him in. It was perfect. Beautiful, really. Thank you. Needed to drink a glass of water. We have a couple of new people here. Mir, how are you? And we have Vitor Nomak.
Hey,
How
Grand
are you?
Rising. What's up?
What's up? The sky is up and the ground is down. Are you a flat earther, or do you think you live on a spinning ball in space?
Oh, you must be new here. I'm a flat earth. I've been in this VC multiple times.
Sorry, it's difficult to remember everyone. Sorry about that, but yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah, appreciate you being here. I'm new. I'm very myself, so that's why I don't recognize everyone.
No worries, man. You're good. Much love to you.
I'm just saying, yeah, you too. I'm just saying hello to everyone. Casey, how are you? Nice.
Thank you. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Very good. Are you new to the VC, or have you been here before?
I'm here all the time.
You're here all the time. All right.
Yeah,
Yes.
don't worry.
Very
I won't
cool.
be able to
Very cool.
a minute.
Sorry, you broke up there. Please repeat.
I'm driving at the minute, so I won't be able to talk much. I'll be here listening.
Okay. Well, nice meeting you. And we have said hello. We have Vitor Nomak. Yes.
Oh, hi, hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. What about you?
Very good. Have you been here before?
Actually not. This is my first time here.
Yeah. Do you believe you're living on a spinning ball in space, or do you think that it's a flat plane? We're talking about the Earth here today.
I think well, I was how can I say when I grow up in English?
Yeah. When you
So
grew up.
I grow up studying at school and everybody saying that the earth is round, but yeah, I have to agree with this because if we believe the earth is flat, the it's more difficult to prove. I think this wasn't proven yet, right?
Well, we have done some tests. How were you able to hear the last discussion in here, or did you just join? Because I didn't see when you came in exactly.
I
I
just
can go.
I just
I
click
can
on
go
I
over
just
it.
clicked on one pop up the show up to me, and I don't know about the title. All right, we are
Okay.
in on a flat Earth Discord. All right, so it's about
Yeah.
it. I just fell down here without knowing anything about it.
Very good. Are you able to have a look at the chat? I want to show you something cool.
All right, just a minute.
Yeah. Okay.
Where is the chat? How can I find it?
There's a little chat bubble underneath all the pictures. You click that and you come right into the chat. And Plain and Truth has posted a little picture there. That's very interesting.
I'm scrolling the politics and religion. Oh, I found it. All right, so
All the way at the bottom.
all right, I
Do you
found it.
see something that you recognize?
Distance in
It's the
miles,
is it the
radio.
Earth? Just look at
Yeah,
the picture. It looks like the Earth, right?
yeah, I'm looking right now.
Yeah. So this is a picture from NASA. Is this how you imagine the Earth looks like?
Mm,
Pretty much.
can you repeat? I'm not sure
Is
if I
this
understand.
when you look at the picture, do you think, oh yeah, hey, look, there's Earth.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and you see all the blue stuff?
The
The
blue is
blue.
ocean.
Yes, it's water. We agree,
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
yeah.
Do you notice that it curves around the Earth, around the ball? Water
Mm-hmm.
curves. Yeah. That's interesting, right? Because now, even if I say to you, this is Earth, this is how it looks, I'll grant it to you. Can we confirm this somehow down here? Well, we can. For example, if you look at the diagram, if you go to a lake that's 10 miles wide and you shoot a laser that's 1 foot off of the ground, guess what? On the other side of those 10 miles, it's going to end up 1 foot over the ground on that side as well. But Earth, if Earth is a ball, it should be 66 foot up in the air because the water needs to curve away from you. Do you agree? Logically. You don't have to agree that that's the case. I'm just saying logic dictates that if Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles, it has to curve away at a certain rate. If it's a ball. Yeah?
I'm having difficult with my vocabulary. I think I don't have a good vocabulary to talk about it because I don't understand so much. So
Right.
thank
But
you
if
for
it's
your
a ball,
explanation.
do you
But
understand that water curves? Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, if you have a ball and
Yeah.
if you put water in this ball, the
Mhm.
water have to make a curve.
It has to, exactly. And the problem that when we shoot it from one side of the lake, 10 miles over to the other side, it doesn't curve. It ends up 1 foot on the over the ground on the both sides.
But isn't is because the lake is so small?
10 miles is good enough. There should be a curvature of 66 foot. That is as much as a 6 story high building. So, for example, if you take a friend with you to a lake that's 10 miles wide, you place him on the other side, you shouldn't be able to see him or the beach at all unless he's over 66 foot tall. That's 6 story building, right? Nobody is that tall. Yet you will be able to see him or his laser, or you can take a mirror and you can flash it if it's daytime. And if it's nighttime, you can use a laser. You guys will see the laser pointer from either side, and it shouldn't be able to happen if Earth is a ball.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, so if you create something to prove that, you can see the lake is flat. So
Yes. Over 10
if
miles.
the lake is flat, everything around is flat too.
Hello. Hello, guys.
Hello.
How are you?
Actually, I'm just leaving right now, but I have to take my wife to work. Okay, guys. See you. Bye.
Hi. Hello, guys.
That for you. You should think about it a little bit. Maybe watch the video. And then, even if you don't believe, maybe you think this is fake, people have not done these tests. The nice thing is, anyone can find a lake 10-mile wide, and you can go there with a friend and you can confirm it yourself. Yeah? So this is the reason why we're flat earthers, because we have done these tests and we know that water doesn't curve. And if water doesn't curve on the ball, it can't be a ball. Of course, we know that there are mountains and valleys and stuff like that. That's called topography, but we do these tests over water because Earth is covered by a lot of water.
Hello, guys.
Did he run? No.
Yeah, he left.
I think I lost speaker there. Sorry if you said something, I missed it. Well, that happens sometimes when you get presented with this information. Your brain kind of goes crazy. It's very difficult to take in that you might have a belief system uh, that doesn't kind of work. Hey, Mohammed, we can hear you. You're leaking through.
Hello, Planta.
I'm sorry?
How are you?
Very good. How are you? Are you new to the channel, or do you, I think I've seen your name here before.
From where?
Mm-hmm.
From where?
From where? I live in America. Where are you from, my friend?
Egypt.
Egypt. Very nice.
Yes, very nice to you.
Yeah, yeah, very good. Did you
How
see the
old?
pic? I'm sorry? Old. I'm very old. I'm 52 years old. 53 actually.
50. Okay. I am 14.
All right. Good. You have some life experience then. Do you believe that you live on a spinning ball, or do you think that it's a flat plane? We're talking
Good.
about Earth here. I missed that. I'm sorry.
What you work?
Uh, it it doesn't really matter. I could talk about that. It's not like it's a secret or anything. But we're talking about Earth in here. You know, the place where we live on. Have you heard of it?
Sorry, I am weak in English.
Yes. Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. You're here to learn English, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. You learn English here.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Well, maybe you should sit back and listen then. And unless you have a question about Earth, because that is the topic of the room, and we kind of have to stick to that because we have YouTube listeners who's interested in this topic. Yeah? You understand?
No, no.
No.
I don't understand you.
Right. The room topic is the Earth.
Can you send my Rabbit?
I can text you. There. If you can look at the chat, the room topic is Earth.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
So
want to chat with a beginning speak in English.
yes, I understand. And we can do that as long as we keep it the topic to the Earth. Mhm. All I can tell you right now is that water is flat. Do you agree?
Okay.
Yes. So you, my friend, you live on a flat Earth. I know it's shocking, but that's the way it is. We have some new people. Who's there? How are you? And excuse me if I don't remember who has been here before. If you want to speak up, now is some dead air. Go right ahead.
I'm here just to hear Globers.
Yeah? You want to wait? Are you a flat earther or are you a glober? Okay. Who's there? Says in the chat. Sorry for interrupting, but I am trying to translate. How are you? Perfect. How about you? Thank you, is there. I see your chat. Yes, I'm doing great. Welcome to the channel. If you have any questions about Earth, feel free to ask them. You can chat if you want to. I'll read your question. Or if you want to talk, you can do that. Open your mic. We have some other people in here. And because I'm so new, I can't. Oh, we have a guy who's Swedish. His name is Space R. Spacer. Hur är läget, Spacer? That means, how are you,
Please don't talk.
Spacer? I would love to talk to another Swedish guy. Then we can have this accent going and drive people crazy on YouTube. Noon, how are you? We have Kingsley in here. I think I've seen Kingsley before. I don't live on a cartoon ball. Excellent. You're absolutely right about that.
What up?
What up? What up? That's right. We're on a flat plane, aren't we?
Just like how we observe it every single day of our lives.
100%. 100%. Who else do we have in here? We have Ada Diallo. Is that a snail? Where's that from? SpongeBob or something? How are you, Ada Diallo? Ada, maybe? Who else do we have in here?
I'm fine, and you?
Oh, I could barely hear you. You sound nice. You sound nice. Your microphone is little bit low. Maybe I can turn it up on my side. Try again. Say hello. Or not. And do we have anyone from Finland here? Maybe. Look at this guy. No, he is from somewhere else. It's a little distorted. I don't think it's just. Wait, that was Mohammed. You're coming through, Mohammed. If you can mute, that would be nice. Mute your mic, please. I think I recognize Caffeine Coder 21, but I don't know how to say the name. Is it Jukka? Jukko? Jukka? Probably abducted by aliens. Aliens, if they are real, they're coming from Earth, not outside of it. But that would be a topic for Speculation Sundays. Spacer, speak some Swedish to me. I'm from Guinea. Okay. Ada Diallo says in the chat, I'm from Guinea. Ciderfilla says hello. And Noon says hi, folks. Usair, I think, left us. Jukka, tell me how to pronounce your name. Jukka? And where are you from? I'm going to read the chat. Let's see if our YouTube friends have any questions while we wait. Jukka, like Joker. All right, Joker. Oh, that's what it means. Where are you from? What language is that? What alphabet is that? All right, while we're waiting, let's see what the YouTube people are up to. We have 21 viewers on YouTube. Hello, guys. I'm looking at the chat right now. So if you have any questions and you want to interact a little bit with the people on Discord, feel free to type them in. Or maybe you just want to insult one of us. That's fine as well. If it's a funny insult, I promise I will read it. We can make this about entertainment as well. We have 2 channels live right now, and I'm going to check both of the chats just for fun. We have 5 people on Flatloid's channel. And let's see. Nathan Quiring 3003 says, shout out Flat Earth family. Yep, shout out to you. Nobody said it was going to be easy waking people up, he says. That is true. It's very, very tricky, actually. And he, oh, here comes another one from him, from Nathan Quiring. Nathan Quiring 3003 says, when your opponent is Satan himself, it can be tricky. Mixing in a little religion there. I like it. That's fine by me. Yeah, it's very tricky. It's very tricky. Onyx Storms S7M says, I have a question, but he did not ask it. So, Onyx Storm, if you're still online, you can ask your question and I will probably answer it if it's reasonable and has to anything to do with the topic of Earth. Professor Triangle posts a meme. It says 24 Flat Earth Discord, and it's a roller coaster with some funny looking people. Wait, are those meme people? I can never remember all the names of those. What do we have? We have Chads. We have what are the other ones? Yeah, those. they have names for all of them too. All right. Fun. And YouTube viewers can see it as well, at least on Flat Lloyd's channel. We're going to move to the other one and see if anybody has anything to say there. As I said, I am a YouTube listener, and when there's dead air, I usually join Discord just to keep the show going a little bit, and it's fun to talk to people who are reasonable. We have 21 viewers on the other channel. If any of you guys want to interact a little bit, I'm reading the chat on YouTube right now, and I will read it so we can show you guys a little love as well. Or if you want to come in, you can see the links to the server we're in right now is discord.gg/enghub, English hub. It's starting to fill up a little bit. Afternoon, people are getting off of work, yes. Who is... Oh, I know Mr. Ed. I've seen you before. Hello. About me. People yakety yak a streak and waste your time of day, but the Rev Mr. Ed will never speak unless he has something to say. Yeah, I guess that's reasonable. I like to read people's about. Let's see what other people say about themselves. We have Quantum Degreaser. That's Master Yoder, as we know him as. He says, convince me it's possible, then prove it was done. Very good. All right, I'm going to read your abouts, people. So if you want to change it, you still have a little shot at it. People get to know you. Necros, what does he say about himself? He says, people hate the truth. Luckily, the truth doesn't care. Yeah, I agree with that. It's easier to lie to people than to tell them they have been lied to. They rather believe a lie than agree that they have been lied to. Reminds me of that saying. What does 20k ups say about himself? He says, nothing. That's very antisocial of you. I'm just kidding. Ada Diallo, what do you have to say about yourself in your about? Nothing. She's been a member since February 9, 2023. She's not new to Discord. She's a beginner English. She takes English classes. She's in debate club. Oh my. Conversation club, fluency seeker, book club. A lot of interests, polls and news. If you just joined and you hear me rambling on, I'm just filling dead air for our YouTube listeners, and hopefully we have some people who want to talk about the Earth. And I thought I'll entertain you with some, so you can get to know the people who is hanging out in Discord. We have Elbow TV, about him, or yes, use code Elbow TV. That's a Twitch stream. Don't know what that is all about. What do you stream? Earth, flat Earth content, maybe? Yeah. Let's see. Ada. Oh. Let's see. DJs about me is a link to the home server, discord.gg/flat earth. Hey, Ciderfilla, what do you have to say about yourself? Ah, there was nothing in there. Else Angles, the coolest username here. Oh, there was no about me there either. The Joker. Nope, nothing in the about me there either. If you just joined, we take questions about flat Earth here. And I'm letting you guys get to know the panel a little bit better by reading the about me. We already read Kingsley's. He has a good one. I don't live on a cartoon ball. Of course not. And then we have Let's. What does he have to say about himself? Nothing. Let's, you got to get something funny in there for next time. And who is this? Okay. Professor Triangle. Oh, he has a cool one. His about me is a white rabbit. And I think I know what that means. It's probably a Matrix reference. My favorite, one of my favorite movies.
Very good.
Follow the white rabbit. You got to, and when you do that, you're going to end up on the flat Earth.
This is where you end up, flat Earth. You have no
That
choice.
That is true. All right, vintage bait. No, no about me there. What is my? I don't even know what mine says. I think it says something stupid like. No, it says something cool. Earth is flat. It's not complicated. I mean, it really isn't. I mean, it is what we observe. When you go out, look at the horizon, it looks flat. When you look at if you think you feel something like the Earth is moving, how you don't feel that? Absolutely not spinning. And I got a package. Thank you from my wife. It's a Christmas card. This is from. Should I read it on the stream? No, it's personal. Oh, nice card. All right, it's that time of the year where we get Christmas cards. I think I'm going to antagonize some people and send out flat Earth Christmas cards or something like that. They just have to come up with a good one. If anybody have any ideas, now's your chance. How can I make the people think about the flat Earth? Let's says in the chat, I didn't know anyone actually read the About Me section. Well, I do read these, and they are sometimes very funny. Professor Triangle says, come in and talk to the nicest flat earther. Me. Right? Those are
That's
your
right.
options. Yes, the very nicest.
I am the nicest. So don't forget that.
All right. Check on YouTube now. Nothing still. 19 people on YouTube. Come on, guys. This is your shot. I know you've been watching this channel before and you've been thinking, oh man, I wish someone could see what I say in here. We were going to read it live too. If you're on YouTube, just say hi in the chat and I will tell you I will read your name. Just changed mine, says Let's. You can read it now, and I will. Let's about me says, lifting to be strong, stronger than Indio and sheepdog. Oh, that's a tall order to fill, my friend. But you can do it. You almost have the same username as Indio, but you have Lat00009. Indio has Indio007. Where is Indio today? Indio. Yeah, he's going to pop up. We're going to manifest him. I hope Indio comes in here so he can take over. You know, guys, I'm not much of a wheel puller. I don't pull the wheel as hard as you guys, but I try to grease it a little bit now and then. So that's what's going on here. We have some dead air time to take care of, so I'm greasing the wheel. You guys are pulling it. I appreciate that. Did he join? I don't know. Nope. Manifesting Indio. Haven't seen AV for a while either. I know the YouTube people are like, holy crap. Can we have Indio or AV join so we can get some real entertainment? That's what I thought when I was on YouTube. You need an arrogant Glober to show up to complete the Indio bat signal. Ain't that true? That is true. Yes, I've seen that happen. I know he's watching YouTube more often. He doesn't say anything in the chat there, but I've seen him come into Discord many times because some arrogant Glober showed up, and then he had to. I think he's working these hours. DJ. Okay, good to see you. I'm very bad with these chat acronyms. Wait, is it called an acronym? GTSU, good to see you. YP, how do I decode that? Long time no see. Okay. What does YP mean? I feel like I should be able to decode that. YP. Yeah. You guys have a little history there? Seems like DJ knows who Joker is. He's also on the politics and religion server. That's one place we hang.
Very good.
Quite rapid.
Yo, I don't know if you know, but the politics and religion room has been down. No more 24/7 over there.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
Good.
that explains it. I check it frequently.
I know I kind of missed that one. That one was my baby.
The other one is up though. Politics.
Yeah, that one's still there.
Hmm. Let's manifest the Glober. Globers, come here. You know you want to defend your ball.
I can pretend to be a Glober for you if you want.
Do it. If you climb a tree, how come you that makes it a ball? That's the best argument you have, right?
Oh no, that's not even an argument for the for the globe side. Of course not. We have boats
I
over
tried to
the
make it as
horizon.
yeah. I tried to make it as an incoherent argument as I could. Climb tree, therefore ball.
No, we got boats over the horizon, therefore ball.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How are you
that's
gonna
a
deal
good
with
one.
that, flat
I don't
earther?
know. I'm stumped. That's it. You got me. I'm a glober now too. Uh, let's see. What's my best globe argument if I had one? Holy crap, that is so difficult because I don't have one. But I can tell you one thing. If you're new to flat Earth or if you're looking into it, this is a pro tip. This is an honest tip from me. That my honest opinion about this is because I remember when I was new and something came up that I didn't have an answer to. I can't exactly remember what it was. Maybe it was I don't know. It was probably something stupid that I thought was important, like how the stars spin different directions or something crazy like that. But I remember, oh, I don't know to this, and then I came up with a couple of different things, and I started to make a little list on my X account in bookmarks that I named things I can't answer, and I knew if I was just patient enough and I hung around and just listened and kept my mouth shut, I would eventually get the answers to those questions. So that's my tip to you. If you're new to flat Earth, don't panic if you can't answer every single thing that the Globers tell you. Just relax, okay? Sit back, listen in to this channel, give it a couple of weeks. That's all it takes, and all of a sudden, your questions that you have, they're going to be answered. I think I was a little bit afraid when this was probably before I became a flat earther, like when I was on the fence a little bit, or when I was investigating it, so to speak, before I had done my own laser test. I was like, shit, the earth is probably flat. And I was actually scared that some glober would like confront me with something that I couldn't answer, and then I was going to have to go back to the globe or something. I don't know. I can't even remember how I could even think about that in that way, but seriously, if you're new, don't be scared. Okay, you have found the truth, and just you can write down those questions that you have, and then just patiently sit back, and you will get answers to them. It's that's the way it is.
You know, it's funny. I've never actually met somebody who shared the same sentiment that I did because I was actually really nervous coming in here too. I didn't want to sound dumb. That's why I held off on coming in here for like 6 months.
Yeah, it's intimidating because you have people in here who are so knowledgeable about everything. They have memorized, all the distances and everything like that, and you think like, crap, I'm gonna look like an idiot if I haven't memorized every single thing. So, but the nice thing is that people tag team here, so you can kind of if if you get into an area where you're not super comfortable, there will be someone who can explain things better. Like angular resolution, I struggled with for a long time. I couldn't explain. I couldn't remember all the little things like 0.02 degrees of whatever. I mean, I can't even explain it well now. I wouldn't want to have that discussion really. I can answer those questions, but I'm not good with the numbers yet. So it is a little bit intimidating, but I mean, there's great support in here. Everybody helps out.
It's my DJs here. If we're ever struggling, we'll just go, hey, you know what? Tag you on DJ. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's fantastic.
Man, I was terrified to VC for years, and then I would go in VC every now and then, and I just would like stumble on my words and then get angry and start yelling at the Glober or something like that. And then I went into PNR, and I was like just sitting there listening, chat skanking like I normally do, and listening to Kembo beats, right? And he would just lay it all out, and I would listen to Kembo, and then I started jumping in the VC, and I started talking a bit more, and I'm like, it's much easier than typing. And
And
then
the more
after a
you
little
do it,
while, you get more used to talking on there.
yeah, the more you practice too, the better you get at it. And if you run the same argument 100 times, then you don't even have to think about it. It just comes automatically. And we also, at least I pick up a lot of arguments from you guys. I mean, I'm using your 21-mile thing all the time because that's what I'm most comfortable with, and it seems to work now and then. So for me,
It's a good one. Yeah, I like the shorter distance. I mean, shorter distance is in not like the mountain range to mountain range. I think the shorter ones like 10 miles, 20 miles. It's better because they're so clear. You can see everything clearly. It's not like all distorted and blurry and stuff like that. So the person watching can see everything clearly, and shorter distance, it's easier to do the math and confirm the distance between point A and point B and everything. When it says like someone's standing at the top of a mountain, it's like, oh, they're at like 41 4,100 feet, and the mountain's 40 kilometers away, and it's 6,300 feet, and it gets pretty confusing.
it gets very complicated. Plus, it's
Yeah.
hard for people to replicate those observations. It's much easier to go to Salt Lake or something like that.
Yeah, and there's also a lot more stuff, right? Like temperature gradients and pockets of hot air and cold air and maybe a bit of fog, or between point A and point B. There's a hell of a lot more going on to try to account for. So it's less reliable, but it's still it's just not explainable on a globe at all. So I mean, every single observation. But even the term black swan, I think we need to toss the term black swan, right? The globers are the ones that need to find the black swan. Calling a long distance observation a black swan, and saying, "Oh, look, here's the black swan." Once everyone thought that swans were white, and then look, here's a really rare observation. No. Every single observation is a white swan, as in doesn't match up anywhere close to what the globe should be, and the globers need to find us this mysterious black swan.
It's a super white swan. Every observation the horizon is magnitude farther than it should be on the. And
Orders of magnitude, exactly, Necros. Good to see you, man.
You never observe that horizon at like for 6% that 3 mile away horizon, point something mile away horizon. You never see that only if there is some extreme weather conditions, like it's foggy, some humidity in the air. At that moment, you can expect to see the horizon like 4 miles or 3 miles. Other than that, on a normal weather day, no, it's always magnitude farther than you should expect on a globe. Like if it is always extreme refraction, if would have to give an excuse for that, it will always be refraction. Always extreme
They actually
refraction.
they got one more rebuttal to that, actually. I hear this quite often, is CGI.
That's hilarious. Yeah, they do that. That's the mental gymnastics. The globers are really good at mental gymnastics. They pull some tricks,
I've heard that one a few times. I just deal with it by telling them it doesn't matter if you think it's CGI or not. You can just go out and run the test yourself. So, and Necros, good comments there. The thing is, I think your microphone might be clipping maybe every 6 seventh word or something like that? Do you have a setting where you can like set the auto sensitivity or something? Or did he
Yeah,
not click?
refraction is the worst nightmare for the globe earthers. Right? I challenge them, right? Because they're always like, oh, refraction, refraction, refraction. They have no idea. They just learn how to make that noise with their mouth. Right? That's the extent of their knowledge of refraction. We ask them, well, how does that work? They'll, oh, light bends around the globe and it makes everything look flat. Like, what? Okay, globe earthers, show us a single observation throughout all of history where you've actually, the person claims to have measured exactly what's going on with the refraction between point A and point B, and it matches up with a globe. Good luck with that. Even the observation, right? We show them the black swan, what was previously called the black swan. I guess it's just another white swan, right? But then they had this one that was taken on a different day from the same observer height, where it looks like the second oil platform is partially obstructed behind the horizon, and they're like, "Look, guys, this is the globe proof. This is the white swan. This is the look the oil platform's partially hidden behind the horizon." Well, actually, the horizon in that observation is 500%, more than 500% further away than what it should be on a globe. Okay, according to the Glober's standard refraction, right? So they say it's a clear day, right? So obviously they would claim, oh, there's not extreme refraction because it's a nice clear day. Because that's their argument with the other black swan. They're like, oh, look, it's a bit of distortion on the crane on the oil platform, but here's a clear day where there's minimal refraction and it matches up with the globe. No, it doesn't. It's 500% further away. Okay, and they think, oh, the only reason that something could appear to disappear bottom up is because of the curvature of the Earth. Wrong again, right? Even their own subject matter experts will say that there are atmospheric effects that, such as sinking and inferior mirage, where something that would normally be visible appears to be obstructed from the bottom up, even though it's geometrically unobstructed, right? And anyone can go to Google right now and type in, what is sinking refraction? Okay, even your parrot, normie, Gemini AI is going to tell you exactly what I just said. Okay, so if you guys want to claim that things disappearing bottom up is due to the curvature of the Earth, you guys need to validate that. It's never been done by one person throughout all of history. There's not a single observation, even with standard atmospheric refraction, begging the question, standard atmospheric refraction basically increasing the radius of the globe by 15%, okay, which would allow you to see 15% further in standard conditions, like the one they call the white swan. Okay, find us a single observation and account for this standard atmospheric refraction and show us that it matches up with the globe.
That's why I like the 21-mile test, because you can basically just grant them the standard refraction and still be, 200 foot off.
Yeah. If we put that into Walter Bislin's, right, so there's a guy called Walter Bislin. He has an Earth curvature calculator. He's like an anti-flat earther, and he put in this begging the question refraction slider, which essentially just increases the size of the globe, or the radius, to try to make all of these observations work on a globe. Okay, for these types of observations, you have to slide that refraction slider up to the setting of 1. Okay, 0 being exactly what it would look like if the Earth were a globe with a 59 mile radius. Standard refraction being 0.17, right? From 0 to 0.17, that would be about 15% larger of a radius. Okay, once you slide it up to 1, Walter Bislin, even himself on his website, says there would be so much refraction, the Earth would just look completely flat anyway. Okay, so for all of these observations, you have to slide this slider up to 1. Like to basically 1, to have no hidden height over these distances. Right, so it's like, oh yeah, really it's a globe, but there's so much refraction in all of these observations that the Earth just looks flat. And then we're
It
taking the
will.
observation
It's
during the
insane.
daytime, during the nighttime. Still looks exactly the same. We know the water temperature. We know the air temperature. Okay, it's not possible for this extreme refractive index gradient to be present to have these observations. It's impossible. And there's no evidence that it is possible.
Yeah, and we have so many of these tests as well. So I mean, even if we granted them a couple, sure, it's refraction, you got us. What are they going to do with the other hundreds or even thousands of the tests we have done, people have done, including myself? I mean, it's crazy. There are so many bodies of water to do these tests on.
We're just asking for one throughout all of history.
Right.
That confirms the globe.
All right, we have a new guy here, I think. Axel, how are you? Bennett, is that Dr. Bennett?
Yeah, that is
Oh.
Dr. Bennett. I believe he's a flat Earth proponent.
I think he's a geocentrist. How are you, Doctor?
Oh.
Good to see you here, if that's you.
I think Joker's a glober, but he's most of the globers, you know, he's one of the ones that's tried and he can't prove the globe. What about you, Nightwing? Welcome. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
What? Hello?
Hey. Your microphone's very low on my end. You can call me Nightwing.
Yeah, it's not just you. He's low for me as well. We can hear you, Nightwing. If you can't fix your mic, we will still want to talk to you. We have Raji AFK.
Yo, what's up?
I'm gonna go make some food. You take this. You got this, DJ.
What's up, Roggy or Rogi? Is it Rogi or Roggy?
It's Raji.
Rogi, welcome, brother. Welcome to the channel. What brings you into the Flat Earth channel?
Honestly, I'm just here to learn just to learn how to talk, but I'm just exploring at this point.
Yeah, cool. Well, have you looked into this topic in the past?
I have.
And how did you look into the topic? Were you watching some YouTube videos or what was it?
Scientifically, I'm still trying to understand on what basis do people believe that the Earth is flat.
Okay, well, it's not really a question of science, so to speak, right? Like science would be trying to validate cause and effect relationships in the natural world. This would be more about the question, like a geometry problem. So we're told the Earth is a certain shape and a certain size. Okay, so it's meant to be a geoid, an oblate spheroid with a radius value of 6,371 kilometers. Okay,
Right.
so that's the claim, right? When we actually go out and test for the characteristics that would have to be present in nature for that claim to be true, we're not finding any evidence, any empirical evidence that the Earth is a globe. All right, so
And what evidence do we have that the Earth is flat?
right, so firstly, we have the evidence of everybody's everyday experience in reality. Okay, but they tell us that the globe is so big that we would just experience it as flat anyway, right? Because we're so small, the globe's so big. So we experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Now, that's not proof of either, but that is a starting point. Okay, and then when we go out and test the Earth, okay, so what's the Earth? What's the surface of the Earth mostly made up of? And the answer is water. Okay, over 70% of the known area of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. That's the claim. Okay, so when we go out and calculate over a large body of water how much curvature there would have to be for the Earth to be a globe, okay, and then test it, it's not present. Okay, so we're using long distance observations, we're using high powered lasers, we're using infrared cameras, and the list goes on and on and on. Okay, thousands of tests have been done. Every single test, the results is zero curvature detected.
Got it. Got it. Okay, so how would you explain about the gravity? See, gravity is
Gravity, yeah. So
basically
this would debunk gravity. Okay, so if you have, say, you have 20 miles of water. Okay, to have gravity, you would have to have a certain amount of curvature over that distance. Okay, so you would have to have about 266 foot of curvature due to gravity. Okay, over that distance. So if you don't have that curvature, that debunks gravity. That debunks the entire heliocentric model. Okay, and gravity is something that you need to have the globe. Okay, so it's like, how can you have all of the water sticking to the outside of a ball? How can you have gas pressure and water on the outside of the globe inside a giant space vacuum? Okay, why don't we fly off into space and so on, right? Why doesn't our blood boil because of the vacuum? All of this is gravity. Gravity would be the answer. It's like the band-aid for all of these holes, right, that we have in logic and common sense and scientific testing. So yeah, gravity is needed to have the globe, and you need the globe to have gravity. Okay, so we can go out and test for gravity by measuring the curvature of the Earth, and yeah, gravity doesn't fit. It doesn't match.
Right. I'm quite new to this, but have you seen the video where they shoot a beam of light and over a distance, over a couple of distance of kilometers, the light gets sort of a curvature through it. Have you seen that video?
Like a high altitude footage.
Yes. No. It's not high altitude. It's basically they're just shooting a beam of light, and over a couple of distance, over a couple of kilometers, the light gets sort of. I mean,
Yeah. So there's a video called it's like a documentary on Netflix. It's called Behind the Curve. And there's a guy named Jaren, and they're supposed to do a laser test, right? But for some reason, Jaren, he broke the laser. Okay, so instead of just canceling the test, they decided to do it with a flashlight for some reason, and they did it at nighttime. You know, we can't really see any details in the video. We can't really confirm exactly what happened. But the person at the other end, apparently, they couldn't see the light, so they determined that the Earth's a globe because you couldn't see the light. All right, so there's a lot of controversy behind that footage. You know, even Jaren himself says that wasn't how it happened, and then there was a lawsuit, and so on. Okay, so it's 50 seconds worth of footage. It's a very terrible quality footage. It doesn't show anything. So, you know, we've got teams of field engineers going out with a $30,000 laser, shooting it over all of these huge distances, and everything's documented and filmed. Okay, so we have evidence that completely destroys that, you know, little tiny 50-second clip from a Netflix show. Yeah.
So just to sum it up, you're saying that the Earth is not entirely flat. It does have a bit of a curvature to it, right?
Okay, so it has hills and valleys and mountains and that kind of thing, right, over the land. So obviously there's elevation changes of topography over the land, but most of the surface is water, and we're not detecting any curvature over huge distances when we test over the surface of the water. Like, for example, if we shoot a laser over 40 kilometers, there should be over 400 feet of curvature over that distance, but there is confirmed to be zero curvature, you know, just as an example. So yeah, we would be saying we don't know the shape, right? We're not claiming the Earth is a flat planet in the globe Earth version of outer space. We're saying that the surface area is measuring flat when we go out and actually measure the surface. And in that context, that's what we mean by flat Earth. We're not claiming to know the size or the shape or the entirety of how the universe works or anything like that. Right? We're just going on empirical evidence and testing in the real world.
Right. Got it.
Mhm.
I mean, it's a very advanced, it's a very vast topic for me to understand, in just a very short span of time. So yeah, but I'm building through it.
Yeah, exactly. It takes a long time to look into the topic, and it sounds crazy to everyone at first, but once you have a bit of a
Right.
dive into it and actually learn what the flat earthers are claiming, and then look at the evidence backing it up, then you can come to your
Right.
own conclusion. And we're not trying to convince people. We're saying, hey, look at this empirical evidence, use your critical thinking skills, and then weigh it up against the globe evidence and see what makes more sense to you. Yeah, if someone wants to go out and repeat any of our tests themselves, then that's also encouraged. That's what I did. I saw a whole bunch of these tests and I was like, wow, these tests are pretty convincing. I should probably go and check it out myself. Okay, and I was fortunate enough to live right next to a giant lake when I lived in Australia, and we had a 20-kilometer stretch across the lake. And I was able to zoom in with my super zoom camera and see the shoreline 20 kilometers away on the other side of the lake. And I did it multiple times in different weather conditions, nighttime, daytime, and I could always see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. So there should be over 100 foot of curvature over that distance. So yeah, like people can go and test this. And when people do, that's when they'll be like, hey, well, this doesn't make sense on a globe. And then you'll start digging into the globe history. And then you'll find
Right.
that, okay, nobody's actually gone out and confirmed that there is any curvature. And that's not how the globe became a thing in the first place. It's not how it happened.
So
It was more
apparently,
conceptualized into existence. Well, not even into existence, but into a theoretical mathematical concept or a spherical
so I guess
coordinate
you
system.
also, yeah, hold on. I guess you also disagree with the fact that there are multiple layers for Earth, like, there's core, and then there's a layer of stones and rocks, and then there's layer of
Yep.
water, and then there's land, right? So do you disagree with that? Do you think the Earth
Yeah, I
has no core at
disagree.
all?
I wouldn't know exactly how it works in this, if there is a center or how deep it is. What we go off is what we can validate. Okay, so um, the deepest hole that anyone's ever dug is
Right.
it was called the Kola super deep borehole, and it was dug by the Soviets, and it took them over 20 years. Okay, and they predicted what they would encounter when they dug down, and the deepest they could possibly get was 7.6 miles, which is just a little bit deeper than the Mariana Trench, which is the deepest part of the ocean. So they couldn't get far, and they gave up after 20 years of trying. They kept breaking their equipment, and they got all the predictions wrong. And yeah, so I would say that there's a globe model, like there's a model that exists that tries to predict what would be down each layer, and then there's the core and that kind of thing. But there's no empirical evidence to validate that that's actually true.
Right.
But yeah, most people think that one day, some scientists went out and did some tests and measured, the Earth to be a globe. That's not what happened. No one ever did that. Okay, it was conceptualized into existence, not or theorized into existence, right? Not actually measured. When we go out and measure, in reality, there's no globe present. Well, there's a ton of people in the chat, so surely somebody has a question or someone wants to present an argument towards the globe Earth or against the flat Earth. Welcome anyone new. If anyone has any questions, feel free to jump in. Welcome Axel. I see you rejoined. And if nobody's going to talk, then you're going to have to listen to me waffle on about random things. Okay, so we're running an event at the moment, and it is called Are They Really Lying About the Globe? So most globe earthers think, oh, flat earthers think everyone's lying and all the scientists must be lying and the professors must be lying. No, that's a straw man. When most flat earthers are not claiming that. Okay? Personally, I would claim that no, most people are not lying. They genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. Okay, it's something that was taught to them from a young age. by people that it was also taught to from a young age, okay? Then it's reinforced throughout their schooling system, okay? And they've never been presented an alternative option. They've never been out to actually test for the Earth curvature. And most people really don't know very much about the globe. Flat Earthers tend to know way more about the, you know, the fundamentals and the basics of the globe Earth than the actual globe Earthers do. In fact, most globe Earthers, they don't even know the size of the Earth, right? They don't know which way it spins or anything like that for the most part, not everyone. Right? They don't know the motions. Some of them know the distance to the sun, whatever they can remember from their schooling, I guess. But most people have never really considered anything other than that. And it leads to the question of how did the globe Earth come to become, like, to be a thing in the first place that was widely accepted as the true nature of reality? And quite often people think that some very, very smart Greeks, you know, went out and conducted a bunch of tests and actually empirically validated that the Earth is a globe. Well, that couldn't be further from the truth, and even according to the mainstream, that's not how the Earth became a globe. Right, I'm gonna post a picture in the side chat that does contain nudity, but it is not against TOS because it is art. Okay, it's a sculpture of Atlas. And most people think, and even in modern depictions, this is a globe that he's holding. And they're like, oh, look, the Atlas, you know, he's holding a globe. Well, if you look closely at that, it's not a globe. Okay, that's a celestial sphere. Okay, so even long before people thought the Earth was a globe, it was a very symbolic thing, the celestial sphere. Okay, what's the celestial sphere? It's an imaginary or conceptual way of thinking about the way we view and can map out the celestial bodies in the sky, the stars and whatnot. Okay, it's probably due to the way we see. Okay, we see the same distance in all directions. We have like a hemispheric, like a dome of vision when we look up above our heads, right? The sky looks like a big dome, whether it be the clouds, okay, whether it be a plane going over the top of your head, it will appear to take a big arc, right? And if you had a plane, 360 planes going over the top of your head, and you mapped out the path, it would make like a big dome of vision, even though those planes are flying at the same height. Okay, they're gonna look like they're doing a big kind of arc over the top of your head. That's the way we see. That's the way we see the sky. The clouds, right? Look down a hallway, the same kind of thing happens. It's due to perspective, okay? So they conceptualized this way of looking at the sky, and it turned into what is called the celestial sphere. Okay, now how did the celestial sphere become related with the Earth being a globe? Right, so I'm just going to read a little bit of information out here. Okay, so the celestial sphere came first. Long before the Earth was mathematically defined as a globe, ancient astronomers visualized the heavens as a perfect rotating sphere with fixed stars attached to its inner surface. This was purely a geometric and observational construct. It was a model of appearance, not substance. The Greeks, Egyptians, Babylonians, and early Indian astronomers all described the sky as a dome or sphere revolving around a stationary Earth. The observer was placed at the center of this celestial sphere. The key thing to note is that the celestial sphere was an optical projection. Angles and motions of the stars were mapped around the observer, not around the Earth as an object. The coordinate system was celestial, not terrestrial. In this framework, astronomers introduced celestial coordinates to describe star positions. Celestial latitude and longitude, later called declination and right ascension, were angular measures projected on the inner surface of the sphere. The celestial poles and celestial equator were imaginary reference lines created by extending the Earth's rotational axis and equator into the heavens. But originally, this was just a geometric analogy, not a physical proof of a spinning Earth. The sphere, quote unquote, of the heavens was thus the first complete coordinate system built entirely from sky observations, not Earth measurements. Right? Then there was the transfer of coordinates, celestial to terrestrial, and this is how the globe started to become something that was theorized or conceptualized into existence, right? So later on, philosophers such as Pythagoras, who was actually a crazy cult leader, that's another rabbit hole right there, right? Most people think Pythagoras was a mathematical man, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I could get into Pythagoras. Yeah, that guy was basically, if they can confirm that he existed, the things they said that he actually claimed were kind of crazy, right? So there was Pythagoras, Plato, Aristotle, etc. And these guys, they took the symmetry of the celestial sphere and imposed it onto the Earth itself. They reasoned that since the heavens appeared spherical and perfect, quote unquote, the Earth beneath must also be spherical, not because of empirical proof, but to maintain philosophical symmetry between the above and the below. This was the crucial step. The celestial coordinate grid, which worked beautifully for star motion, was projected downward onto Earth, creating a terrestrial coordinate system, latitude and longitude, which mirrors right ascension and declination. Okay, so the globe was an inverted celestial sphere. The Earth was then imagined as a miniature version of the heavens, a globe suspended in space with its poles, equator, and rotational axis matching those of the celestial sphere. Essentially, ancient cosmology reversed the reference frame. The observer, once stationary at the center of the celestial sphere, was now said to be standing on the surface of a rotating sphere at the center of the universe. The sky, once moving around the observer, was declared fixed, and motion was reassigned to the Earth. This transformation was purely theoretical. It arose from geometry and symmetry, not from physical evidence. The aftermath. A coordinate conversion mistaken for reality. Okay, so this is the delusion that that most people are living in up to this day. So yes, the globe Earth paradigm originated as a celestial to terrestrial coordinate conversion, not as an outcome of ground measured curvature or motion. This was a philosophical and mathematical mapping, not a physical one. Later on, navigational and astronomical practices adopted these coordinates because they were convenient, not because they proved the shape of the Earth or the motion of the Earth. So, in essence, the spherical Earth was reverse engineered from the celestial sphere, a mathematical inversion of the sky's geometry projected onto the ground long before any empirical proof of curvature, motion, or a vacuum of space existed. This is one of the most revealing historical threads in all of cosmology because it shows exactly how the mathematical sky model became mistaken for a physical Earth model. So it was just a big philosophical leap, as above, so below. Okay, the Greeks inherited Babylonian sky mathematics and applied the Hermetic maxim, as above, so below. They saw the heavens as perfect, divine, and spherical, and reasoned that the Earth must mirror this perfection. It wasn't an observation-based claim. It was a symmetry argument. Since the stars circled uniformly around fixed poles in the sky, the simplest geometric model was a sphere, but rather than confining that to the sky, the philosophers imposed it onto the Earth. So modern cartography is still celestial in design. So to this day, the WGS-84 GPS and terrestrial mapping systems are built on that ancient celestial geometry. Latitude equals Earth's equivalent of declination. Longitude equals Earth equivalent of right ascension. The Greenwich meridian replaced the first point of Aries as the zero reference. The celestial poles still define the orientation of the coordinate system. This shows continuity. Modern Earth mapping is a descendant of a sky coordinate model, not a descendant of physical Earth curvature measurement. welcome to anyone new that's joined. Let us know if you have any questions. Welcome, Sammy.
Thank you so much.
What brings you by the channel, my friend?
Actually, I'm not. I have a channel, but I'm not making video right now. I'm so planning to, like creating content creations on. I'm thinking in this. So I need to some
Excellent.
learn about like video editing, voice editing. I know like voice editing. I need to like some like CapCut or etc.
Yeah,
So
excellent. Yeah, we have 2 live streams running right now as well, recording this conversation.
mhm. So actually some kind of, do you know video editing, brother?
Yes.
So which application are you using, CapCut or like CapCut or others like Adobe Premiere
I
Pro?
use Adobe Premiere Pro.
Yeah, my desktop configuration is not good. That's why I using, first of all, need like this CapCut is the best for better for me. My PC configuration is not good. That's why.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's good. Yeah. Yeah, Premiere
But
Pro can be very taxing on your computer.
yeah. So if anyone learn about in Adobe Premiere Pro, so how much need, how month or how hours need for is good video editing skill achieve? Do you have any idea?
Your microphone's coming in a little bit low volume. I couldn't catch all of that you just
Okay,
said.
okay. Sorry. I apologize. Okay, now my voice is clear right now.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so
Yeah,
much.
it's good, man.
Okay, actually, I'm saying like if anyone learning video editing, how month need or how hours need?
How
What
much
do you?
time will it need to learn video editing? What?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It takes a long time, bro.
It's a long time.
Yeah, it's
It
like one of the
depends.
most advanced technical analysis jobs.
Yeah, it really depends to what level you want to do it. I mean, what I did, I watched I found a really good free long course about Premiere Pro on YouTube, and I watched it about 5 times in a row. And then some of the information sunk in, and then yeah, and then you just kind of go from there, start creating a project, and then, if you get stuck, then you look up videos and you watch them, and over time you'll start to memorize the information, and you'll get better each time you make a new video. Yeah.
Yeah, I Broken Eraser or DJ, I sent you a little DM to remind you I'm looking for video editors, so keep it in mind.
Yeah, cool. Let me know some details.
Yeah, I will DM.
It's a very charging video editor. I demand to skill. So what do you think? Like lots of people saying in like in 2026 is video editing skill is decrease, and there are available in artificial intelligence. They can everything. So artificial intelligence can do
Yeah,
everything.
AI is not going to help you get a video edited the way that you want it done. You know, it it might be able to help speed some parts of the process up, and that kind of thing, but I don't think it's possible for AI to edit a video the way that you want it done. It's impossible for it to do such a thing. Right, same with like like illustrating a book or something like that. If you have a specific storyline and you try to get AI to do it, you have to hire an illustrator if you want it to
Hey,
be the way that you want it.
like right now, current day is likely very hard, but soon it will be very possible.
Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, it's getting scary good. Yeah, like even with the freaking the music, that's getting out of control. And the videos, right? Like 6 months ago, you could tell an AI video. Now I watch videos like it'll be like, just a random video. It looks like some old footage and it turns out to be AI, and you're like, damn, they tricked me. I can't believe that's scary. And music, yeah, music's the same kind of deal as well. So yeah, super creepy. AI is getting creepy. It's going to get creepier. I don't think humans can comprehend to what extent AI is going to change the world.
People will stop learning how to do things and allow the thing to do it for them. And then overall intelligence of the human will decrease.
Yep.
Because no one's putting in the effort to learn anything. Everything's already supposedly known. Like, it's just right now, like, if I receive this question, then I give this answer. If the question is asking me to structure it this way, then I structure it that way. It doesn't know anything. It's just a search engine that's compiling information based on the way you ask the question.
Anybody in this group, in this room, are video editor? Who is video editor in this professional video editor?
Yeah. What what do you want?
Are you professional video editor?
Professional, bro? There's levels to this shit. I
No, no,
mean,
like I don't like. So if you have a
it
video
depends how
editor
much time
or
you want me to spend. Like what?
okay, so how have been long are you stay in this industry, video editing industry?
Or if you want to learn video editing, you just have to study and try and don't give up. It'll come to you. You'll learn it fairly quickly, but it's just not easy.
All right, let's get the conversation. Oh, mic check. Yeah, let's get the conversation back on track.
Good check.
Sammy,
Mm-hmm.
do you believe that you live on a spinning globe, Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So I have a question for you. Would you say that you believe that you live on a globe because it's something that you were taught throughout your whole life? Or would you say it's something that you've actually investigated and you know for a fact that you actually live on a space ball? Belief or knowledge?
Knowledge.
Knowledge. So you've investigated whether the Earth is a globe. So what kind of investigative work did you do to confirm that you live on a globe? Because you would agree that we experience the Earth as flat and stationary, right? As our everyday experience. But they tell us that we're so small that we don't see the curvature of the globe. So we experience the Earth as flat. Do you agree that we experience the Earth as flat?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So based on anything else other than what we get told and what we see on the TV from NASA or SpaceX or JAXA, okay, what evidence would you have that convinced you when you investigated that you live on a globe?
I see, I see, I see.
So, do you believe you live on a globe? This guy? Sammy?
I think Sammy's deep in thought.
Mhm.
Well, Sammy's gone. Shit. Christian, you have taken his place. But I can hear echo. Have to fix that. Welcome, Drace. Good to see Drace and Cyclone have joined the channel.
Bro, is that your car? Is that a GTR?
Christian has the. Let me check. Oh wow.
Is it?
Yeah, cool.
Is it a GTR? Yo, what up, Christian? Say hello. Are you shy? All right, good talk, dude.
That's an eclipse.
Well, Sammy just gave up. He did the Homer Simpson thing and just like descended into the bush.
Yeah.
Christian doesn't seem like he has any globe evidence. What about you, Nunez? Welcome. Well, Nunez also backed away into the bushes. And now we wait. It's chill. Well, did we get a bite? Christian?
No.
Yuki.
Welcome, Yuki. Ah, Yuki comes in here quite often and drops the little Pepe holding the coffee. Welcome. Must be a fan of the 24/7 channel.
Thanks.
Well, you win a prize for your last comment, Yucky. There you go. A free emoji.
Bro, triangular? I mean, as long as you don't have a curve. Triangles are flat, yeah. What about Joka? Isn't he a round earther? Or he left? No, he's here. Caffeine coder? You're a round earther, right? Clover. Yeah, I know. Do people understand this? Like, the globe versus flat, it does matter because we spend the most money for anything for space exploration, which is faking gay. The most money ever spent on a single project or exploration is space exploration. Alleged space exploration.
A lot of your entertainment comes from outer space too.
All right, what is one entertainment that comes from outer space?
Star Wars, Star Trek, Warhammer,
Bro, think
Stargate,
about what you just said.
Battlestar Galactica. All that entertainment value from space.
From space or from a screen?
Same thing.
Oh, space is faking gay. You have no evidence for the modern understanding of space to even exist.
I have pictures from space.
Yeah, bro, this is my proof of space that, Superman, Goku comes from space, aliens come from space. That's my proof of space.
Hi guys.
Got any questions on the topic? Yes, no, maybe so.
Or if America didn't spend trillions of dollars to NASA, you might have some extra money left over for your country wherever you live. Maybe we can help you out. But no, we send all of our money to NASA, bro. Sorry. No room for you.
This is funny. I was talking to Notebook LLM and showed it a video from Life is Short, and then had it make me what's this called? Um, go back here. Some kind of presentation. Yeah. It's a report or a video overview. Either one. No, it's still generating that. It's the report. Yeah. So I just posted the PDF. It just spit out. It's pretty funny. Especially, I didn't say anything about, like, I'll just read you some of this. I didn't say anything about any secret societies or anything, but the video had nothing about anything like that. It was just pure optics. But then it's like, well, clearly they are claiming the Earth is curved based on optics, and so it goes on to be like, well, hermetic signature, a code hidden in plain sight. Wavelength 666 nanometers, orange red light, pupil diameter 2.16 millimeters, resulting angle 0.0216 degrees. The specific values required to derive the Earth's radius from angular resolution are not random. They're embedded within numerological significance rooted in Pythagorean and Hermetic traditions. This suggests the model is not an observation of reality, but an alchemical construct, a mystery religion packaged as science. I didn't prompt any of this. I don't know. He just arrived at that conclusion on his own.
Alright, what's up, guys? Who we got? Vaughn. You gonna talk to us, Vaughn? Welcome, Daniel.
Hello.
How's it going?
Yeah, going alright. What were you talking about here?
We are talking about the nature of the Earth.
Nature of the Earth. I'm not really familiar with that.
Well, you know how they tell people that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
We're asking if there's any proof for that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because
Yeah. I thought there
I
were
don't know if you've heard.
a lot of evidence.
What was that?
I thought there was a lot of evidence.
Yeah, a lot of people thought there was a lot of evidence, but then when you actually look, there's no evidence. There's only claims
Oh,
and images and videos that you can't verify. You see?
Then
Like
is
if I
there
were
like
to
more
ask you,
evidence for that?
oh yeah, there's way more evidence for a flat Earth. Like, for
Yeah,
instance,
I'm interested.
you understand that you experience the Earth to be flat and motionless directly from your perspective.
Yeah.
You know, you've heard them say it's too big to see the curve.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, so this is then what they're actually telling you is you experience a flat Earth. You ever thought about that?
Mm.
So they tell you, oh, it's just because it's such a big ball. But what evidence do you have for that other than, well, they've shown you some images which you can't reproduce or duplicate? You know?
Yeah, so what evidence do you have then?
Well, observable, measurable, practically used reality. So it observes flat and motionless. It measures flat and motionless. The surface, that is, like the ground, the bodies of water, yeah, like lakes, things like that. Measure flat, not curved.
Mm. But how do you prove the Earth is flat, like by measuring?
But you can do things like, well, basically, you're wanting to test your line of sight. You know what line of sight is?
I'm not sure. Ah, yeah, no.
Like how far you can see. Like if you were to draw a straight line from your eyeballs forward, right, horizontally, like how far you can see across the surface. Because if you're on a curved surface like a ball, it's going to limit the amount you can see of that surface, yeah, because it's going to curve down and away from you. So we can test the globe model just by using the numbers that they give us. So do you know how big they say the Earth is? The globe.
I'm not sure.
So they say it's got a 3,959 mile radius.
Uh-huh.
Right? So this tells us the size of the ball that we're supposedly living on. So we can use this to work out how much curvature drop over a distance there should be. So let's take an example. So let's say we've got a 10-mile stretch. Let's say we're at a lake that's 10 miles wide. You ever been to a big lake? You know what a lake is? Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever been to a big one?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, the one that you did go to, did it look flat
Huh?
or curved?
It looked flat.
It looks flat, right? That's right. The lake does look flat. All bodies of water to us appear to be flat when at rest. But they're telling us that it's actually curved, right?
Yeah.
So do you know, over that 10 miles, how much curvature do they claim there should be?
I don't know.
Have a guess. Don't worry, I don't expect you to know.
Pfft, um, I'm not sure. I have no idea.
Well, what do you think? Like a centimeter, 10 centimeters, a meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, ballpark it. Just an average, just a guess.
10.
10 miles. So how much drop over a distance? If you were to draw a horizontal line from your feet, where over 10 miles, how far away would it have curved from that horizontal line down and away?
10 mile.
Over 10 miles, yep.
Okay.
What do you think? 10 centimeters, 50 centimeters, a meter, 10 meters, more, less?
I'm not sure. 10 meters.
Look, 10 meters. Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Usually people say like, oh, a nanometer, less than a centimeter. They think there's no curve at all. But the globe prediction would actually say that there's over 66 feet. Right? So that's like 20 meters of curvature over that distance. But the thing is, when people try and measure this, and they go to a lake that's say 10 miles wide, there is no 66 feet of curvature. Right? You can just see all the way to the other side. You can shoot lasers to the other side, and there's no drop over distance to align with the globe. Whereas if we were on a globe, we would need that curvature. That curvature would have to exist, but it doesn't. Understand? So the lakes are flat. So that water is flat, basically. That's the natural physics of water, yeah? Takes the shape of its container, and the surface will find its level when it rests. Like a cup of water, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a pond, a lake, an ocean, finds its level. You see? So
Oh, isn't that because of gravity?
well, no, gravity, according to the globe, would make it curved, but it's not curved, it's flat.
Yeah, but it's kind of the gravity. As far as I know, gravity pulls everything, even the space.
Yeah, no, that's just a story that we've been told. It's not true.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why
Then
the lakes measure flat, because if the story was true, the lakes would measure curved. The water would be curving, but it's not.
Yeah.
The water's flat. You understand?
But like measuring distance, doesn't really debunk the theory of the usually ordinary people say.
Well, it does if over that distance there's supposed to be curvature, but there's none. So a ball has to have a curved surface, yeah?
Hmm?
It does not. And
But you just measuring. Are you saying the measuring the distance from the other side?
Yeah, from one side of the lake to the other. Yeah. So there's supposed to be a hill of water between you and the other side of that lake. You shouldn't be able to see. So if I was standing on one side of the lake and you were standing at the other side of the lake,
Mm.
we shouldn't be able to see each other because of the curve, right?
Mm.
You're supposed to be hidden by the curve, by like 60
Mm.
feet of curved water. But when people take a pair of
Oh,
binoculars or a telescope or whatever down to the lake, they do see the other side. They do see their friend at the other side, and he's not hidden by curvature, which tells us that there is no curvature.
Mm.
So basically, we're seeing too far for the surface to be a curved ball. We're seeing too far. We're shooting lasers too far. There's no curve. So if there's no curve, it can't possibly be a ball, like they're claiming. You see? But it's also, it's not a disc in space, right? The flat Earth is not in space floating around.
Oh, where is it?
Well, you can't really define the Earth as being embedded in a larger space. For all intents and purposes, as far as we can tell, the Earth is the place. It's the whole place. You could think of it as the floor of the universe, right? The Earth is the floor, and above is the sky with the sun, moon, and stars. That's above. Not all around, doesn't go below your feet, above.
But then what happens if we dig a really deep hole under the ground?
Yeah, the deepest hole they've dug is less than 8 miles. Right?
Yeah, but they I forgot the name, but they did some scientific method to find out what material inside the ground.
Yeah. So when they did this, when they dug this hole, this 8-mile hole, they made predictions about what they would find at certain depths. Right. So at 1 mile we expect to find this type of rock. At 2 miles we expect to find water like this. They were wrong all the way down. Right. So they couldn't predict what was 8 miles below the Earth's surface. But we're supposed to believe that they know what is 4,000 miles down below the Earth's surface. That being the core of a ball Earth. Right? They've got no idea. So less than 8 miles, if you had that on the globe, that would be like you're barely breaking the skin of the apple. And they're going to tell you what's at the core. No, they've got no idea. This is just propaganda.
Then
So
how do you explain the gravity?
explain what?
Gravity.
What do you think? Well, what do you mean by gravity?
Gravity, if we can drop things on the ground, that means like something consistently put things there, like
Yeah, we can have things falling to a flat ground. Like things falling doesn't necessitate the ground being curved or a ball. You know, why would that be the case? So what they've done is they've taken the phenomena of objects falling to the ground, and they've told us that it means we're on a giant spinning ball and we're being pulled to the center of it effectively. But that's not really the case. Things are just rising or falling based on their density relative to the medium. If you look up specific gravity, that basically describes what it is. But there's no globe involved. You see? Just a flat, motionless Earth. Like you always experience.
Then what about rotation of
I was going to ask you, so do you think the ground is rotating?
Oh, yes, I think so.
Do you experience the ground to be rotating?
No, I don't.
No, you don't. So why do you think it is?
I mean, that's how it is. It's like that's why we
Well,
have day and
no, you just
night
don't
and
know how it is. Because how it is, according to our perspective, not rotating. It's not moving. Unless you're in an earthquake, then you'll feel the ground moving. So what makes you think the ground is moving? I think I heard you just say it.
When we see our sky or the
Yes,
stars.
okay. So we see the sun and moon and stars rotating. But why does that mean that the ground is rotating? Why couldn't it just mean that those things are rotating? You thought about
that? But I knew the reason that they have to be rotating, otherwise, it doesn't make sense.
Well, what has to be rotating?
Like the sun and stars, like
Yeah. You see the sun
there.
moving, the sun rotating around or moving around you. So you don't necessarily see it rotating. You see it move through the sky east to west, yeah? And they've told you that even though that's what you observe, that's only because the ground is rotating. But what proof did they show you that it was actually the ground rotating and not just the sun moving like you observed?
Because by watching the orbit of the stars, like suns and moon.
Well, again, you're just seeing them move, though. What proof is there that it's the ground moving and not just those things you're seeing moving?
Because
just if you just see the sun move, you just see the sun move. You can say, okay, I see the sun move, so I'm gonna assume that the sun is moving. But if you're going to say no, I'm going to assume that it's the ground that's moving, then you need to provide evidence for that, or someone needs to give you evidence for that, no?
Yeah.
So what evidence did they give you that it's actually the ground spinning and not the sun moving like you observed? Did they give you any evidence?
I mean, they did. I just can't really remember on the spot.
What kind of evidence do you think they gave you? Measurements? Or stories? Claims? Assumptions? What do you think? Because as far as I can tell, it's all just claims and assumptions. There's no evidence. There's no measurements. There's no science. It's just assumptions. They assume that the ground is moving, and that's what's causing the sun to appear to move. But no one's actually measured the ground to be spinning. Have they? Who do you think's measured that?
Oh.
Anyone?
Why do you think people lie about the...
Ooh, why have they lied to us?
Yeah.
Well, it's not even necessarily the case. I mean, it's a big question because, I mean, most people that you're thinking about, right, like a teacher who teaches you that the Earth is a globe, they didn't lie to you. They believe it's a globe. And why do they believe it was a globe? Because that's what they were taught. And who taught them that the Earth was a globe? Their teacher. And how did they know it was a globe? Well, they didn't know it was a globe. They were just taught it as well. So it's almost like a tradition, like Santa Claus or something, right? It's passed down and taught, but they didn't see it themselves. They never proved it. They're all just assuming that these organizations like NASA or the Russian government are telling the truth about what they're doing. It is all based on that assumption. So it's not actually like loads of people are lying. Most people just believe it and teach it and, you know, claim it to be true based on their belief. Really, it's a small group of people who would have to actually be lying about it, meaning they know it's not true and they're saying it is the case anyway. So, but your question about why would they lie, those people who maybe have lied about it, well, I mean, I could come up with a whole host of possible reasons, right? Do some people lie for money? Yeah, because NASA, they make about $70 million a day peddling this story. So would some people lie for even a slice of 70 million a day? Possibly. Yeah. Control of the world view, you know, if they have the power to say there's an asteroid coming and it's going to wipe us all out in a year's time, so you all have to come and work for us, give us your tax dollars, whatever it is, right? They could convince the whole nation to do whatever they tell it to do based on fear, basically, right? They control the environment that you think you're in. Yeah. They're the ones with access to space where Earth is. So if they say, hey, this giant rock is coming to wipe us out in 3 years' time, people will believe them. That's a lot of power. You can get people to do a lot of things through fear, right? It's very powerful for controlling society. You could also argue that they are obscuring the nature of our environment, right? Because they've given us a cosmology that says that the Earth essentially appeared by accident, randomly, right? There was a big bang, a random explosion of nothingness, and then everything just appeared. That's all based on a globe story, right? So when you figure out that that's not the case, then it goes all the way back to the creation story.
Then do you have like completely different story of universe? Like you said,
Yeah, well, it
there's
has
no
to.
such thing.
It shows that it has to have been intelligently designed. The
Intelligently
environment,
designed.
intelligently designed. Yes, a creator.
Okay,
Yeah.
but that intelligent creator might have made the globe and
I'm sure he could have done, but
this.
he didn't because we measure it and it measures flat.
Okay.
So he
Then
didn't do
why do you
that.
think why do you think the cause was the intelligent creator?
Well, because the only option we had for no intelligent creator was a Big Bang globe cosmology. Right? But that we don't have that. We don't have a globe. We don't have a Big Bang. So there's not really a creation. There's not an accidental natural creation story for a motionless topographical plane. Also, it's a contained system, so something had to have made the container.
But then who made the intelligent creator?
Well, now you're getting into philosophy and religion. It's not what I'm dealing with.
Is it like not your topic?
It's an infinite regression fallacy. Who created the creator? Who created the creator's creator? Who created the creator's creator? Creator's creator? And on and on and on we go.
Yeah, it just doesn't go anywhere. And it would just be speculation.
Yeah, I mean, how do you explain that? If someone asks you like just where the creator is from.
I don't make a claim as to, well, I don't impose my thoughts on the nature of the creator to other people. That's your journey, right? That's up for you to figure out.
Just I wonder what you are thinking about it.
Well, my view would align generally with what it seems the vast majority of human beings throughout history have held, that there's an intelligent designer that they call God, and he created this environment, this system called the Earth. And the sun, moon, and stars are essentially just like a giant clock above it.
But you also think so. That's like how you think. Mm.
That's what I think is a logical conclusion to arrive at once you have reviewed the evidence.
Mm. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I gotta study a little bit just tease yeah, to understand what you say and
Yeah, you should check out our
yeah,
home server. We've got a lot of resources that you can study.
yeah. Do you have a link or something?
Let me check if the bot is in with the right link.
You can just click on my profile, and there's a link in my profile. Broken Eraser. That's my name.
Yeah, right. How to? Sorry, I'm new to this application.
Just click my name, Broken Eraser, and then you'll see discord.gg/flat earth, and then just click that, and it will take you there.
Maybe it's different. I'm using my I'm using my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, if you just click on my name, hold your finger down, and it should come up with like my profile.
Oh yeah. With my finger, yeah. And
then you should see a link, like a link to the home server, discord.gg.
Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, so let me direct you to the information just so you know where to look. So you join that server, yeah?
Yeah.
Now you scroll down the channels about 3/4 of the way. And you'll see there's a lot of channels of different topics, like astronauts, NASA, curvature, gravity. Do you see all those? It's alphabetical. Do you see those channels? It's called additional information.
Yeah.
Okay, so now when you want to research, you might say, what about satellites? So you scroll down to S, and you see a channel on satellites. Yeah? And now we save information here that you won't be able to easily find just using Google and YouTube because they censor the topic. They hide it. So you can research our side of the argument here. Because you need to research both. You need to research both sides of the argument.
Yeah. I will study those. But yeah, it is like still hard for me just to believe all the ideas of yours.
That's okay. We don't want you to just believe. We want you to figure out.
Yeah.
Right?
So I might be back with additional knowledge, like not just say,
And
I heard that.
You can also listen on YouTube. We are live on YouTube 24/7. You can just type in 247 Flat Earth Discord on YouTube, and you'll find our streams. And if you listen to those conversations, you will learn a lot more about the topic.
That's pretty passionate. 24/7.
24/7, 365 days a year. We're even on Christmas. We don't even take a break for Santa. Okay.
Yeah, 366 years on a leap year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we also make culture and other stuff. We're also making music. We have a Flat Earth radio station on our home server.
Yeah, so take your time, explore all the resources, do some research, think up some questions, and then you can come back and speak to us.
Yeah,
you're
right.
welcome.
Yeah, thank you. It was really interesting.
Yeah, you're welcome to come and talk to us anytime, my friend.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. See you.
Peace. Daniel's off to the races. Any other new people in with questions? DJ, good to hear you. Jedi, good to hear you.
You too, man. What
It's
country
okay.
did that last guy say what country he was from?
He didn't, but I'm going to say East Asia.
Yeah, yeah,
China,
sounded like that. Yep.
Japan, something like that, Korea.
They all sound alike, don't they, Cyclone?
Sound alike. I wouldn't say that. Look alike.
I'm kidding with you, man.
No, I'm joking, dude. I don't know how their facial recognition works over there, but it must be pretty good.
Yep, must be awesome.
Oh dear. Good stuff. But he was a nice guy. Respectable guy. Good for him.
The offender was 5'5" with brown eyes and black hair.
Yeah, their composite criminal fits must be pretty good. I don't know.
Yeah, don't worry. They say we all look the same as well.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm cool with that.
But I can over the years, even though don't understand their language, I can tell the difference between the different Asian languages. I can tell Korean from Chinese, both Mandarin and Cantonese, and I can tell Japanese as well. And I'm starting to learn how to distinguish Thai.
Okay.
I think it's a form of face blindness, race blindness. When you don't have enough familiarity with a certain racial population, it can be hard to define the differences. But once you get more experienced, or you watch a bunch of shows or other things concerning uh, those kinds of ethnicities, it just comes naturally to most people. But like some people literally have face blindness, so you can't really expect them to be able to tell.
Yeah, well, I've tried. I've watched Battle Royale, watched a bunch of Korean cinema, watched Squid Games. I'm trying, guys. Yeah, that wasn't meant to be offensive. I'm just saying you guys all look handsome to an equal degree.
I think Japanese women are quite striking. I remember in my youth, there was a Japanese girl who came to visit because we're a big tourist town. Could not keep my eyes off her. She was that good looking.
Mm-hmm.
I get that though. I also have a positive image of the Asian population, so you can create positive stereotypes just as much as you can create negative stereotypes. And like Asian girls in general look great to me, but they might be like, "Oh no, I don't like this," but like, I mean, it's preferences.
Anyway, I didn't mean to take us down that tangent. That was kind of just a flippant comment. Anyways,
Yeah, I started it. I take the blame.
you started, DJ. You're always doing that.
It's DJ's fault.
Oh, could have got away with it again.
Yeah, Jedi's just flying right under that racist radar. Oh well, hopefully get some new Goobers in.
We always do, mate. We always do.
We always do.
Yeah. Several months ago, I was at Costco and I heard some Asian people speaking. And it only took me about 30 seconds to identify them as Koreans, just from the sound of what they were saying.
Yeah, I can't say I'd mark the difference, probably.
Well, Korean's a little bit tougher because I don't watch too many Korean spoken stuff, but like I said, I watch enough Japanese and I've watched enough Chinese movies to quickly tell a difference there. Like
Yeah, I can.
and Chinese, the two main dialects are very easy because Mandarin is more like shishing, shasha, shishi, shisha, something like that. That's what
Sure,
it sounds like.
for sure, correct.
And Cantonese is more like bingo wa.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense to me.
So that's how those two are easy. But then there are some minor dialects.
Yes.
Can't really tell the difference unless you are a Chinese, well-versed Chinese speaker. Because there's that guy in New York City who learns all these different languages. Well, he knows Chinese well, both Mandarin and Cantonese, but he's also learning some of like the smaller dialects and using them as well. But I couldn't tell him what dialect he was speaking if you had to.
Well, there's some great Korean cinema. I know that.
Yeah.
A film called
Yeah,
Yellow
definitely.
Sea,
Yep.
which is a cool film.
What's it called?
Yellow Seas.
Yellow Seas. I will look it up right now.
It's almost like a gangster epic, but they use all like real effects rather than CGI that we get from Hollywood nowadays. There's another good one I always forget the name of. It was about like a detective whose fiance is brutally murdered by a serial killer, and he spends the rest of the movie like savagely hunting down this serial killer to get revenge.
Oh, that one's called I Saw the Devil.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, the Koreans have some crazy films. They're good. There's two good ones for the watch list.
Hello?
What's up?
Hello there.
What brings you to the Flat Earth chat?
What's up, dude?
Not much. Just waiting for some discussion about the Earth.
I cannot hear you. Hold on. Do I have you? Oh. What's up?
Not much. What brings you to the Flat Earth channel? You got questions? Globe evidence?
I do have questions.
Right, what's your questions?
Well, I guess I'm wondering if, if you're a flat earther.
Yeah, that's what they'd call someone who doesn't believe in the globe and understands that it's measured flat. Yeah. It's a bit of a
Okay.
buzzword because we're not saying it's like smooth. It's obviously not smooth. There's hills and valleys, so it's topographical. More like a topographical motionless plane is what we're dealing with here. But they call that
Yeah,
flat Earth,
sure.
so yeah.
Sure, but it's like generally flat. It's not.
Well, the majority of the Earth's surface is covered in water, and water, by its physical nature, takes the shape of a container and finds its level. So yeah, the majority of the surface is level, and then you've got land masses sticking out of it.
Okay. So, can you tell me, like, do you have like a theory is this?
Well, it's not so much like theory; it's more like geometry and measurement and
Well,
observation.
geometry is a theory, isn't it?
No, it's like a branch of mathematics dealing with shapes, sizes, physical objects. So you
Okay.
study, if you want to understand the nature of the surface that we stand on, you'll be dealing with geometry. What's the geometry of it? Is it level, flat? Is it curved? That's basically the crux of this issue, is the ground, the surface that we live on, curving at a rate that's conforming to this globe that they told us about? The answer is no. When it's observed and measured and practically used, it measures flat.
Okay.
So not really so much a theory as just an experience and a measurement.
Okay.
I would say the globe is a theory, though.
Is there anything I could say to change your mind?
You could tell me who in all human history has ever measured curvature and how we could go and verify it. And if that could be verified, then yeah, it'd be a glober again. Could you do that?
Not sure. I'm not an expert. I consider myself a skeptic.
Okay. So you'd be skeptical of the claim that we're on a giant spinning ball of water and gas in a vacuum, flying around at millions of miles an hour? You'd be skeptical of that claim?
Yep.
Okay. So how have they satisfied your skepticism? With what evidence?
I don't believe anything. I mean, I don't believe anything like that.
So you don't believe what they taught you at school?
What are you referring to? That we live on a globe?
Yeah, they teach the kids at school that they live on a globe, and that's why people believe they live on a globe.
Yeah.
I mean, we all believe that. But they didn't. What the question is? Are we dealing with just a belief here, or is this physical reality? There's a big difference.
Well, I would be skeptical of that too.
What, that the globe is physical reality?
No, the notion itself.
Oh, right. You're like thinking you could be a brain in a jar or something?
Could you show me any evidence that I'm not?
Well, the onus would be on you to show some evidence that you are, not on me to show that you're not.
No, you can't. You can't show that you can't demonstrate that. No.
Okay, well then it can be dismissed. If you can't justify it with evidence, it can just be dismissed.
Oh. Right, but it's an idea. It's not like a It's not like an actuality. So
Yeah, it's really just the whimsical, fantastical waste of time, really. Because we are dealing with reality as we experience it to be. Our senses take in information to define this reality that we're experiencing. And that's what we're interested in. What are our senses telling us about the world that we inhabit? And they're telling us that it's actually flat and motionless, not a big spinning ball.
and how does that happen?
How does what happen?
How do we take in information?
Well, through your senses.
Yeah.
Observation primarily when you're dealing with the Earth.
Right,
But
but
you've got
that's
your vestibular system that detects motion, things like that.
how does that work?
Well, I'm not an ear specialist, but I believe you've got basically a little vessel with liquid in it in your ear, and then when you change orientation, that liquid changes orientation, and that's telling your body that you're at an angle or not vertical upright or whatever. But
why?
that's kind of beside the point.
Okay.
We're looking for some evidence to justify what we've been taught, that we're living on a big spinning ball in space. Do you think there's any evidence for that?
Not sure. What would you consider reliable?
Well, something that we could verify in reality.
Verify it how?
Well, observation, measurement, testing, science.
But
Whatever
not a
can be done in
photograph.
reality. Well, can we verify the photograph?
What about a photograph that the Earth is flat?
Do you
Well, that
have
would be
any photographs
a
that it's
photograph.
flat?
That would just be all the photographs because that's what you observe in reality. A flat horizon. That's
No,
flat.
but do you have any photographs from space?
Well, I'm not claiming space. You would be. So
What do
that
you
would be
mean
a
you're not
question for
claiming
you.
space? What does that mean?
Well, what do you mean when you say space?
The vacuum of space, of course.
Right. Well,
By
define that.
space, I mean a sensible intuition.
Space definition, a sensible intuition.
Yes. And a
So how
necessary
could I
condition.
take a
Can I
photograph
finish?
in condition?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
So by space, I mean a necessary condition for the possibility of your experience.
What? So just like width, length, and height in general.
I said a necessary condition for the possibility of your experience.
Was that how space is defined?
No, I'm defining space for you. You asked what it is. I'm giving you my definition.
No, I don't want your definition. I want the existing, everyone understands it, it's in the dictionary definition. I don't want your psychobabble waffle definition.
I just don't think you understand.
I think it's pretty clear that you're the one who doesn't understand here. You can't even define
Okay.
the thing that you're telling me I should take a photograph in.
I just did. It's a sensible intuition.
All right, how hot is it? What's the temperature there?
It doesn't have a temperature.
All right, how far away from the Earth's surface is it?
That doesn't make any sense.
See, you don't even know what you're talking about. You can't even define space.
It's not an object. Like, what do
is
you
it?
mean?
What is it?
I just told you, a sensible intuition.
A sensible intuition, right? So we should go and take a photograph from a sensible intuition.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Derp.
Why?
Because you're nonsensical. You're not making any sense.
So
I
it
guess
doesn't
it's
make sense because it's
I don't know if you're trolling
nonsensical?
or you're just confused. Probably a bit of both.
Have you read Cont?
What's that got to do with your inability to define space?
Maybe Cont has globe proof.
Yeah, so you got it?
So I'm just asking if you've read Immanuel Kant, if you've read the critique.
No, not specifically. I know of him.
Okay. Oh, okay. I don't care.
Oh, okay. So what does this mean? You still can't define space. You still don't know you live on a globe. So what?
Bro, we know what space is.
Well, this guy doesn't. He said it was a sensible intuition or some retarded gobbledygook.
So
can you prove that
even a
wrong?
5-year-old knows what space is.
Can you define space for us?
Can you prove what I said
Space,
wrong, or no?
yeah,
You
space
didn't
is
say
like
anything to rebut. You just waffled to yourself because you're coping. Who's the Russian
Just
guy?
what?
Yeah, you're
just
not.
listening.
You
Cyclone,
don't
it sounds like you
contribute
just don't
anything
have
useful.
an answer to what I'm saying. So
You
you're
said you
ad
had
hominem.
questions, but now you've devolved into nonsensical babble. Right? You couldn't
Why
define
is it
space
nonsensical?
because
How does that
defining
not make
space.
sense?
Because you told us we need to go and take a photograph from space, right?
Yep.
And then you couldn't define what space was.
I just told you. I gave you a transcendently ideal definition.
A transcendently ideal definition. Listen to this clown. See,
Prove what I said
Bro, you
wrong.
already know what
this is
space
what
is. Why are you asking
you
for a
good guys
definition?
do. So this is like the kind of waffle pseudo-intellectual bullshit that you guys will try when you realize you can't make an argument for your globe religion.
I don't have a
That's
religion.
okay.
I'm
You
not
do. You have
religious.
globe religion. You're a heliocentrist.
Sounds like a
Heliocentrist.
first-year philosophy student to me.
Yeah.
Got him.
the hell?
So you guys can't define space? Okay. So have you got any globe evidence then?
All right. What's your definition?
Evidence
a
of
question for you.
vacuum.
I'm not saying
You
Yeah.
that.
believe in space?
Damn, this is stupid.
Does space exist for you?
Do you have a counter definition, or can we just use mine?
No, I would like the actual definition, not your made-up gobbledygook.
What's the actual definition?
Which dictionary did you use?
So we should get our definition from the dictionary.
No, you should just pull it up
Bro,
out your
it's-
ass and make it up. That's what you should do, you idiot.
Or
Yeah.
maybe we can take it from the textbook of physics or something like that. I
That
don't
sounds
know.
more
Maybe they're more
sensible.
qualified.
Shamika will speak to you because Mark's bricked and a child.
Bricked up.
So Shamika.
I don't think this is going to be a constructive
That's all right. We'll open
conversation,
it
but
up. We'll
yeah.
reset the conversation. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a ball? We'll start with that.
Yeah, let me search my pockets. I'm carrying that everywhere I go just to,
Okay, that's fine. So you
prove
don't.
it to
So you don't
someone
have
who
any
didn't
evidence.
go to elementary school. Yeah.
Okay, so are you saying you don't have any evidence, or?
You don't need it. That's that's elementary school
Okay,
knowledge.
you don't need
You
evidence,
just
but
need to.
do you believe
Yeah,
it?
my degree that I finished elementary school education.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I'm sorry you didn't
That's
go to
my evidence.
you didn't go to elementary school, dude.
Whoa, dudes, chill.
Yeah,
So
I finished it successfully.
So do you believe in it? You believe in it, though, right?
No, I don't believe. I learned to know, not to believe.
But you just said you don't have any evidence for it.
No, I didn't. Actually.
Oh, okay. So
Do
what
you
is
have
the
any?
evidence for it?
Yeah. Hey, Cyclone, do you have any evidence that you exist?
Wait, why is the guy not answering if he's got evidence?
Yeah, I'm carrying evidence, everywhere I go.
Well, you said you know it,
When I'm
right?
going
So
to buy a
what
cigarette,
evidence? What evidence
I'm
allowed you
carrying
to know it?
evidence. Damn, this is ridiculous.
Well, you said you know it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what evidence allowed you to know it?
This is stupid.
So you don't have any?
Evidence for what? Let's start over because this is so ridiculous. I cannot keep up
Well, this
with
is the
this bullshit.
start. This is the start.
Come
Do
again.
you have any evidence for the globe?
He's
That's
he's
the
essentially
what?
asking if you can
What
see the Earth
specifically?
from space.
Yeah, have you seen Earth from space being
where?
flat or whatever? What is your evidence for your
All right,
claim?
you're saying
Yeah.
you can't. Okay, so you're basically saying you don't have any evidence for Earth being a globe.
As you don't either. Yeah, you
Bang,
presented
bang.
none. So I'm
But
gonna
we already
assume
experienced a
from your
fire.
assumption as you are that you have
Shamika,
zero
you
evidence
already.
just because you're not carrying
No, but
it
Shamika,
around with you.
flat Earth is the default because that's what you experience.
No, that's not the default. That's your
No.
reprogramming.
Yeah, that's what you
Can you
experience
repeat the
every day,
elementary
right?
schooling?
Like Shamika, you don't experience the ground to be moving, do you?
No, yeah, tell me what I experience. Yeah, you know all about me. Tell me what do I experience.
Well, unless you're in an earthquake or something, you don't experience the ground to move, right?
No, I'm in internet bot. I'm an AI. I'm not a real person. I'm whatever you can claim to support
he's already
whatever you
bricked.
want.
AI is more
Yeah, it sounds
intelligent.
like
Sorry.
he's spiraling quite hard already. So you experience
Yeah,
a
it's fine.
motionless Earth. You don't experience the ground to be flying around
I
anywhere.
don't know. You tell me. I didn't go to elementary school, obviously. Huh?
So you don't know. You just don't know how you experience the Earth.
Let's see how ridiculous this can go. Okay,
So where have you
have you been
seen?
to elementary
Okay,
school?
Shamika. Okay, Shamika, give us an example of where you've seen the Earth
Give
being
us an
like a
example
globe.
of you attending elementary school.
Okay,
Yeah.
chill out, dude, chill out. Give us an example of a place you've seen the Earth seeming like a globe.
Give us an example that you have ever attended physics classes.
Hello, okay, so you just can't provide any evidence at all.
Dude, he got
Neither
you.
does he.
I think he got you, man. No, he proved
right.
you wrong.
Jeez, I don't know
This
who's
guy is a
worse.
scientist. He's a
No,
genius.
this is proving nothing.
Come on,
That's
Mark.
the point. This is useless conversation. As I thought.
Okay. So let me just ask the room then. Let me just
Well,
ask the room, Shamika, since you don't have any.
There you
Let me
go.
just ask the room. So
But
does
So
anyone
you
here have
called
any
me on
evidence?
stage. You called me out to answer. I
Anyone
already
got
told
any
you that this is
evidence?
not constructive conversation. You wanted
Man,
it,
you guys are
not me.
freaking out.
I
And it's
don't
like the
have a
chuckle
problem
fuck
standing.
bus opened up.
These guys are really freaking out. I'm just asking, guys, does anyone in the room have any verifiable evidence that the Earth is a spinning globe? Any at all?
We have pictures from space, you retard.
Pictures from
Here we
space.
go.
Show us the picture.
You can Google them yourself. dude.
Okay, which one do you believe?
Believe? I don't believe. I know. Damn, this is ridiculous.
Hey,
You
Mark,
want to
post the
twist
one.
the
Mark, post
language,
the one that convinced you that the
put
Earth
the
was a
words
ball.
in other people's mouth so you can defend
Hey,
your point
Shamika,
because you
chill,
have
dude.
nothing else to
Shamika,
defend
chill.
it.
Mark, post the one that convinced
It's
you.
obvious.
Post it in the side chat.
Hold on. Do you have any pictures of the flat Earth?
Well, come on, Mark. Why are you trying to deflect again? Can you just
No.
post
Oh,
what
you
you
don't
said?
have. Okay, you don't have any.
Yeah.
Just say you don't
Every
have
picture.
any.
No, double standards. You don't get to do
So
that.
you said the space pictures. Are you going to show us which one you believe in?
And
I don't
then we
believe
get to
in them,
see
dude.
flat
It's
Earth
like
pictures.
they exist. There
Okay,
are
but
pictures.
how'd you know it's real,
There
dude?
are
You know you
videos.
can make fake images of stuff, yeah?
How do you know anything is real, you
I was
retard?
flying on a
Right. So
plane.
okay.
And
I
it's
understand you're getting
damn curvy.
upset. But just tell me, so you understand people can make fake images, Mark, right?
If they can do that, then how do you
Yeah,
know?
we can make up a story that I flied across the
Okay.
globe.
So given that
You
we
can
know,
make up a story that Earth
okay,
is a flat.
I get it, guys. These are
Fake,
spiraling out.
whatever it
I
is.
get it. So given that we know that people can make fake images, how
Show
do you
me
know
one
these
picture of
images
Earth from
are
space that's
real?
fucking flat.
Yeah.
Show me one image of Earth that's flat.
Okay, guys, calm down. Just tell me how
Fake
to
claims like
verify
is flat.
This fucking idiot.
these
Earth is
images
not flat.
are real. How do we confirm it, Mark? How did you
Earth
verify
is
it?
round like a ball.
Okay, Mark. Let's do the
Oh,
exercise,
God.
Mark.
A
Right. So
third one's joined in.
Listen,
maybe
when
we're
Neil Armstrong
gonna have to
going to the
start
space,
muting
then
some of
you
these
see Earth
guys.
is round.
All right. Who are we gonna? Who's gonna talk?
Just let me
Okay, Chitty.
speak Mark for a second.
All right, Mark,
Because
you're up.
Mark's
Yes,
doing a good
Shamika,
spiral.
shush. Shamika and Shitty, you gotta shush.
If I
Yeah,
pay you,
so Mark,
if I pay you to go to space,
walk us
if
through
I
your
pay,
steps,
listen to
right?
me. No, you listen
Hold
to
on,
me,
Mark. Hold on,
Mister.
Mark. I know
No,
you're
you
getting
listen to
upset.
me. If I take you to
Right, so Mark, just walk us through it, right? You're sitting at your PC, you're looking at this image that you think proves your reality. He ran, didn't he?
He did, but Shamika is still here, so you're the
Shamika's
one
ready
now.
to go. Right, well, DJ, you're going to have to pick that up because I need to get going. But, I mean, what was that? A 3-way spiral? 4-way at times?
Yeah.
Yeah, well done.
Well done.
All
yeah.
right. Easy work. GG's. Good
Catch
hearing
you
you.
later, man.
Yeah, that rocks your boat.
All right, Shamika. You're unable to have a serious conversation, right?
About the flat Earth, yeah, exactly.
But you think you live
Cannot
on
take that
a
shit
spinning
seriously.
space rock that's covered in water,
Yeah,
right?
you
Through it,
can
just
kind of
spinning through the infinite vacuum of space.
reduce it to absurdity however you want, and I can
Yeah,
play
but
that
this
game
is the
too.
thing, right? You're unable to
No,
even
that's
have a
not the
normal
thing.
conversation, right? You don't have
That's not the thing.
any manners. Did your parents raise you to have manners and to maybe
They
listen
sent
to
me to
people's
elementary
opinions?
school, so I kind of learned that the Earth is not the
But
flat
you're
board or
unable to
whatever.
even have a normal conversation. Like, what's wrong with you, bro?
Hey, yeah, about the stupid stuff like this, I don't take it seriously.
Well,
Hey,
you think
DJ,
you?
can I ask him a question about what he learned in elementary school?
Yeah.
Hey, so I got a question for
Elementary
you.
stuff, yeah.
Yeah,
Things
what?
that you are kind of not
Yeah,
able
so
to
the question
navigate
is, the question
around
I have for you
effectively.
is, what causes the Earth to spin?
Uh-oh. I know the answer.
You that think that Earth is a flat board know
Answer the
what makes
question. Answer
a
the question,
globe
Mr.
spin.
Mr. Primary
This
Come on,
School.
is
Answer the
elementary
question.
school graduate, what
No, you're
causes the
not
Earth
here
to
to
spin?
learn. I'm not
What
gonna. You're
causes
not
the
here
Earth
to
to
learn.
spin? Do you have an answer?
I do.
What is it?
You're not here to listen, so I'm not gonna tell.
You
It's
bricked,
obvious.
I'm
bro.
begging for an answer. I want to listen to your answer.
You want to listen up until I finish, so you can take the mic. You will not listen. This is echo chamber.
Yeah,
No,
what causes the Earth to spin?
you're not listening. That's what you're projecting onto us. We're listening to the words that are coming out of your mouth, but you're not
Oh,
paying any
like someone
attention.
is gonna change their mind.
Come on, dude, tell us. Educate the dumb flat earthers right now. Tell us what causes the Earth to spin.
I don't know. Educate yourself. I did my own education.
He doesn't
I'm
even know why
here.
the Earth spins, but he believes it's
Yeah,
a
I'm
globe
here
spinning.
I'm here to see
Oh
what
my
the
god,
hell is
bro.
going on. Why
Yeah.
What's the
all the
radius?
people are
What's
getting
the
people are
radius
getting
value?
so dumb.
What's the radius? What's the size of the Earth? What's the radius, diameter, or
You
circumference
can
of the
search it.
globe?
You can search it.
You don't
That's
even know
simple.
anything, bro. How fast does the Earth spin at the equator, approximately?
Well, kind of, you know a lot about the
Yeah, I got
globe
an
for a
easy one. Okay, I
person
got
that
an
thinks
easier
that
one.
Earth is flat.
Hey, hold on. Let's
This
start
is
here.
ridiculous.
How many times does the Earth spin in one day?
He has to think about it. Oh my god, bro! Does
And
the
he
Earth
came in here
spin?
calling us
Yeah,
stupid.
because
Yeah,
He just
it
proved
turns
himself
less
stupid.
than 360 degrees. Because
It's
we
the wrong
are
answer.
missing a
You didn't
day
even
once
understand the
it
question.
goes
And
around.
does the Earth
That
spin west to east?
you can
Does the
lay it
Earth?
out.
Hey, dude.
You
Even
can lay
easier
it out.
question. Even easier
Say that.
question. Does the Earth spin west to east or east to west? Or north to south?
Dude, it doesn't. It's a flat. It's a
He
flat
has no
board.
clue.
He doesn't know anything.
I don't need to really. I don't need to know a lot to actually see how this is ridiculous. How ridiculous this is. It's kind of really.
So you don't know how ridiculous your belief
No, I
system is.
know. I
No, you
know
No, you
don't
a
just
know.
lot.
Like,
proved you
this is
don't know,
your
and
belief
what you're
Yeah,
system. You
using
don't
kind of
here,
know.
that.
you
That's
proved
what
you
I
don't
would like
know.
you to
Stop
think,
talking for a
because I would
second.
like you to
Relax. Take a
disengage
deep
from
breath.
this.
Relax.
I
It's
am. I'm
okay.
just having
It's
fun.
okay. Just relax.
I am relaxed. Damn, I'm having a good
You
time.
are hyperventilating, sir. Relax.
No, you don't know.
Great clip. Great clip. Someone's going to clip that. That's hilarious. The arrogant glober doesn't know anything at all about the globe.
Oh, you can put everything, kind of out of context and kind of prove whatever you want.
It's not out of
We record
context.
it 24/7.
It's not out of context,
It's gonna
brother.
have a views.
You're on 2 live
Yeah.
streams right now, making a fool of yourself, bro.
Exactly, because this was a mistake to actually give you an audience at all.
Yeah, whose fault is that? Ours or yours?
Kind of, Stu. Yeah, my morbid curiosity.
So
Happens with
that's just
vegans.
an admission of
Yeah.
defeat because he's saying he came in here and he called us
Yeah, I came
stupid,
in
but
here to listen,
all
and
he
then you called
managed
me
to
out to
do was
talk.
show the world how stupid he is and how flawed his belief in the globe is. It's just based in assumptions and beliefs, no actual verifiable anything. And then his only argument against it is an argument from incredulity. He doesn't believe it.
He's definitely not going to
Assuming
be
and
an
jumping to a
astronaut someday.
conclusion. This guy's.
I think I'm lagged. Can I get a mic check?
Sounds good.
Okay, good. Wow, that was a great clip.
Yeah, man.
I'll play that tomorrow morning.
Oh, I'm going to be clipping all of these and posting them all over different platforms.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cyclone had some good conversations before they all melted down.
Yeah, he softened them up for us.
So we got Kelly and we got Dreadfort, looks like. If you guys want to speak, open up your mics. You can ask us questions, you can try to prove your globe, or you could just maybe ask how we arrived at this position. Very neutral. And since we got empty air and Shoe Man is losing it in text, I'll just go over it, Shoe Man. So, half-naked ancient Greeks looked at the horizon and assumed that the horizon was the geometric sphere edge because they came from an esoteric cult that has its roots tied to the Pythagorean church cult. And the way it works is you draw out a sphere orthographically and you draw a tangent point to that sphere, and that's how you base it on how far you see, and then you compare that how big that globe would be, and you end up with the size of about 3,959 miles, or roughly. However, if you just take the aperture of the human eye and the diffraction limit, you can and the height from the surface, you can arrive at the same radius value if you assume the horizon is the geometric sphere edge. However, when you use these calculations, you have to either assume the Earth is a sphere to begin with, so your conclusion is baked inside the premise, or in the case with the ancient Greeks, who believed they had invisible laser beam vision, you have to assume there are no optical effects at play, and assume in the math that perspective doesn't exist. And so the math already has divorced reality, and it's begging the question. Meanwhile, what we did and what is commonly done and is commonly accepted is that the Earth and the waters of the Earth are measured flat. They're used as level standards, horizontal standards, liquids at rest. But on the globe belief, you just have the belief that, well, the globe is so big that it appears locally flat. And as I rise, it just keeps extending and appearing flat all the way to the horizon always. You believe you live in an optical illusion where all of reality appears to tell you that the Earth is flat and stationary, but you have this greater belief, so you reject all of reality. And we don't blame you for that belief. We used to have that belief ourselves. We were all raised in this cultist belief system. We weren't presented with empirical evidence verifying the globe. We were told some other dude went outside of it. And you believe in him like a priest, and this is your religion. We're just the people who left the religion because the evidence doesn't actually stack up. It has no foundations in reality. Its foundations are assumptions. I mean, I didn't want to be a flat earther. I wanted to debunk it. But when you actually look at it, and you look at it critically without trying to affirm your bias, without using circular reasoning or other logical errors, it's conclusive. The Earth lacks the curvature required to turn into a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles. That's just not possible based on the evidence from reality. And you can go check that evidence for yourself. It's verifiable, repeatable, empirical. It's not something you have to believe in. You don't need a priest in a lab coat to tell you what to believe. You can go out and check it for yourself and know how the misconceptions work. It's all within your reach. It's just, do you choose to look or do you choose to believe? That's the only difference. And because many people make this mistake, we are not a replacement cosmology. We're not here to give you a new belief system to believe in. We're just teaching critical thinking, logic, and asking people to go out and test their own beliefs for themselves so they know if their belief is true or not. It's not, we stand nothing to gain. We're not bullshitting you. We're not asking you to believe us. We're just asking you to believe your own eyes and learn some critical thinking. Let's see if he calmed down a little bit. Can you hear me, Shoemaker?
No, I can't come down when you try to think that this is a belief system.
Did you comprehend any of the things I told you?
No, it flew over my head. It was that dumb.
So you couldn't repeat any of it, and
I wasn't there, kind of. That wouldn't make
yeah.
me any smarter.
So you're just showcasing you have no understanding.
No understanding of stupid, shit. It's gonna ruin my
No,
life.
that
I
doesn't.
use my
Sorry,
brain for a living.
buddy.
Yeah,
You not
no, thank you.
understanding something. You not understanding something is
Yeah, I
only
don't want
evidence
to,
of
and
you
I'm
being
not here for
stupid.
that.
Do you understand
No, I'm
that?
here to tune in and listen. You can
Yeah,
call
that's
me out
fine.
to talk,
The
but I
problem is
don't
you
think
have a
that's a good
problem
idea.
listening. See, you just
No, I
admitted
don't
you
have a
have a
problem
problem
listening.
listening. You
You
didn't
have
hear a
problem
word
not
that was
calling out
said.
people.
Do you
No,
understand?
if you have a problem not calling out people directly.
No, you have a problem listening. See, when other people are speaking, this is why I muted you just now. When other people are speaking, you are also speaking. And you admit it. You do not show any comprehensions of the words being spoken. And so, because you don't understand something, you think that means other people are stupid? Do you understand how stupid that is? You're only proving that you are the stupid person. That's not helping your case. That's not proving the globe. That's not refuting the evidence that's been presented before you, the logic that's been presented. That's just proving that you don't have the capacity to be rational.
It's not a belief system, I lost lots. That's just, for the starters. I'm not gonna move, and
You already admitted that. So it doesn't change the
yeah, it's not
fact
the belief.
that you already admitted that it's just a belief system for you. You just believe it. You have no evidence. You cannot argue anything. We already went over this with everybody else. We got our clips. Do you understand that? Or did this also go over your head?
Oh, so now I'm unmuted again. Oh, damn. You need me for drama and audience, I'm really useful to you to get attention. That you
No,
desperately need.
not
Because this
really.
is not science.
No, sorry. You don't understand us. You just admitted that multiple times. You have a problem with listening. You don't hear what people say. You are not the arbiter of our intent. That is another dumb thing to say. So, we want to have constructive discussions. We told you this many times. The fact that it still hasn't registered is just kind of more proof, We don't want you to be stupid. We want you to have an intelligent discussion. That's what we asked you to do. Remember?
No, you don't. I have no problem listening. I have no will listening. Kind of, I don't want.
Saying you don't want to listen, therefore you don't listen, is a problem with you listening. Do you understand? It's you don't comprehend the words that are coming out of my mouth, and so you just sit there giggling like the village idiot who doesn't comprehend what's going on. How can you possibly think that that is making you look good?
Not here for self promotion. This is for your promotion. That's why I'm not gonna.
Yeah, we don't really care. Like, we don't want tomfoolery and nonsense. So I'm just gonna leave you on mute because that is literally what you are asking for. Because we've been warning you, we've been telling you how this works here. You can take part in the conversation, but if you want to just troll and act like a fool, you don't get to take part in the conversation. It's very simple. I'll consider this your last chance. Did you understand the words that I used? Did you understand the context, the meaning of those words?
To understand the words that are coming out of my mouth.
Hey, kind of, I was here to tune and listen, and you actually want me to talk. So it's on you.
Well, you're welcome to listen. We told you that as well.
Yeah, don't call me out on stage.
No problem.
Hey,
We'll
you
talk
chose to
some.
respond.
Yeah, we were trying to have a conversation. Like, you said you wanted to listen. We said, okay, but we were also finishing our conversation that we were having about having a conversation. And you were having a conversation with the guys earlier, which is the conversation we were talking about. But it doesn't matter. Enjoy your time listening.
Was that still addressing? Are you still addressing me? Really?
No, I'm just letting you know, and like,
No,
you
no,
don't
no,
have
no,
to
no, no.
respond to any of
Yeah.
this. This is not meant
And now I
for
don't get
response.
to reply to it.
What
That's
do
how
you
it
want to
works
reply?
here. I
You
get
can
muted.
reply, of course. You can
You get
reply.
to call me out. I don't get to reply. I
Did I
don't
call
get
you
to
out?
ask, can I be dismissed or excused? Then you move on to other person and prove whatever you want to prove. That's not how it
Go
works
right
here.
ahead.
Oh, thank you.
Yep, didn't think so. Hey, Zamba, welcome to the show. So, do you have any questions about the Earth being flat, or do you want to present some evidence
Nah, I'm
for the
also
Earth
here
being a
just to
sphere?
listen. I've debated you guys several times, and it's pointless.
Well, have a good time. That's all that really matters in the end. Have a good time, and like like for the other guy, like if it's too difficult, that's fine. Like if you were married to the globe and you love it, like I'm not gonna fault you for believing in it. I just don't have any requirement to believe in it myself because I have not seen any evidence to support it.
And that's fine. So nobody's gonna debate over the shape of the Earth.
I'm sorry, I missed that. I'm getting a little distracted.
Oh, Mark wants to get unmuted.
Yeah, if someone wants to talk to him, they're welcome to talk to him. I'm working on stuff in the background.
I'm not unmuting him. He didn't say please. Or he didn't even put it into a request. He just demanded it.
Yeah, we need to create a written request form.
Yeah. Gut Monkey was good at that. He was the official forms guy. But they were funny. They were just satire, really.
Yeah, but it's still fun. You kind of placates them a little bit, and you give them the form, and then they fill out the form, and yeah, it gets just filed and collects dust. I feel it can be pretty hilarious because they cry and moan about it on the forums. It's almost like they forget we record everything.
Why do you record?
Because we have spoken to so many globe believers who basically like to lie and say, I never said that, or you said something you didn't say. And so we can go back in the stream and just look at exactly what everybody said.
And what's that gonna prove?
It's just a
I'm
means
trying.
to stop the conversations from going in circles with he said, she said.
Yeah, I kind of get it that you're trying to convince people that Earth is a flat plane.
No,
So you
we're not
record
trying
stuff.
we're not trying to convince anybody that the Earth is anything. What we're trying to do is get you to critically think for yourself and go check your own belief system out in reality. Does reality conform to your belief system? If it does, great. You can be safe and secure in your belief system. If it doesn't, well, then you need to actually rethink your belief system. We're not here to sell you a new belief system.
All right.
Can
Fair enough.
can water be like round, or it stays leveled no matter of like how much water is there?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
He wants to know if it stays level or does it eventually curve after it's too really big.
Yeah, I'm flat earther also.
Yeah, I don't go by tribalism. I don't care who anybody is.
Yeah,
All I
I'm
care
sure the flat earther doesn't think they live on a ball.
Yeah, the thing is, what you observe is the physics of water is laying horizontal. Uh, you can presume it bends at some point which you cannot measure, but that remains an unverifiable claim that you've never verified. So anything that can be stated without actual evidence can be dismissed without actual evidence. And that's why when somebody states something like, "Oh, Earth is measured flat," well, you should ask, well, how did you do that? You should want to see the evidence, not be afraid and try to run away and jump onto some fallacious argument. Well, what about the stars? Because it doesn't matter. What really matters is the evidence and what's being presented to you. And if you had the courage, you would just look through it. And if you were confident in your own belief system, that wouldn't be a problem. But because your confidence isn't very high, because it's just based in belief in other people, you don't understand how all of this stuff works. It's hard to actually just look at the evidence. And I understand that, but we're not
I
here
have a
to sell
question.
you something. We just want to let you look at it.
Why do you guys always just stick to the curvature measurements?
Because we're not a replacement cosmology. We are critical realist empiricist logicians. So
Okay.
we
And then
go
why
by
don't
what's
you?
empirically verifiable, something we can test and repeat on the Earth, and we can learn this together. Everybody can access this
Okay.
knowledge if they put in a little bit of
Okay.
effort.
Okay, then
It's
why?
not like
I
going
mean,
to
if you're
space where
critical,
you
if
cannot do that unless you're in the highest echelon of the elite.
okay, but if you're a critical thinker, why don't you explore the like stars, like sun, like moon, um, Mars, like whatever planets? Why don't you
How does looking
explore?
up in the sky make you critically think? How does looking at a light make you critically think?
Nothing in the sky actually proves that the Earth is a sphere, and the fact that the Earth lacks
What
curvature
do you mean?
disproves all of our
How doesn't?
imaginations about how the cosmos is,
Okay,
because
but
it's all based on this foundational ladder of the cosmic ladder, the Earth being a curved sphere. And so, if it isn't a curved sphere, our entire conception of outer space is wrong.
so nothing in the sky doesn't matter.
Dude, how does anything in the sky make the Earth curve?
The thing in the sky is interesting.
Well,
It doesn't matter to the measurements of the ground. How we conceptualize and imagine the sky works is based on how the ground is imagined to be. And when you falsify that base imagination, then the whole idea collapses. So we can imagine the fancy story of Big Bang and massive suns and burning in a vacuum and all this nonsense. It's a story. It's a religion. That's all it is.
but I mean, like, how doesn't the stars matter? Because from some locations on the Earth, you can see some stars, and from other locations, you cannot see those exact stars. How doesn't that
When have you
matter?
done any of that? When have you gone out at your house, stared at all the stars, wrote them down, then went somewhere else on Earth and did the same thing and said, "Ah, there's some missing today"? When have you ever
Bro,
done that?
I don't have to do it myself.
It doesn't even matter. Even if he did that, whatever, it doesn't matter because if the Earth is measured flat and not curved, it doesn't matter what the sky appears to be doing because the Earth is measured flat. So the assumption based on whatever you saw in the sky, or like, oh, well, there appears to be 2 rotations. Yeah, well, that assumption that the Earth was a sphere based on looking up into the sky has been falsified by the first premise being wrong. The Earth isn't curved. So that's not why we're seeing it like that. So the assumed cause, Earth being curved, has been falsified. So we don't know why the sky represents itself in the way it does. And it's an interesting inquiry now. Instead of being, oh, dogma, stop looking. You're just supposed to accept this idea and not look any further.
I have one question. Is Sun a sphere or not?
More sky questions.
I'm just curious because
what's it look like?
If the Earth was a flat plane, then where does the sun go at night?
How many times have you been in here?
No, I'm just asking that.
Dude, you're asking the same dumb question that you've asked before. What
Mang. Remember Mang? Remember Mang?
No. I'm seriously asking a question. If you cannot answer it,
Samba, who here made a claim about the sun?
Sorry?
Who here made a
just
claim
told
about
him the sky.
having knowledge about the
We
sun?
just told him the sky doesn't make the ground curve, and he said, "What about the sun?"
I mean, it does matter. Like,
Why?
I can imagine, because if the Earth was a flat plane, then we should be able to see sun from every location at all times.
The sun is 3/4 of a salad bowl. How's that?
Sorry, what?
The sun is 3/4 of a salad bowl. Debunk me. Yes, 3/4. Not a complete ball. 3/4 of a salad bowl. Go ahead and debunk me.
I mean, I'm just curious, man, to see
Me too.
Your opinions about this. But if you don't
Why would it
answer,
matter
it's
about
okay.
opinion? What does our opinion matter? Should I start telling you if I have an opinion about whether or not the sun has feelings?
Bro, he's projecting. It's his opinion that it wouldn't work even though the ground is measured flat. So he's going to
100%.
exclude the measurements because he doesn't believe how it could work. That's called an argument from incredulity.
Yep.
I mean, it's fine. If you don't want to answer, it's fine. I'm not.
Just goes to above another part of the Earth, bro. Out of your view.
Another part.
Yeah, so we're going to give you descriptions of the sun. We're not going to make any claims about what the sun might be or how it does what it does. It has an angular size, and it can change, actually, throughout the day, believe it or not. So I have no idea what the sun is or how it does what it does. I have no opinions about the sun, only descriptions. What do you have? Do you have an opinion about the sun?
Do I have an opinion?
Yeah.
I mean, well, what do you mean? Like,
you just asked us if we had an opinion about the sun. Now I'm asking you the same question. Are you retarded?
I asked, like, where does the sun go at night? That was my question.
Away. You can't see it anymore.
But like, if it's glowing, you should be able to see it.
He never asked that question 2 years ago. All of a sudden now he doesn't know where the sun goes.
Yeah, it's always shining. Yeah, it seems to be like in another part of the world on the Earth, the same Earth that I live on. They see the sun. I don't. I can give you the description of what's going on right now. I have no sun above me. That's not an opinion. That's just a description of what's actually occurring. Why is this difficult for you?
I don't know why you're getting so triggered. I was just curious about your opinion.
I'm not triggered. I'm wondering why you would ask such a silly question.
So the other 2 or 3 days you sat in here for hours at a time, you really didn't learn anything then? Now you want to know?
Well, I know everything I need to know about Earth, but I'm just here because vegan room is empty, and I'm here just to listen. But
What do you know about the Earth? Tell me what you know. Knowledge claims. Here we go. Knowledge claims. Tell me what you know.
as I said, I've debated you guys several times. There's no point. So I'm just here to
Well, that's
listen.
weird. I didn't ask to debate you. I asked you what you knew about the Earth. What do you know?
Well, do I have to repeat myself?
You didn't tell me what you knew about the Earth.
As I said, I'm just here to sit and listen because
Okay, well, guess what? Listening happens when you shut your mouth and go on mute and listen. That's what happens when you listen.
You know all it is.
Well, I have push to talk, so don't be worried about me speaking.
Okay, so when you're talking, you're not listening. So go ahead and shut up and listen.
Please, thank you.
I think you should calm down.
I'm not excited at all, man. I'm just talking to you. You said you're here to listen. I'm gonna help you because it seems like you don't have a really good time like acquiring information and knowledge. So I'm trying to, maybe I'll say it slow. Do not talk. It's hard to listen when you talk.
Can I
We'll
help
calm
him
down,
out?
please. Thank you.
I mean, he asked us a question and wants to muddy the water and not actually back his claims or his position. I mean, okay, want to listen? Listen. So, you don't have a geometric horizon at all. What you have is an apparent horizon, which is the limit of your optics. And so, the sun moves away and the light scatters in the densest part of the air. And so you cannot see beyond the limit of your view. So that is a hard limit. And then any effects in the air causing the sun to drop lower in your apparent view would cause bottom up obstruction. And then as you can even watch this, as the sun gets closer to the horizon, it changes colors. And red is the last color of the visible spectrum. And so as the sun's light moves through more and more of the air, it scatters more and more and more until it eventually scatters out of the visible wavelength. And at that point, you have night.
Drace, we have a new caller. We got Rapunzel. Welcome, Rapunzel. Rapunzel left. We've got Guy in the side chat, not in the VC, making proposals. Although starting his proposals with a conditional statement of if.
If the Earth is in orbit, if if the Earth was made of cream cheese in the center, like way down in the center, if it was a ball, and say the outside was like a hard candy shell and the inside was cream cheese, would that make a difference for gravity, or would it still be the same?
I don't know, but it sounds delicious.
Thank you. I'm thinking like, you make the hard shell with just sugar, you brown that up real nice and just pour that over the cream cheese ball. That should be pretty good.
Seems like Gay is actually listening. Interesting.
They always are. YouTube. We have YouTube fans.
Yeah, so Guy is like a YouTube stalker. That's fun. Guy, this would be way easier if you just joined the VC. I mean, come on, man. You're not a coward, are you?
Think of the tens, maybe even hundreds of thousands of people before you that were brave.
Good point. Even the people that can't speak English well come in here and speak to us. Apparently, we have some kind of YouTube stalker that doesn't have the balls. Literally.
Wow.
Who's that? Jazba. Hello, Jazba. Welcome in. Feel free to open your mic and say hi. Also, feel free to leave. There goes Guy with the claims again. Accelerometers use Earth's gravity. Earth's gravity. So not just gravity, Earth's gravity. Interesting. Like the Earth is producing the gravity? In what sense? How, like, what do you mean Earth's gravity? What does that even mean? Yeah, how do you know that, Guy? How do you know that gravity coming from the ground, pulling things down, like it's like some sort of invisible arms reaching up and grabbing on things? What? What's going on? What do you mean by that? The gravity coming from the ground, pulling things down. It's an interesting concept. How do you know that's true? Yeah, so what makes your theory any different? Like, what makes it true? What makes it special? You believe it's a wave, so we're into belief realm. And okay, cool. Never mind. Lilo. You up for a chat? Is it Lilu? Lilu Miso? Who else have we got just joined? Was that Lothrecht? Maybe.
Yellow. Anyone in here? Crypto Smarter, Drace, KC.
Dave's not here, man.
There's none here.
Dave's not here.
Where's the new people at? Nobody tried to talk about this stuff. Just checking in. I guess it's quiet time in here. B-Man, welcome B-Man.
Hi, what's up?
How are you?
Not too bad. What about yourselves?
I'm doing alright. Just getting home. Join this VC to see what's going on.
Yeah, what's the chat been tonight?
What was that?
What's the conversation been tonight?
Well, when I joined, it was quiet. Now you join. And, have you been here before, B-Man? You have, right? B-Man?
I've been here quite a few times, man.
Yeah, I've heard. I think I've seen your username before. My bad if I don't remember any of the convos with you.
Yeah. No, I've been in here quite a lot for the past year, I guess. Is that how long it's been? It's wild.
Sounds good. What
How
have you
frequent?
gathered?
So, what was that?
Well, what have you gathered about this conversation? Any conclusions? Any reviews that you want to throw out there?
Oh, I've heard a lot of things about this. I know that it all comes down to the drop over distance thing. That's basically what every single debate ends up becoming, is just, well, 8 inches per mile squared and other observations and stuff like that. I know
Yeah,
that's what you
either
guys go off of.
you concluded for yourself that there is no curvature measured, so the ball as a geometrical claim will require that curvature, right? That drop over distance is not there.
Well, I haven't actually gone out and done any observations myself. I just haven't really had the chance, but I suppose I think what interests me the most is that you guys don't have any sort of model.
Think about
I
it.
think that's
There,
yeah.
there is no
how do you say? If you look at the cosmologies of the world in the past, you could label those models. And the globe doesn't necessarily has a model itself. It's just a drawing or a misrepresentation of reality, though. It wouldn't qualify as a model.
But we have a cosmology, don't we?
Yes, there are many cosmologies that introduces many models. If you look the cosmologies across the world, and the globe being a cosmology, but it wouldn't. I wouldn't say it is a model though, because I mean it is a model for its own. Go ahead.
Nobody's been able to post one. Like nobody's posted the model that when they say the globe model, nobody posts it.
What about the world geodetic system? Would that be a
anyway?
globe?
But what is it? Why is it important? If we're just simply pointing out that the geometry of the surface isn't what we're told it is, why is a model important? What if that's not our ambition? What if it's not our aim to provide you with that? We're just pointing out this one thing.
Ambition to talk about that. Because I know
So
you're
why would
talking
you think
points
it's
that, you know,
interesting
why
that
do
we
we look
don't
at the
have a
sky
model
to know
and
the
we're
shape
not
of the Earth?
claiming to have one, nor are endeavoring to provide one?
Because things become very complicated whenever you try to make stuff like constellations and sun and
Who's
moon
trying to do that?
orbits
Who's trying to
on a
do
flat
that?
Earth.
Who's trying to do that? Who's trying to do that?
Well, I'll tell you who's trying to do that. You guys tried to do that in other flat Earth
No.
societies, and then you realize it don't work, and none of you
Nope,
guys can
not
agree
us.
with each other and what actually.
No, we aren't.
Leaves. I know
Us
you guys.
here aren't doing that.
Yeah, I know you. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Hmm.
Not even the flat earthers can agree with each other on like how the world works.
I don't
But we've got a
care.
very
I don't
established
care.
system.
I don't care, bro. I don't care who disagrees or agrees with me. It's not about agreements. It's not about agreement. So go on, Trace.
It doesn't matter how popular an idea is or how many people agree with it. I did examine it and I found multiple different ways of explaining all of the phenomenon. However, you can conjure up thousands of different ways of explaining away all of the phenomenon. What actually matters is if you can test it. Something that's unverifiable and untestable, that's not proof of anything. That's kind of explanation doesn't actually help you. Even if it matches all observations, the explanation is not actually contributing anything. The observations are what matter because the observations are what we experience in reality.
Okay, well, would you like to explain why we see different constellations in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere? Why does that occur?
Would I like to explain that? No, because I
Yeah,
told you,
you
there
said-
are multiple ways of displaying that. Like I could tell you it's because of bending and warping of space-time, but I am not gonna stake that because
1 second, I'll be right back.
I can't prove that it's the bending and warping of space-time causing it to appear like that. Just like you can't prove that the bending and warping of space-time is causing objects to fall.
Well, space-time doesn't exist. Like, you can't prove that it exists, so... That's just like Einsteinian stuff, which is Jewish science.
Well, that's my point. You can make up any story you like about the sky, but as long as you can't test it and verify it, it's just a story, and it doesn't matter how many people believe it.
Well, the sky is just a projection.
Well, that would be a positive claim. Can you back that up?
Yeah, it's just obvious. Like, you don't have to provide evidence for something that's evident. Like, have you read the NASA papers? Like, there were some scientists that basically revealed that space and the sky was just a projection. Like, it's actually, we're not sure what it is. Like, you're right, but it's have you seen like a 3D projector? It's kind of
Well, you
like
gotta be
that.
careful though, because when you say the sky, there's clouds in the sky and birds, and those are not projections.
Yeah, those are no, they are.
Birds are projections and clouds and airplanes in the sky.
Well, we're not really sure. I mean, we're not really sure about anything.
You're not sure you're
Not
in
like a
Discord right now,
bird.
Mark? You're not sure you're in Discord at the moment?
Yeah, and who is this we?
Yeah, good question.
Like human science. Like, okay, you can take a bird and you can study its brain and so on, but it's more complicated than that. Like, we're not sure if God created it or like which God or whatever. So it could be anything. Like, it could be a robot. You don't know. You just don't know. Like, can you prove that all birds are not robots?
Hi, everyone.
Yeah, I can get a bird. I can cut it open. As
Yeah, but that
inhumane
doesn't
as
prove that
would
all
be.
birds are not robots. That's just
I
one
didn't say
bird.
all birds are. No, you said. Can you prove all birds are not robots? Yes.
Okay,
all
well, if you say
birds.
all swans are white and I bring you a black swan, then that means you're wrong, right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you claim all birds are robots, then I show you a bird that's not a robot, then you have to admit that all birds are not robots. You could even be like, hey, I have a bird here
Hold on, there's a
that we
chemtrail.
created that
There's a
looks like a
chemtrail. I need to
robot.
hold on. I need
It
to cover up.
doesn't prove that all birds are robots.
This guy.
I'm sorry, I had to cover up my nose and my mouth because there was a chemtrail being sprayed over me. I'm not sure, like, are you guys
this
You're
LARP is
just
aware of
being
not
silly
chemtrails?
though.
funny.
You're just being silly.
Yeah, this is just a silly LARP. It's a sounds like a Glober trying to be funny.
Trying. $59.23.41, I think, is the number. He said something, but I couldn't comprehend what he said. So, Mark, what's the... I mean, are you gonna be serious about the conversation, or are you just gonna be LARPing?
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I know some people don't believe in the whole thing, but it's like I just think we should be
Thing what thing,
skeptical.
though? What whole thing are you talking about?
Like the lies and propaganda. I just think we should be skeptical.
In lies and propaganda, yeah, you should definitely be skeptical about lies and propaganda. That's a given, isn't it?
I mean, we should be skeptical about anything.
You think you should be skeptical about water?
Well, of course not, man. I'm just talking about in general.
Yeah, water is general.
So you're generally
Dude,
skeptical
okay.
of water.
All right, man. I'm just trying to say that we should be skeptical when people tell us shit. Like when we're told to believe something, we should be skeptical about it. And if you disagree with that, then I don't know what to tell you.
No, we agree with that.
Okay. Been kind of like developing my own theories.
Yeah, that's very normal, and that just shows you have a high functioning brain. Just try to be aware of like the limits of how far you can test those ideas, and then you can just continue to build more ideas, and then eventually you can be like, I can exclude this one because of this reason, but you'll eventually figure out like there's too many options and variables that we just can't test and know,
So while you might lean in a certain direction because you feel it's correct, there's so many options to choose from. It's really hard to actually pinpoint anything down.
My system accounts for that.
Welcome to Rita. Welcome to the VC. Just saying that if any of the new people got any questions, you are welcome to open your mic and speak.
Actually, I'm not good in English. I can be comfortable when I speak English. I'm not good in English.
Okay,
just
you're here to practice.
I'm agree with this person because I'm same. I don't have a good English. I'm just listening to you when you're talking.
Sounds good.
Yes. I'm here
Yeah.
for learning how to speak in English and be more comfortable when I speak English. But I'm just in the first step. I can't be good. I want some time, a little bit, to be comfortable with. I don't know how.
Yeah, we need
To
a little
start
bit of
start the chat with you.
exactly.
Yes.
So Mark, are you saying that you were a skeptic about the globe claims, right? Since you said you were a skeptic. I mean, you gotta be a skeptic. You're a skeptic about the globe belief, right?
I'm an idealist.
What does that mean?
I believe mind over matter.
Mind over matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
What
because
does that mean?
what does it mean? Well, in what context?
You tell me. You're the one saying that, though.
Well, it means that your understanding of the world conditions how you perceive it, and that ultimately your mind is going to be responsible for your experience. I.e., mind over matter.
Give me an example, like a practical example of that.
Well, it's a theoretical position. I don't know if you expect to I don't know what you expect.
Define matter. What's matter?
Well, matter is a form of intuition. It's a unity of a manifold content of our intuition. So you take a manifold intuition, and then it's unified in subjectivity.
Damn. What about mind? What is the mind? What is that? You're saying mind over that you just described.
Yeah. Well, the mind is basically just different faculties like reason, imagination, perception, attention. It's a series of different faculties.
So basically, if you gather all those things using your mind and operating in this reality that has matter, you can come to the conclusion that the globe thing is a fantasy just by being mindful of reality, right?
Well, you could
The
come to
matter.
any conclusion that you want, but it doesn't make it true. Maybe it's true.
Can you come to a conclusion that you are in Discord speaking to us? And is it true or not true?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Can you come to the conclusion that water doesn't stick itself in I mean, on spinning balls in vacuums.
That water doesn't seek itself.
Doesn't stick. You know, like water in a
Oh,
vacuum
that doesn't
to
stick.
gas, and then if you add like a sphere, that sphere is not gonna be floating and spinning with the water attached to it in the vacuum.
Well, yes, you could come to any conclusion, like I said, using your powers of representation.
Any conclusion? Are you can you come to the conclusion that water can stick itself to the spinning sphere in a vacuum? Can you come to that conclusion?
You could come to that conclusion, yes.
So you can have both conclusions at the same time that contradict themselves.
Like I said, it's possible, but that doesn't make it true. Right? People don't have to think logically.
Yeah, so you're saying, I mean, there is, so that's where the differentiation comes, that there are conclusions about, you can believe in a fantasy and you can conclude.
Isn't it true that all statements are true or false?
All statements?
Yes, all statements are true or false, all propositions.
They're either true or false?
Yes, they're either true or false.
An example.
Wait, you said give you an example?
The Earth is not a globe, that's true. I mean,
That statement, wouldn't you agree that statement is either true or false?
it's only true.
Can it be false?
Well, when we measure the Earth, it's not curving, and globes curve, so you can only deduct that it's not a globe. So the truth is that it's not. So it can only be that it's not a globe.
Yes, but is it possible for it to be false?
Earth being a globe, yeah, it is false.
No, I said, is it possible for it to be false?
That's what I just said. The Earth is not a globe.
Okay, let's take that statement. The Earth is not a globe.
No, the statement is Earth is a globe, right? That's the statement. People believe Earth is a globe, and they say that, but that's a false statement
Why?
because the Earth is not curving, and globes curve.
How do you know?
Because it has been measured and observed to not curved, and is practically used in reality to do things. You know, when you make it from one position to another, or you measure the surface of the earth or the waters across, it's not, they're not, that's nothing, none of that is curving. So saying that it is a globe, that will be a false statement. It will be a misrepresentation of reality. So it's false.
But what do you mean by reality?
Tangible, the physical world that we experience, that we operate in, that thing, that water that you drink, the water that you jump in, take a swim in, the real stuff, the air that you breathe, that stuff, real.
Can you tell me, is there a difference between snow and precipitated ice crystals?
Precipitated ice crystals
Yeah, is there a
and
difference between
snow.
those two things?
You're using two terms for the same thing, right? It's like you could say it in English and I could say it in Spanish or Japanese, and it will be the same thing, right?
Yes, but is there a difference between those two things?
You could say snow. I could say nieve, but we're talking about the same thing, so it's the same thing.
Right. But aren't they conceptually different?
Nieve and snow? No, they're the
No,
same thing.
no, I'm asking about precipitated ice crystals and snow. For example, doesn't the one contain the concept of a crystal lattice, whereas the other contains the concept of whiteness?
The concept of whiteness.
Yes.
Are you saying that's what snow is? That's the concept of whiteness?
No, but that's contained in the concept of snow.
What is snow? What is that? What is it?
I just told you a precipitated ice
Precipitated ice
crystal.
crystals.
Yes.
So you could use a different word to describe what it is. Snow is precipitated ice crystals.
Well, that's one way of thinking about it.
Or you could just say snow. It's
But there's
snow is like you, Mark, right? Mark, but Mark is a bag of meat and liquids and fluids and I don't know, like a
and
bunch of different things, right?
well, no, I'm a body without organs.
You're a body with organs. You have eyes. You have
No, without organs.
or you're a body without organs. Wait, what? How can you be
Well,
that?
yes.
Isn't the body actually like made up of organs?
No.
What the heck, bro? You on life support or something?
What
No,
do you
the
say,
organs
T-Dub?
are the enemy of the body.
Is this guy high right now?
Yo, is this guy high?
He
Yo,
might
are
be
you
low.
high right now?
Like, I'm a glow birther, but I am genuinely confused what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, because you don't know what the
He is
body without
confused.
organs is.
What the fuck? No, explain. I'm curious.
The body without organs, the non-productive.
You're gonna have to elaborate on that one, buddy.
I just said it's the non-productive. Production equals
That's
0.
you're
So
just
the
saying
voice that you're
words.
producing, it's not a body producing it.
No,
I think
it
this
is a
conversation is
body.
pretty non-productive.
He said that he's a body without organs, but he's producing vocal
Well,
sounds.
you
Yeah,
all
how are you
have
speaking
bodies
to me?
without organs too.
Look, buddy, look, I need you to set the LSD down, bro. Okay, we've had enough. What the fuck are
Yo,
you
is
talking
this
about?
guy
Good call,
high?
B-man. Good call.
Yeah, like
Anyways,
I've
this guy
actually
said he's a
never.
glow
I've
Yeah,
birther.
man.
We shouldn't trust him.
yeah, yeah, don't trust me.
I mean, Mark, you're saying you're a body without organs. Why would
Yes,
anybody trust you?
Mark, I've just listened to you talk bullshit for like the past 10 minutes. What the fuck are you talking about?
you wouldn't
Well,
Do you
get
have a
it.
point? Were you getting to a point?
no. His point is not to have a point.
The point is that you
Okay.
should think for yourself. All right, I think that's what
I
your
think you
takeaway
need to
should
go
be.
think for yourself in a dark room for a long time.
All right, well, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think you should take your thoughts elsewhere, man. Because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, you just wouldn't get it. Maybe you can't understand.
Yeah. Oh, because you're just so intelligent. You're so smarter than everyone here.
One knows what you're talking about. Chat a load of bollocks.
You what?
We're chatting a load of bollocks. So bring up
Aye.
something topic or just annoying.
Look, man, cool your body without organs, all right?
A load of bollocks. That's exactly what's happening. So what? Are you a flat earther? Are you a globe guy?
No,
What's
he's
going on
a
here?
pretender clown earther.
He's
Obviously.
just a fucking wandering philosopher.
He's
Think of it.
you know people say brain in the jar, but he said the jar without the brain.
Yeah, think of it like this. He's a glober who thought he was an intellectual, came and realized his globe was nonsense. So now he's trying to create his own cosmology, and he thinks he's smarter than everybody else. It's a common problem we face.
I don't even know that was frying me, bro. I was listening to that, I was cringing. Oh my god. Seriously, I've never heard such bullshit before. Oh my god.
Well, actually, you can find bullshit in nature. This guy is below that.
Yeah,
Oh
the
my
big
god.
issue here is, when you got someone who's cornered, right, doesn't actually have a point. They like to string syllables together, right? And by creating, a
Yeah.
string of syllables, it gives the impression that they know what the fuck they're talking about, right? Because they're able to articulate so many things, right, all at once. And for anyone who's not astute to this tactic, they perceive it as, oh, this guy's smart because look at all the sounds he's making. Right? We get this all the
He's making
time.
sounds without organs.
Oh yeah,
He
don't
might be a
forget that,
machine.
right? So we must be just like hallucinating because we're hearing shit that he's actually thing from his mouth. All right, his his lungs and shit like that, but apparently he doesn't actually have that. So we must be like hallucinating or some shit, right?
I actually want him back, bro. I was kind of funny.
I mean, if you want to slide in his DMs with some shit, by all means, dude. But like that type of shit polluting this stream, man, it makes me want to puke.
Actually, we can go back to Beeman because we were speaking to Beeman and
Yeah,
then he
sorry
jumped in.
about that. I got a phone call there, so I had to leave. But,
No problem. By all means, continue, but like recognize that we get that type of horse shit around here. Forgive me, Gemsy. I know horse shit is actually real, and that's not. So you don't have to, call me out on that. But
anyway, what was your explanation for the different constellations and different hemispheres, buddy?
So from the horizontal frame of reference, the ground that you're standing on, you have your eyes, so one of your senses, your vision, right? And you're able to observe this phenomena that you can describe as, constellations, stars doing these movements. But you don't have the schematics or the capability of dissecting the cause of that effect to be able to give an explanation of why is that happening, on how it's happening. You still
not quite
observe the
following
phenomena, and we can make up explanations, but we cannot dissect the actual cause of the effect, though.
So there's no causation to these constellations that are in different hemispheres, no?
There is a causation, but it's out of reach, though.
I'm not quite sure how, because I mean we've mapped them up. We've mapped the constellations out pretty well at this point. And
Yes, we have mapped the
from our own
constellations.
observation.
No, I agree with you. We have mapped the constellations. Yes, totally fine. That's your statement is correct. But you don't have the cause of the effect. You're only observing patterns, movement of the stars. That's what you're mapping. You're not mapping the cause of that. Like if you
Okay,
have a
so
Swiss watch and you see the hands of the clock moving, you have the seconds, the minutes, you have the moon moon clocks you have the sun clock in the clock, and whatever different timings you want to add in that watch, you can actually break the watch and dissect dissect what makes that watch tick, you can definitely do that.
Yeah,
But
totally. But
you
I'm looking
cannot
at
do
my
that with the stars, though.
look. I'm looking at my Casio right now, and even without being aware of the inner mechanics that I don't really have a clue about, you know, I can make some pretty clear observations about it without
Yes,
knowing the exact
you can
causation.
say right now. What time is it in it? What numbers is it giving you? Like 8,
Well,
18 or something?
it's 18 minutes past 1 in the morning for me.
So there you go. You are observing the watch, giving you that timing, and you're saying, I don't know the mechanics of it, even though you could break it apart and find about the mechanics, right? You can do that, can you?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I would. I don't want to break my watch though.
So exactly. So with the stars, you can observe the position of them or the phenomena. That so let's say the numbers or the hands of the clock, but you cannot break them apart to see what is the cause of that phenomena.
Yeah, I mean, but
You cannot isolate the cause.
okay, yeah, we can't isolate we can't travel millions of light years into the sky
You don't
into
even
space.
you don't even know if they're that far away. You don't know the medium that they're in, the distances, the sizes, the medium between
Okay.
you and them, the medium behind them.
Well, let's go back to my wristwatch here because I can see that it's moving clockwise, obviously, and I can obviously see the position of the hands and on the dial. From that alone, we can make some assumptions about how that watch works. And although they may be assumptions, but they are based in reality. So you guys use your eyes, you use your observations. We can see in the northern hemisphere we have different constellations, and then if you were to travel all the way, or if you were to if you were to contact your friend in the southern hemisphere, Australia or something like that, they would be seeing a different set of constellations. To me, there seems to be one very simple explanation is that it's because your view of the northern hemisphere's constellations is being blocked by the Earth.
Well, that will be by you're saying it has to be this. This is the only way it can be. This explanation that you constructed or someone else gave you, it has to be this, even though that person hasn't dissect the mechanisms of the luminaries of the stars to come to that conclusion. But
Why do the
either way,
mechanisms of how a star works? I mean, we have our own star. We have the sun. I'm sure we've
but you
done
see
many
that's the issue
observations
that
of
you're
it.
having though. You think that you're thinking about it like it's a given that you already know the distances, that the sun is a star. You think you think all of these variables are true and they're given, and therefore that's why you can construct the mechanism and come to a factual conclusion, even though you don't have any of those things. You don't have the distances, the sizes, the medium. You don't have any
I
of the
mean,
mechanisms of the stars. You only have the observable phenomena.
I just don't see why it matters to know how to learn it, to fully understand the mechanisms of a star, which is would be an incredibly difficult thing to do. Whenever we can observe these patterns in the sky ourselves, and there's no clear phenomena going
Okay,
on.
I get you. I get
Again,
what you're
we
saying.
could contact someone instantaneously to see that these patterns in the sky are different on two different hemispheres of the Earth. To me, that
But
is
you see,
gives it.
you're already thinking that the hemispheres are half of a sphere on the ground that you're standing on. You think you already in your premise, you're already coming to a conclusion of the ground below your feet because you're observing that phenomena. You come into conclusions about the ground below your feet, and that's where your premise is just wrong. You're pre-assuming that the Earth is a sphere. That's why you observe that phenomena.
Well,
Even though
it's a
you
very
haven't
simple conclusion for me. I mean, for why we're seeing these two different patterns in the sky.
So real quick,
well,
bro. Remember the clock, right? Let's say the Swiss watch that you have. You admitted that you can break it apart and dissect its mechanism. We know that, right? Now let's say if you break it apart, you know how many gears it has, how many, let's say, batteries, right? You know all the pieces of the clock. You know that all these pieces have to be in place, in the correct place, so you can observe the time that you're observing, right? If those pieces are not in place, you won't see the time, right?
okay. Well, now we know why it works. But
So
even
okay, so
without that, we can
you know
still
how the
see it
clock
working.
works. Yeah, but then let's say you're observing the clock on the wall, and there's a, let's say, a limitation that you cannot go to that clock. Are you able to tell all the mechanisms of the clock just by looking at it? Can you tell how many gears are behind the dial and what makes the clock tick without dissecting it, just by looking at it?
You can't tell how something truly works without obviously dissecting it, but you can still see it's there. You can still see that it's working in some way or another.
So perfect. So yes, the stars work. The stars do what they do. They move in patterns. We have landmarks on the ground that are aligned to them, right? All of these things are true, but you don't know the cause of the effect because you cannot dissect them. Just like the clock that you cannot go to and break apart.
I still don't see why it matters to know the cause of it. Like, how? Just out of curiosity.
It's not that it matters. It's that you can say it's an unknown, but you're saying that the Glober explains that it is this way, and because they said so, it has to be truth.
Okay. Well, how would these differing constellations in the two hemispheres, how does that work on a flat plane?
So the ground that you're standing on is not curving. So when you're saying you're standing on a hemisphere, half a sphere, that's already out the window because the Earth is not curving, so it's not a half a sphere. What you observe is the sky, and it's mapped and represented as what is called the celestial sphere, and then that celestial sphere is kind of like translated into a grid that is represented into that projection on the ground, right? And you're saying, okay, the Earth is this projection of the sky, a sphere, but that's not the Earth because the Earth is not curving though. The sphere that you get in that you're reaching as a conclusion, that sphere is of the sky, not the ground below your feet. And it's also the sky is not necessarily a sphere. It's just that it's grid projected as a sphere for practical purposes, navigation, positioning, to put it on paper, on a map, and make a grid, and then it looks. It's like a preference. You could map the sky as a square, as a concave half a sphere. You could map the sky different ways, but it's a preference that is the celestial sphere. And then that is translated into the ground, and you're saying, oh, I see this celestial sphere in the sky here in the paper, therefore the ground is a sphere. That doesn't logically follow though, because the ground is not curving, so it cannot be a sphere.
Okay, but speaking of navigation there, take Polaris, the North Star, for example. That's what sailors have been using to navigate true north for centuries now.
Yes. Anybody want to take this point with him? Because I got a call at the moment. Go ahead.
Yeah. No worries. Anyone up for it?
Yeah, go ahead and continue about Polaris.
Yeah, yeah. You know, that's what sailors have been using to navigate and find true north for centuries now. And whenever you're in the southern hemisphere, you are unable. You can't see Polaris because obviously it's below the horizon. It's in the northern hemisphere. On a flat plane, surely you would be able to see it from everywhere.
Why would you assume that?
Well, the reason why we can't see it is because it's below the horizon. If it was in a flat plane, why wouldn't we be able to see it?
Is your belief
southern parts of
is
the
your
Earth?
belief that the horizon is the Earth curve?
I believe there is a certain amount of curvature there. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm asking you if you think that the horizon itself is a physical, geometric tangent point or sagitta that is blocking out Polaris from your view if you're far enough south that the Earth curve is now blocking out your view to Polaris.
No, I don't believe it's a big curve. You know, what, 3 miles away? I don't think there's a big curving shape.
Well,
I guess
right,
it's
but you also just said the reason that we can't see Polaris is because it's in the northern hemisphere. Horizon blocks it out. So are you saying that the